The myriad rivers and mountains stirred deep emotions. Oh, would a favorable review be too much to ask? Damn, my husband is back. Hearing the panicked words of the beautiful young woman before him, completely naked Chu Fan leaped out of bed in an instant. Hey miss, didn't you say you were single? What's the use of saying that now? Quick, hide on the balcony. Are you joking? This is the 38th floor. What then? If my husband finds out, he'll kill us. I forgot to tell you he's in the underworld. Hearing this, Chu Fan felt 1,000 horses stampeding through his heart. He was merely a sales clerk at a blind box store earning 3,000 yuan a month. Today at work, a beautiful rich woman walked into the shop. The rich woman appeared to be in her 30s, but maintained herself exceptionally well, with a voluptuous figure and fair skin. Chu Fan fell in love at first sight. He swore by the heavens that it wasn't the Mercedes key dangling from her hand that caught his attention. As for Chu Fan himself, just over 20, handsome and witty. Soon he had the rich woman laughing with delight. Handsome, wanna come play cards at my place? They'll show you my happy beans. Chu Fan froze, then ecstasy flooded him. His luck had finally turned head, latched onto a sugar mommy. With his silver tongue, if he could charm the rich woman into happiness, had shortened his struggle by 30 years. And so Chu Fan rode in the Mercedes to the rich woman's home. But to his surprise, had somehow become the third wheel. What the hell was this? The knocking grew more urgent. Chu Fan had no time to think. Cursing his bad luck, he scrambled out onto the balcony, barely dressed, and stood on the air conditioner unit. The wind on the 38th floor was strong, making Chu Fan wobble precariously. Mommy, there's an uncle standing outside. Don't look, child, you'll get a sty. A woman on the 37th floor covered her child's eyes, but stared unblinkingly at Chu Fan and spat disdainfully. But Chu Fan couldn't care less, because he heard the rich woman's voice inside the room. Honey, why are you back so early today? A gruff voice answered. What took you so long? What were you doing in there? Why are you naked in broad daylight? Oh dear, I just finished my bath, didn't have time to dress. Bullshit, there's a weird smell in here. Do you think I'm a fool? Where did you hide him? On the balcony. The young woman panicked and quickly said, No, honey, don't be ridiculous. As she spoke, the curtain was yanked open and Chu Fan found himself staring at a furious black-faced man whose arm tattoos were strikingly vivid. Chu Fan waved awkwardly. Hey, how are you? What if I said I came to deliver a blind box? They'll be damned if I believe that. I'm going to kill you, you pretty boy. With that, he reached out to grab Chu Fan. Panicked Chu Fan dodged instinctively. Squeak. A grating sound rang out. One of the screws on the air conditioner unit had suddenly come loose. The whole unit tilted sideways. Holy SHD. Who did this shoddy construction work? I want to complain. Chu Fan stumbled, lost his grip, and fell straight off the air conditioner. Under the horrified gazes of the black-faced man and the beautiful young woman, Chu Fan began his free fall from the 38th floor. Welcome to Global Survival. Current number of players 6. 587 billion. Current number of players 6. 587 billion. Please note, once you are here, your original body has died. Therefore, dying in the game means true disappearance from this world. Therefore, dying in the game means true disappearance from this world. Game rules are as follows. 1. This planet is several dozen times larger than Earth, with 90 covered by ocean. 2. After the game officially starts, random team matching will occur. Initial team size is 2 people. 3. Various resources, food and fresh water, can be obtained on the sea surface, but there are also risks. 3. Various resources, food and fresh water, can be obtained on the sea surface, but there are also risks. 4. Please strive to upgrade your boat. It will be your lifeline. 4. Please strive to upgrade your boat. It will be your lifeline. 5. Specific characters or events may randomly appear on the sea surface, some good, some bad. Identify carefully. 6. For better gaming experience, the first 3 days are beginner protection. After that, real crises will come. After the voice ended, a bewildered Chu Fan snapped awake, filled with a mix of sorrow and joy. He was glad he hadn't died falling from the 38th floor. Joyful that he survived a 38-story fall. Sad that this fall had transported him into a bizarre game. Holy SHD, there's no going back. Chu Fan stood up and found himself on a raft built from logs. The raft was about 4 meters long and less than 2 meters wide, with a white stone tablet in the very center. All around was an endless expanse of sea. Fortunately, the sea seemed very calm, only a slight breeze. Other than that, there was only an ordinary wooden oar left on the raft. Chu Fan turned his attention to the stone tablet. On the tablet was a blue panel with several buttons. The buttons read World Channel, Regional Channel, Trading Hall, Synthesis Bench, Warehouse, Ship Info, Personal Panel, Mailbox, and Team Info. He clicked on the chat room and found it already in turmoil. What the hell, I'm going to be late. Damn, I just called girl no. 88, why did I get sent here? Damn, I was just catching a pretty boy when I got sent here. Good thing the pretty boy fell off the building. Are there any beauties nearby? Let's team up. I want a handsome guy. The guy above is such a love-struck fool. Under these circumstances, who cares about handsome guys? I'm different. Give me a 185 centimeters tall with 8-pack abs. After watching for a while, Chu Fan realized everyone was just as clueless as him about their situation, only seeking comfort in the chat channel. Chu Fan shook his head helplessly and let out a long breath. Holy SHD indeed, if you latch onto a rich woman, you'll save decades of struggle. It ends right here. Life really is like a big blind box. You never know what you're going to get. Beep keyword detected comprehension of the great Tao of life system, binding condition satisfied. Congratulations. You have obtained the myriad worlds blind box system. Detecting current world information system is adapting. Adaptation successful. For every day you survive in this world, you receive one blind box from the myriad realms. For every female teammate you win over, the number of daily blind boxes increases by 1. Upon opening blind boxes, you may obtain food, resources, items, skills, etc. Congratulations. You have received a portable infinite space. Beep host successfully bound to this system. Gift blind box X3. Please claim in time. Please work hard and strive to survive in this world. The sudden electronic synthesis voice made Chu Fan freeze again. After a moment, he was ecstatic. A system. It was actually a system. So everything on Tomato Novel was true. This thing really exists. And it was the blind box style he knew best. But what did win over female teammates mean? Encouraging me to be a playboy. Still, survival on the sea and being a playboy seemed fitting. Regardless, this was a sure win. Just as he was about to claim the 3 blind boxes, the voice returned. Now the game officially begins. Matching teams. Team formation complete. Begin your voyage. As the voice faded, a mass of white light appeared before Chu Fan. When the light dissipated, a figure stood before him. When the white light dissipated, Chu Fan finally saw the person's appearance clearly. At a single glance, he was utterly stunned. A foreign beauty. He never expected that his match would be a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Western girl, and a super stunning beauty with a hot figure and flawless looks. She was wearing a black leather outfit, her face flushed, seemingly unconscious. Perhaps due to the heat, the zipper of her top was pulled down about a third, revealing a deep cleavage. Her proud bosom pushed the leather jacket up high. Her round peach-shaped buttocks, wrapped in tight leather pants, outlined a seductive curve. Looking at the Western beauty with delicate and refined features and fair skin, Chu Fan instinctively swallowed. Gosh, what a body. That must be at least an E-cup. Suddenly recalling the system's requirement, wasn't she the perfect female teammate? At that moment, Chu Fan felt something on his wrist. Looking down, he saw a bracelet-like object. Team formation complete. All teammates will receive an instant bracelet. Everything you see on the steel can be viewed on the bracelet. As the voice faded, the steel in the middle of the raft slowly disappeared. Chu Fan realized the bracelet was meant to replace the steel. This was actually convenient. Easier to check information, and having a stone pillar in the middle of the boat had been somewhat inconvenient. Looking at the unconscious woman beside him, he noticed a similar bracelet on her right wrist. At the same time, the regional channel button on the bracelet lit up. So after team formation, the regional channel was officially opened. Chu Fan tapped the channel, and it showed the member count 100,001,0000. The channel was already exploding with messages. Haha, I got matched with a Japanese female teacher. Brothers the brave enjoy the world first. I'm busy now. What the heck? Why did I get a square-faced, bearded fat guy? Help. There's an Indian guy on my boat. Hey, upstairs, I'm that Indian guy. That pretty boy better not let me catch you. Chu Fan's mouth twitched. He had a feeling the pretty boy was directed at him. At least he was lucky enough not to run into that guy and matched with a top-notch Western beauty. Seeing she was still unconscious, he decided not to take advantage and instead took out the 3 blind boxes he had just received. The 3 blind boxes were made of an unknown material, square and plain-looking at first glance. Without hesitation, Chu Fan opened one. Ding. Blind box opened successfully. Congratulations. You received Baby Happy Mineral Water, 999 boxes. Mineral water. And so much of it. Chu Fan was overjoyed. At any time, fresh water is the most important resource. They say you can survive 7 days without food, but only 3 days without water. Now he almost didn't have to worry about water at all. Then the first blind box turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Chu Fan steadied himself and opened another one. Ding. Blind box opened successfully. Congratulations. You received a golden trident identical to Aquaman's. A golden trident appeared before Chu Fan. The trident was elegantly shaped, looked very sturdy, with 3 prongs exactly like the one Aquaman used in the movies. But Chu Fan couldn't help but think of Yuan Hua. Still, the trident came just in time, not only for fishing, but also as a weapon for self-defense. Chu Fan gripped the trident and felt a surge of security. After putting it down, he opened the last blind box. Ding. Blind box opened successfully. Congratulations. You received a box of Durex condoms. Hearing this, Chu Fan was completely frozen. How did he get this? In a whole box. Chu Fan opened it and found 35 boxes inside, each containing 20 condoms. In other words, he had immediately obtained 700 little umbrellas. Chu Fan couldn't help but exclaim. He took out a box. It said made in China. Well, this was sort of hometown specialty. Just then the Western beauty, who had been unconscious, finally woke up. She shook her head, sat up on the raft, and saw a strange sight. She saw an Eastern man wearing no clothes at all, holding a box of condoms, staring at her. Oh my God, do you want to fuck me, eh? Perhaps due to the game rules, their communication was completely barrier-free, like real-time interpretation. Chu Fan saw the woman wake up, and his brain short-circuited. Yes. But the foreign girl didn't get the joke, staring at the handsome man with her beautiful big eyes. Are you my teammate? You are quite handsome, but why are you naked? Chu Fan froze, looked down, and realized he was indeed completely naked. Holy crap. I forgot I was naked when I transmigrated. This is awkward. Thinking this, Chu Fan quickly tossed aside the condoms and explained, don't misunderstand. I was showering when I crossed over, so. The woman nodded, then said with interest, I heard Eastern men are usually small. But you, eh? This made Chu Fan a bit defensive. He immediately corrected her. You're probably talking about the men from Little Sakura and Little Stick countries. We Dragon Kingdom men are all towering and formidable. The woman nodded and introduced herself. We're teammates now. I'm Barbara, a doctor. Chu Fan's eyes lit up when he heard she was a doctor. In this environment, a doctor is incredibly valuable. Hi, I'm Chu Fan, a fish pond owner. Just then, Chu Fan noticed a wooden chest floating in the distance. It seemed to be a resource crate, as per the game rules. He wanted to stand up, but remembered his embarrassing state. While he hesitated, Barbara seemed to understand his predicament. Listen, Chu Fan, we're teammates now, surviving on the same boat. Survival is what matters, nothing else. She paused, then added, if you think it's unfair, I'll get naked too. With that, she directly pulled down her jacket zipper. Duong, holy crap. Chu Fan was completely stunned. Teacher Barbara, are you trying to make me skip a class? Gazing at the enchanting figure before him, clad only in a bra from the waist up, Chu Fan quickly said, there's really no need for that. If you keep this up, Alas, this woman's physique was breathtakingly stunning. If she were to keep swaying before him like this, his little brother would surely suffer. Barbara naturally noticed Chu Fan's reaction and let out a soft, playful laugh. Chu Fan, the truth is I did this because it's just too hot. Haven't you noticed the sun getting fiercer? Hearing Barbara's words, Chu Fan realized the sun was indeed much more scorching than before. If Barbara had kept on her leather suit, she would likely have suffered heatstroke soon. Even so, he was still taken aback by her audacity. Barbara continued, besides, isn't it all about gender equality these days? If you can go shirtless, why can't I? And anyway, I'm still wearing underwear. It's not like I'm completely naked. Chu Fan thought to himself, what a woman. Truly as open-minded as they come. And strangely enough, her argument kind of makes sense. Unlike some princesses back home, who only champion gender equality when it benefits them. As for the bra, it was just a scrap of cloth, barely enough to cover a cherry. While they were talking, the crate drifted right up to the raft. Chu Fan wasted no time. He stood up, used the harpoon to pull the wooden box close, and hauled it aboard. Barbara also came closer. This was the first supply crate they had encountered, and both were curious about its contents. They were standing so close that Chu Fan could smell Barbara's scent, and his mind began to wander. Hurry up and see what's inside, Barbara urged. Steadying his thoughts, Chu Fan quickly opened the wooden crate. A notification chimed from his wristband. Supply crate used successfully. Obtained fishing net 1, wood 5, rye bread roll 2, drinking water 500 ml 2. Raft information has been updated. Please check. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan quickly opened the panel to view the raft's details. Raft, ordinary raft. Size 4M 2M. Upgrade paths 1. Increase area requires wood 10, iron 10 per square meter 2. Add canopy requires wood 10, leather 10 3. Upgrade to small wooden boat requires wood 200. He then opened the inventory and saw the newly acquired items inside. As for the items Chu Fan had personally obtained aside from the box of little umbrellas left on the raft, everything else was stored in his system space. After all, this was his trump card. It was best not to reveal it until he was completely familiar with Barbara. Suddenly, he remembered there was a crafting table on the panel. Tapping the crafting table on his wristband, he saw that it had two main functions. The first was synthesis. By providing the required materials, one could craft specified items. But this required a blueprint. Great, another thing I won't be using anytime soon. The second function was decomposition, which could break down unwanted items into raw materials. This was quite useful. Chu Fan looked at the empty crate from the supplies and selected the decompose option. Detected wooden crate 1. Decomposing yields wood 1. Proceed. Chu Fan's eyes lit up and he quickly confirmed. A flash of white light, later the crate vanished and the wood count in his inventory increased from 5 to 6. Barbara, the raft is big enough for now. Let's see if we can get some leather to make a canopy. Otherwise this sun is going to be unbearable. Barbara nodded in agreement. Chu Fan picked up the oar and began to row. Waiting for supply crates to drift by was not a good strategy. This tactic proved effective. 10 minutes later, they fished out a second supply crate. Supply crate opened successfully. Obtain wood 5, iron 1, hemp rope 5. Crate decomposed successfully. Obtain wood 1. However, as time passed, the weather grew hotter and hotter. Just as Chu Fan felt like jumping into the water to cool off, a wave of cool shade washed over him. Looking up, he saw Barbara had propped up her leather jacket and pants with wooden poles, creating a makeshift umbrella. Barbara held this handcrafted leather canopy over their heads, allowing Chu Fan to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Sitting on the raft, Barbara watched Chu Fan rowing, his muscles glistening with sweat. Her gaze lingered on his sinewy arms, broad shoulders, and powerful back, and she found herself captivated. This man truly was charismatic. To be honest, Chu Fan was very handsome, which was why he had caught the eye of a wealthy woman. Chu Fan, let me take over. Without stopping his rowing, Chu Fan asked, "Oh, are you sure you can handle it? Don't underestimate me. I work out every day." Feeling a bit tired himself, Chu Fan nodded. "All right, you take over. Let me know when you get tired." They swapped places and Chu Fan sat behind Barbara, shielding her from the sun. He hadn't expected her back view to be just as stunning. Her curvaceous hips needed no description, and her perfectly contoured waist was simply indescribable. Just as Chu Fan was lost in thought, Barbara called out, "Chu Fan, there's a wooden crate up ahead, but it looks like it's on an island." Hearing this, Chu Fan stood up and looked ahead. Sure enough, about 50 meters away, a small, barren island rose from the water. The island was quite small, only about 30 or 40 square meters, and had a dark gray appearance. In the middle of this island sat a wooden crate. "All right, let's check it out." Barbara paddled the raft to the island, and Chu Fan jumped off, harpoon in hand. Barbara stayed on the raft to prevent it from drifting away. The feeling of solid ground beneath his feet was strange and wonderful. Chu Fan walked lightly to the crate. Even though it was on land, trusting in the 3-day protection period, he didn't hesitate and opened the crate. Oh, it's empty. This time his wristband gave no notification. It turned out the crate contained no supplies. A bit disappointed, Chu Fan was about to leave when his eyes widened. "No, there's something here." Inside the crate lay a translucent pearl. Chu Fan picked up the pearl, examining it from all angles without figuring out what it was. His wristband gave no prompts either, meaning it couldn't be decomposed. After recycling the crate into one unit of wood, Chu Fan prepared to leave the island. But the next moment, he suddenly fell flat on his face. The island was moving. Barbara let out a scream as she saw the entire island tremble violently, as if struck by an earthquake. Then the island began to sink. Chu Fan was plunged into the water. When he resurfaced, he felt a small hand grab him firmly. "Quick, get on." It was Barbara's voice. Without hesitation, Chu Fan used the leverage to climb onto the raft. Before he could speak, a shadow fell over him. "Oh my gosh!" Barbara exclaimed, staring wide-eyed at something behind Chu Fan. His body tensed instantly. He turned his head and froze in utter shock. Chu Fan turned around and finally saw the true form of this so-called deserted island. It turned out to be a colossal whale, and the land was merely its body. That enormous body, in the eyes of Chu Fan and Barbara, resembled a small mountain. The whale seemed displeased at being disturbed, leaping high into the air before crashing down heavily, sending a massive wave surging. With swift reflexes, Chu Fan quickly stowed everything on the raft into his storage. In a single bound, he threw himself over Barbara, gripping the raft's gaps with all his might, exerting tremendous effort to keep them both from being flung off. Fortunately, the whale appeared to harbor no great hostility, or perhaps it was bound by the 3-day protection period. After circling on the water's surface a few times, it vanished completely into the vast ocean. The two finally breathed a sigh of relief, but soon sensed a subtle awkwardness. Chu Fan was still stark naked, while Barbara had nothing left but her bra and panties. Their current state could easily be mistaken for something intimate. Feeling Barbara's body warmth, Chu Fan's mind swirled with confusion and desire. Barbara immediately noticed and teased, "Hey Chu Fan, you're not being honest." He didn't hide it, whispering softly, "You smell so good. Are you planning to stay on top of me forever?" Chu Fan chuckled, deliberately sniffing deeply before reluctantly climbing off Barbara. Barbara sat up, gazing at Chu Fan's robust physique, unconsciously swallowing. "Did you just stick out your tongue?" "Not at all. Look at this," Chu Fan said, producing the bead had gotten from the chest earlier. Women were always intrigued by such baubles, and true enough, her attention shifted instantly. Barbara took the bead, held it up to the sunlight, and it refracted a kaleidoscope of colors. "It's so beautiful," she exclaimed in delight. "Like it? Then it's yours. Really? You're so sweet. It's nothing. But if you really want to thank me, let me touch your boobs." Barbara thrust out her chest. "Go ahead, touch all you want." This caught Chu Fan off guard. Had only been joking, never expecting the foreign beauty to take him seriously. Barbara laughed heartily, then added, "That was terrifying just now. Good thing you were quick." Chu Fan nodded. Yeah, we need to hurry and find supplies. This little raft is too fragile. Barbara agreed, but soon said, Chu Fan, I'm hungry and thirsty. Too bad we only have 2 bottles of water. We need to ration them. Feeling hungry himself, Chu Fan took out the 2 small buns and 2 bottles of water from his storage. Let's eat first. We'll worry about the rest later. After rowing for so long, Chu Fan was famished. He wolfed down the bun in a few bites. It was tasteless and dry, so he tilted his head back, gulped down an entire bottle of water, and let out a long sigh. Barbara had barely taken 2 bites when she saw Chu Fan had finished. After a moment's hesitation, she tore off half her own bun and offered it to him. I can't finish it. Here, have half. Chu Fan was startled, then felt a warmth in his heart. This teammate of his was truly kind. But he shook his head with a smile. No need, him full. He'll eat you next time. Barbara paused, then laughed. Chu Fan, do you really like me? Or are you just after my body? He replied with a grin. Is there a difference? Longing for your body is the same as liking you, isn't it? Barbara was momentarily speechless. What he said made perfect sense. She had no comeback. So she smiled and said, You're straightforward. I like that about you. Chu Fan thought to himself, straightforward, yes. But whether I'm white or not is another story. After eating and drinking their fill, Chu Fan took out the oar from his storage and resumed rowing. He noticed Barbara had only drunk a quarter of her water before carefully putting it away. That's all the water you're having. Aren't you thirsty? Barbara replied earnestly, This is all we have left. We need to conserve it. Chu Fan smiled. Drink up. It'll handle the water problem. But Barbara put the water back into storage, pointing ahead. There's a chest up ahead. Following her gaze, Chu Fan spotted a chest floating on the surface about 30 meters away. He paddled the raft over and hauled it aboard. The afternoon passed quickly. By evening, they had fished out 4 more chests in total. Opening the storage to tally their supplies after a day's efforts, they had collected wood X30, a bread X2, rope X5, a fishing net X1, leather X2, half a bottle of mineral water, and iron X5. That half bottle of mineral water was what Barbara had left over from lunch. They hadn't found any more water all afternoon. Chu Fan felt a sense of foreboding. This was still the newbie protection period. Once it ended, acquiring supplies would likely become even harder. They needed to develop quickly. Moreover, the weather today was fine, but if they encountered scorching sun or torrential rain later, they'd need some shelter. To add a canopy to the raft, they had enough wood, but they were still short on leather. After organizing everything, they both instinctively opened their wristbands. In the regional channel, everyone was in a similar situation. Some had found a bit of resources, but one thing was consistent. The lack of water. Any handsome guys willing to spare some water? We can pay you back in person. Trump, give me some water, and it'll make you my vice president. Meanwhile, someone nicknamed Brother Long posted, give me a bottle of water and listen to my tale of catching a pretty boy. Barbara saw these messages too, and a flicker of anxiety crossed her eyes. They only had half a bottle of water left. If Chu Fan asked her for it, would she give it or not? Unaware of her thoughts, Chu Fan opened the trading platform, hoping to trade for leather. It was quiet there. No one had surplus goods to trade on the first day. Still, he posted a trade offer. Buying leather can exchange for fresh water. Message me if interested. After that, he took out the last 2 small buns. Let's have something to eat. Barbara sat down silently and murmured, Chu Fan, we're almost out of food, especially water. There's so little left. But the next second, her jaw dropped in utter disbelief. What the fuck? Barbara's jaw dropped as she stared at Chu Fan. With a grand sweep of his hand, countless bottles of mineral water suddenly materialized before him, neatly arranged on the raft. Before she could react, Chu Fan waved his hand again, and the water vanished once more. Barbara wondered if her eyes were playing tricks on her, but when she saw Chu Fan conjure another bottle and drink from it directly, she knew she hadn't been mistaken. What the heck, Chu Fan? How do you have so much water? How did you do that? Chu Fan smiled and said, You don't need to worry about that. Just know I'm not short on water. Barbara's eyes lit up. I get it. Chinese Kung Fu. I've heard you Dragon Country people have secrets we don't know about. Chu Fan laughed heartily and didn't bother to explain. It was best if she thought that way. Barbara let out a long sigh, twisted open her own bottle of water, and drank it all in one go. Afterward, she patted her fair chest and said, I was dying of thirst. You should have said you had plenty of water earlier. Chu Fan felt a bit awkward at her words. Plenty of water? Why did that sound so strange? Wait, you need to understand. I do have a lot of water, but that has nothing to do with you. Chu Fan said with a serious expression. Barbara was taken aback. What do you mean? Aren't we teammates? Chu Fan replied matter-of-factly. We are teammates, so we split everything we salvage 50-50. But this water isn't salvaged. I'm not obligated to share it with you, MIA. Though reluctant to admit it, Barbara knew he was right. She suddenly regretted drinking all her water. That infuriating man. Hadn't they been getting along just moments ago? Why had he suddenly become so stingy? It wasn't that Chu Fan was deliberately being petty, he had his own reasons. First, the system required him to win over women to earn more rewards, and Barbara was a perfect candidate. Second, this was no longer Earth. This was survival. He couldn't let the old rules of propriety and morality bind him anymore. Barbara thought it over and said, "Chu Fan, you're right. You don't have to share your things with me, but you can name your terms." Chu Fan grinned. "There is a way. If you become my woman, you can share everything I have." Barbara was stunned for a moment. "Are you serious?" Deep down, she didn't dislike Chu Fan, in fact, she rather liked him. She knew that from the moment they ended up on this boat, she would be stuck with this man until the end, maybe even until death. So some things were unavoidable. Still, it was all too sudden. She could only say, "Give me some time to think about it." Chu Fan shrugged and placed a bottle of water in front of her. "Fine. Let me know when you've decided. Say yes, and this water is yours." With that, he lay down to rest. He pillowed his hands behind his head, gazing at the star-filled sky, a sense of melancholy washing over him. Would anyone in his old world even notice he was gone? Lulled by the gentle sound of the waves, Chu Fan's mind wandered until he drifted into a hazy sleep. Barbara struggled to choke down a dry piece of bread, leaving her parched. She glanced at Chu Fan, who had his eyes closed, and fell into deep thought. Though she was from the States, she wasn't the type to fool around. At 19, she was still single. That was almost unheard of in America. She had simply fallen off her motorcycle on the way to work and woken up here. She knew she couldn't go back anytime soon, so survival was her top priority. And right now it seemed Chu Fan was her only hope. With that thought, she finally made up her mind and reached for the water bottle on the raft. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Fan's eyes snapped open. He lifted his head and was greeted by a sight that made his blood boil. In the moonlight, Barbara's last two pieces of clothing had vanished, leaving them completely exposed to each other. Her pale skin, bathed in moonlight, made her look like a goddess from ancient Greek mythology, beautiful and voluptuous. Chu Fan's throat went dry. He managed to choke out, "Barbara, you." She shot him a sidelong glance and whispered, "Do you think I'm beautiful?" He nodded with difficulty, swallowing hard. "Beautiful, so beautiful." Then Chu Fan pulled her into his arms. An hour later, Chu Fan held Barbara with a satisfied expression. "Honey, you're amazing. Of course. Trust me, you won't regret being with me." At that moment, Chu Fan had to admire the system's foresight for providing protection. Getting someone pregnant in this situation would have been a disaster. "Honey, I'm all sweaty. I want to wash up. Want to join me?" Barbara's eyes were seductive as she looked at him. "Sure, I'll scrub your back." Barbara raised an eyebrow. "Scrub my back? What's that?" Chu Fan realized that foreigners probably didn't have the concept of scrubbing. Just as he was about to explain, the system chimed in. Ding. Detected that the host has survived one day and successfully won over a female teammate. Mystery Box Count 1. Congratulations. You have received Mystery Box X2, stored in system space. Chu Fan was overjoyed. These boxes were his lifeline for survival. Without hesitation, he mentally opened one. Ding. Mystery box opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained custom lingerie style, Neptune level hex deck, waterproof, suit X10 sets. The name was so long and impressive sounding that Chu Fan paused to inspect it in his mind. This suit is crafted with advanced hex tech, perfectly adapting to the wearer's body shape. It is waterproof, breathable, and resistant to both heat and cold. Special note, wearing this suit reduces the probability of attacks by aquatic creatures while in water and significantly increases movement speed underwater. Chu Fan was thrilled. This suit couldn't have come at a better time. He quickly retrieved one from his space and, to Barbara's astonishment, slipped it on. The next second, the suit automatically molded itself to his body, perfectly accentuating his physique. It even outlined his pectorals and abs, making him look incredibly imposing. Truly a custom design. He wondered what Barbara would look like in it. Her mouth fell open, and she even stopped washing. "Honey, where did you get that suit? Are you a magician? Or have you had clothes all along and just chose not to wear them?" Chu Fan chuckled and produced another garment, handing it to Barbara. "That leather jacket of yours was too hot, wasn't it? Wear this instead." Moments later, Barbara had also donned the new attire, causing Chu Fan's eyes to light up. This was even more impressive than the Sea Queen in the movies. The moment Barbara put it on, the dress began to shape itself automatically, as if tailor-made for her. The turquoise outer layer resembled a coat of scales, shimmering with a cold metallic luster under the moonlight. This detail closely mirrored its cinematic counterpart, bearing a striking resemblance to the legendary azure dragon's scales. A pair of slender straight legs exuded a fatal allure. What made Chu Fan cheer inwardly was the perfectly rounded peach-like posterior. Every curve of her figure seemed to whisper a single word: perfection. Her cascade of golden curly hair set against her fair skin, and the moonlight appeared almost luminous. This outfit is really something. It doesn't feel stuffy at all. Barbara admired her new clothes happily. Why is this zipper placed here?" Chu Fan couldn't help but grin. These guys really knew how to have fun. Could this be a product from the world's capital of eroticism, Yungo? They spent a while longer testing the new garments and found that wearing them was neither too cold nor too hot, incredibly comfortable. Chu Fan smiled. Barbara, I'm glad you made the right choice. As a reward, I'll let you open a mystery box. With a wave of his hand, another mystery box appeared before them. What's inside? Barbara gazed curiously at the box that materialized. I don't know what's in it either, but it's bound to be something we need. So I'm giving you this surprise, you open it. This was also an experiment for Chu Fan. First, he wanted to see if someone else could open the mystery box. Second, as any enthusiast knows, some people are just pure lucky. Although Barbara wasn't European, she was Caucasian, and perhaps she might bring a pleasant surprise. As expected, women loved unboxing no matter their nationality. Barbara eagerly brought the mystery box in front of her, and encouraged by Chu Fan's gaze opened it. Ding, mystery box used successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained the fully automatic material collector. As the voice faded, both of them froze for a moment. What's this? Chu Fan quickly checked the system description for this newly acquired fully automatic material collector. Fully automatic material collector automatically detects and locks onto resources within a 100-meter radius and issues alerts. When within 10 meters of the target, it can automatically retrieve it. Place the collector at the bow of the boat for automatic installation. Note, if the vessel has autonomous navigation capabilities, the collector can generate a route. The host may choose to automatically sail toward the target. When the boat is upgraded, the collector will automatically adjust its position. Damn, this is incredible. She really is lucky. Chu Fan hadn't expected Barbara to pull such a great item on her first try. Darling, I didn't expect you to have such a lucky hand pulling out something this good. Hearing Chu Fan's praise, Barbara's face glowed with delight. Next, Chu Fan extracted the collector and brought it to one end of the raft, selecting to install it. Moments later, a workbench-like collector appeared at the bow, gleaming with a metallic sheen. The collector stood about 1.2 meters tall and a little over 1 meter wide, occupying half the width of the bow. They both stepped forward to touch its surface and confirmed it was made of metal. The top of the collector featured a large LCD screen displaying the sea surface within a 100-meter radius. System, can this thing work without electricity? Ding, the collector uses solar power. A single charge can last 10 days. As long as it gets at least 4 hours of direct sunlight each day, it can be used with confidence. I see. Chu Fan felt relieved. Just then the collector emitted a sound. Supply crate detected 50 meters to the port side. Route generated. Hearing this, they both looked at the display and indeed saw a small dot slowly moving in the upper left corner. Overjoyed, Chu Fan grabbed the paddle and rowed toward the dot. When they were about 10 meters away, a rope with a grappling head shot out from the front of the collector, seizing the crate and hauling it onto the boat. Awesome. They were both thrilled. This tool was incredibly handy. The efficiency of finding supply crates had multiplied several times over. More importantly, with this, the speed of locating supplies would increase dramatically. After all, on this vast ocean, relying solely on human eyes could easily cause one to miss things. Ding, crate used successfully. Obtained leather 2, special item seawater separator, blueprint 1. Chu Fan was taken aback. He hadn't expected to get a blueprint. He took out the so-called blueprint and they studied it together. Seawater separator, level 1, can separate 1 liter of seawater per use. Upon separation, yields 30 grams of salt and 500 milliliters of fresh water. With the appearance of the blueprint, the crafting station on their wristbands lit up. A new item appeared among the craftable objects, the level 1 seawater separator. Level 1 seawater separator required materials: iron tin, copper 5, a charcoal tin, plastic tin. Good heavens, that was quite a lot of materials. At the moment, they only had 5 units of iron and nothing else. Charcoal could probably be obtained by burning wood, but they didn't have any fire-starting equipment yet. As for the other materials, they hadn't seen a single one. Tough times. It seemed this thing wouldn't be usable anytime soon. They now had 4 units of leather, needing 6 more. Hopefully tomorrow would bring some gains. After all this commotion, both were feeling a bit sleepy. Barbara, let's get some rest. We still need to search for supplies tomorrow. All right, darling, whatever you say. With that, they embraced and settled down to sleep. 5 minutes later, Barbara blushed and said, Darling, didn't you say we were sleeping? I'm just studying this zipper of yours. Be careful, don't pinch my thread. Chu Fan, the joys of a dragon night. You can't even imagine. When the sun rose again, Chu Fan gently woke Barbara, who was nestled in his arms. This woman's body was truly formidable. The physical exertion yesterday had been immense, yet she seemed completely unfazed, as if nothing had happened. Darling, did you know there's a game in our Dragon Kingdom with a hero who shares your name? Oh really? Is this game fun? Of course it is. It's the best game in the whole world. By the way, let me teach you her iconic line, Barbara, charge. Barbara tried it a couple of times, and she actually sounded quite convincing. Chu Fan chuckled slyly and whispered a couple of words into Barbara's ear. Barbara slapped Chu Fan on the shoulder, shooting him a sideways glare, and said, You rascal. After another bout of playful tussling, they rinsed their mouths with water and prepared to have breakfast. In the latter part of last night, the automatic resource collector had fished up 2 more supply crates, yielding 10 units of wood, 2 loaves of bread, and 1 unit of copper. Chu Fan opened the warehouse and took stock of their supplies once more. Wood 42, hemp rope 5, fishing net 1, leather 6, iron 5, copper 1. When Chu Fan opened his wristband, he was astonished by the sheer volume of private messages. Big shot, how much water do you have? Can you spare some? Bro, I don't have leather, but I've got black stockings. Can I trade them for water? I'm the mayor of East River City, comrade. Any surplus water should be handed over to the Organization for Unified Distribution. You must obey the greater good. So hand over that extra water to me. Brother Long, kid, your name's Chu Fan. That's the same name on the ID I found in my shirt drawer at home. Tell me, are you the gigolo my wife's been seeing? Chu Fan's face darkened as he sifted through these messages, searching for the trade information he actually needed. Beside him, Barbara laughed and said, Chu Fan, take a look at the World Channel. We've become famous. Hearing this, Chu Fan curiously opened the World Channel and sure enough found everyone buzzing about something. Neptune's Chariot. Is that the name you came up with? Chu Fan noticed the tag Neptune's Chariot next to his name. The team info allowed for naming, but he hadn't settled on anything and had left it blank. Now seeing this, it was clearly Barbara's doing. You look at our outfits and that harpoon of yours. If that isn't Neptune, what is? In your Dragon Kingdom's words, it's mighty and awe-inspiring. Chu Fan chuckled inwardly, knowing full well that in the Dragon Kingdom, Neptune carried a very different connotation. Still, the name Neptune's Chariot wasn't bad, considering his goal was to become a true king of the seas. On the World Channel, Neptune's Chariot was already the talk of the town. Seriously, dude, whose boat is Neptune's Chariot? How are they already trading water? Is this some kind of hack? I spent all day yesterday and didn't find a single drop of fresh water. I strongly suggest the captain of Neptune's Chariot share their secrets. At that moment, Chu Fan also noticed a pattern. The World Channel only showed team names, not individual member names. But the regional channel displayed both team names and the names of each member. Just then, Chu Fan saw his mailbox flashing again. Opening it, he found a friend request from that Brother Long. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Fan accepted the request. Soon, Brother Long sent a message. Buddy, be honest with me. Are you the gigolo who fell from the 38th floor? Chu Fan thought about it and was about to deny it, but Brother Long sent another message. I'm pretty sure it's you, because I've spotted a lot of familiar faces on this regional channel. I'm not adding you to cause trouble. I just want to tell you, bro, I never really wanted you dead. To be honest, that woman cheating on me wasn't the first time. I was already planning to divorce her. When I pulled you, I was actually trying to save you. Seeing that Brother Long had been so forthright, Chu Fan felt he couldn't hide any longer. Brother Long, my apologies. That day she told me she was single. I had no idea you two weren't divorced yet. Brother Long, so it really is you, brother, ha? No need to explain. I know exactly what kind of woman she is. Don't worry, it's all in the past now. Who knows which boat that woman ended up on? That bitch can't stand being alone anyway. Chu Fan thought for a moment, selected 5 bottles of water, and hit send. Brother Long, you're a straightforward guy, so I won't beat around the bush. Consider this water a small token of my appreciation. Holy crap, bro, you're amazing. So much water. Truly a kindred spirit. Chu Fan's face darkened. What kind of spirit are you talking about? Brother Long continued, brother, you're straightforward too, so I won't stand on ceremony. I happen to be out of water, but I won't take it for nothing. I've got some leather here that I don't need right now. It's yours. At that moment, a confirmation box popped up on the screen. User Big Brother Long trades you leather 5. Trade content none. Chu Fan quickly said, Brother Long, how do you have so much leather? If you give it all to me, won't you run short? Hee, I got lucky and matched with a fisherman. He caught a ton of fish, and skinning them gives leather, so I've got plenty. Chu Fan's eyes lit up at this. He hadn't thought of that trick. Those 5 bottles of water were definitely a great deal. All right, thanks a lot, Brother Long. With that, Chu Fan tapped the confirm button on the screen, and the 5 units of leather were his. They finally had enough materials to upgrade the raft. Chu Fan and Barbara exchanged an excited glance. The sun was getting stronger by now, and without any shelter, they'd surely get sunburned before long. Without further hesitation, Chu Fan opened the ship info on his wristband, found the upgrade button, and selected the third option. Spend wood 10 leather 10 to upgrade the ship without a canopy. Upgrade. In the next second, the wood in the warehouse decreased by 10 and the leather dropped from 11 units to just 1. A flash of white light appeared on the small raft, lasting less than a second before vanishing. And now on the raft, a canopy made of wood and leather had materialized at the other end. The difference was immediate, and Barbara sat down happily under the shelter. Chu Fan let out a long breath. Just as he was about to sit down, his gaze suddenly sharpened. In his line of sight, a raft had appeared, rowing straight toward them. Someone's coming, Chu Fan said in a low voice. Barbara also noticed the raft in the distance and stood up nervously, watching closely. They both knew that encountering others in a situation like this wasn't necessarily a good thing, because sometimes humans themselves were the most dangerous beings of all. After a few minutes, they finally got a clear view of the raft. On it were two men. One was bow-legged and short, while the other was slightly taller with small eyes and a middle-parted blunt-cut fringe. Both men spotted Barbara behind Chu Fan, and their eyes lit up immediately. The bow-legged man flashed a lecherous grin, giving a thumbs up and saying, "Yosh, a pretty girl." The middle-parted man also wore a sleazy expression, rubbing his hands together like a fly and chuckling. "Egu, she's really beautiful, Imnida." Chu Fan's heart tightened. He never expected his first encounter to be with a damn Jap and a Korean. A murderous intent surged within him. Barbara felt a wave of nausea at the lecherous and unabashed stares of the two men. "Chu Fan, their gazes make me extremely uncomfortable." Chu Fan pulled Barbara behind him and said in a deep voice, "Do you have any business here?" At that moment, the man from the Sakura country nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Esteemed lady, I am Meichuan Kuzi. It is an immense honor to make your acquaintance." As he spoke, his eyes continued to roam over Barbara's figure, making no effort to conceal his avarice. Meanwhile, the man from the pickle country flicked his hair and said in what he believed to be a suave tone, "My name is Piao Guochang, hailing from the Pickle Kingdom." His gaze was equally brazen, as if Chu Fan standing before him was utterly beneath his notice. Chu Fan smiled faintly and said to Barbara, "Darling, the nations of these two are merely the lackeys of your beautiful country. This is a case of the dogs coming to pay homage to their master." Barbara caught Chu Fan's meaning and burst into a giggle, her delightful laughter and swaying figure captivating the two men, their eyes glued to her. "But they are both so hideous." Barbara looked at the two grotesque individuals before her with undisguised disgust. She blinked with feigned innocence, her tone dripping with contempt, as if the pair were nothing more than two nauseating flies. Unfazed Meichuan Kuzi even flashed an ingratiating smile. "Beautiful lady, since you hail from the beautiful country, we are fundamentally on the same side. This dragon country man is our enemy." Barbara scoffed. "Enemy or not, what has that to do with me?" With that, she deliberately wrapped her arms around Chu Fan's neck, rose on tiptoe, and planted a gentle kiss on his lips, her eyes shooting a provocative glance at the two men. Meichuan Kuzi and Piao Guochang's eyes bulged in fury, their fists clenched. Meichuan Kuzi pointed at Chu Fan and snarled, "Brett, I advise you to be wise and stay away from this beautiful lady." Piao Guochang put away his wristband and said in a low voice, "I found out. They are the Sea King. This lady is Barbara, and this dragon country man is called Chu Fan." Chu Fan also learned their information from his wristband. Their ship was called the Yamato. Seeing that the Sea King already had a canopy set up, Meichuan Kuzi's eyes burned with even greater intensity. It was only the second day, and this Sea King already had a canopy. If he could seize this ship and take Barbara for himself. The more Meichuan Kuzi thought, the more fervent he became, his gaze towards Barbara growing increasingly fanatical, as if trying to strip the clothes from her body with his eyes alone. But for now, during the novice protection period, they were unable to launch an attack. Piao Guochang brandished his fist and said, "Chu Fan, you cannot defeat us alone. You had better cooperate and hand Barbara over to us. Perhaps we will show mercy and let you be our deckhand." Meichuan Kuzi revealed a cruel grin. "Otherwise, I will send you straight to the bottom of this sea." A fanatical light shone in both their eyes, as if they could already see themselves standing on the Sea King with Barbara in their arms. Chu Fan regarded them coldly, a disdainful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He gently patted Barbara's hand to reassure her, then slowly stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a blade. "The likes of you. Are you worthy?" The atmosphere instantly became taut, like a bowstring pulled to its limit, ready to snap at any moment. Barbara stood behind Chu Fan, feeling his formidable aura, a mix of anxiety and reassurance filling her heart. This was the man she desired. At that moment, she felt this game wasn't so bad after all, having been paired with such a fine man. Meichuan Kuzi and Piao Guochang hadn't expected Chu Fan to dare confront them so directly. Meichuan Kuzi's eyes turned cold, and he bared a vicious smile. "Good, very good, Chu Fan. The day after tomorrow, I will make you regret your words." Piao Guochang shook his fist once more, his face full of provocation. Chu Fan remained expressionless and led Barbara back into the cabin. Fortunately, they had the canopy now, otherwise those two disgusting flies would have seen everything they did. But Chu Fan still underestimated how repulsive they could be. For the rest of the half-day, wherever Chu Fan and Barbara went, the two men followed. "Forget them, let's gather supplies first." Chu Fan knew that the end of the protection period, the day after tomorrow, would be the true test. The Sakura country had always been a sworn enemy of the Dragon country, so both Meichuan Kuzi and Chu Fan harbored the desire to kill each other. As for the Pickle Kingdom, although it had no deep-seated hatred with the Dragon country, its people seemed to take perverse pleasure in doing things to antagonize the Dragon country, perhaps due to eating too much kimchi. From stealing traditional culture to rushing to claim heritage, even in Pickle Kingdom movies, the great Emperor Li Shimin of 1,000 years was depicted as having an eye shot out by them. Whenever Chu Fan watched short videos in the past, he would be both angered and amused by such outrageous claims from the Pickle Kingdom. Now this fool from the Pickle Kingdom had the audacity to ally with the Sakura guy to steal his ship and woman and even kill him. It was time to settle old and new scores. That said, Chu Fan knew that with his current strength, defeating these two would be a challenge. Barbara also worried, "Darling, what do we do? Those two keep following us. Maybe we could give them some water and ask them to leave." Chu Fan shook his head. "Barbara, you don't know how shameless the people of Sakura and Pickle can be. If you give them water, they'll think we're afraid of them. Then what can we do, darling? I don't want you to be in danger." Chu Fan held Barbara close and whispered, "Don't worry. I'm no pushover. If it comes to it, he'll fight them to the death." Barbara's anxiety grew at his solemn words. For one, Chu Fan was the first man in her life, and barring unforeseen circumstances, her only one. She couldn't bear for anything to happen to him. Secondly, those two outside were utterly repulsive. Submitting to them would be worse than death. With that thought, she made a silent resolution. "Chu Fan, if anything happens to you, I won't go on living." Touched once more, Chu Fan smiled and caressed her fair cheek. "Don't be afraid. We still have a day. It's not decided yet who will prevail." Just then the ship's automatic supply collector chimed. Beep. Supply crate detected. Location 12 meters underwater. This surprised Chu Fan. He hadn't expected crates underwater. And since it was just over 10 meters away, the collector couldn't retrieve it automatically. He would have to dive for it himself. Yesterday, he might have hesitated to go underwater. 12 meters was no easy depth for an ordinary person to reach. But since those disgusting flies appeared, he reminded himself that this world was fraught with danger, and he must use every means to improve himself. Moreover, this crate being underwater might yield something extraordinary. As the old saying goes, fortune favors the bold. And since it was still the novice protection period, there was no reason to be timid. So he was determined to claim that crate. "No, Chu Fan, the water is too dangerous. You can't go down." Barbara's first reaction upon hearing that Chu Fan intended to dive was outright refusal. Chu Fan smiled and planted a kiss on her forehead, saying, "Barbara, rest assured, I know what I'm doing. It's still the novice protection period. There's no real danger." "But what if?" Chu Fan calmly raised the 2 hemp ropes in his hand, which he had retrieved from the supply crate yesterday. "Tie these 2 ropes together, and he'll fasten them around my waist. If there's danger, he'll give the rope a tug, and you can pull me up." After a bit more reassurance, Barbara saw that Chu Fan had made up his mind and ceased her objections. She personally tied the hemp rope around his waist and planted a deep kiss on his cheek. "Be careful, my dragon knight." Chu Fan chuckled, and after spotting the treasure chest location, he leaped from the edge of the raft into the seawater. Barbara stared at the water's surface with a tense expression. Meichuan Kuzi and Piao Guochang, who had been trailing the pair, immediately noticed the commotion. Piao Guochang watched as Chu Fan vanished beneath the surface, while the stunningly alluring Barbara leaned over the raft's edge, peering down. He could hardly suppress the fire within him. "Mr. Meichuan, what do you think Chu Fan is up to?" Meichuan Kuzi, equally puzzled, shook his head and replied, "I can't say for sure. Let's just wait and see." Piao Guochang thought for a moment and lowered his voice. "Do you think Chu Fan might be trying to slip away?" Meichuan Kuzi felt a surge of contempt. This Piao Guochang was truly a fool. "Brother Piao, rest assured, this is a vast ocean. If Chu Fan leaves this vessel, he won't survive. Besides," after a pause, Meichuan Kuzi added with a smirk, "if he actually runs, isn't that even better? Come the day after tomorrow, we'll take over his Poseidon and this exquisite beauty." Hearing this, Piao Guochang immediately nodded. "You're right, Mr. Meichuan. This woman is truly gorgeous. I'd even drink her bathwater." Meichuan Kuzi frowned. "Baka, you wish. Barbara is mine." Piao Guochang grimaced. "Mr. Meichuan, then what about me?" Meichuan Kuzi pulled an object from his pocket and waved it before Piao Guochang, announcing loudly, "Tomorrow, I'll give this to you. This is a life-size 1:1 replica of our Sakura country's most popular t-shirt song, crafted from a mold. Surely you'll be satisfied, right?" The moment Piao Guochang laid eyes on this artifact, his face lit up with joy, utterly unconcerned by the strange substance clinging to it. "Excellent, excellent. I love t-shirt song the most, Samida." Meanwhile, underwater, the moment Chu Fan entered the water, he immediately sensed something unusual. He had dived before, but never had he been able to descend to 3 or 4 meters with such ease. It must be the effect of this suit. He recalled that when he first acquired the Poseidon attire, the system had mentioned it would increase his movement speed in water and reduce the likelihood of attacks from aquatic creatures. Feeling the hemp rope around his waist, Chu Fan continued to dive straight down. The visibility underwater was far better than he had imagined. Theoretically, at this depth, sunlight should not have reached. Yet here a variety of fish swam beneath the surface, some emitting colorful glows that illuminated the depths quite brightly. Holding his breath, Chu Fan exerted himself to dive deeper. The further down he went, the greater the pressure he felt, and the creatures around him grew increasingly massive. Suddenly, Chu Fan froze. Beneath him, a colossal dark shadow lay motionless at the bottom. It was so immense that he couldn't even make out its full form. But from its silhouette, it strangely resembled a dinosaur from ancient times. A primal fear surged through his veins. He had no doubt that a single gentle exhale from this creature could snuff out his life. What kind of being was this? Chu Fan wanted to slip away without waking it, but in the next second, he was stunned. A metallic treasure chest lay precisely beside the giant dragon's claw. What the hell? Could this be any more coincidental? But yesterday, all the supply crates he had found were wooden, whereas this one was metal. Chu Fan was almost certain that whatever lay inside this chest was something extraordinary. To hell with it. I'm still in the protection period. And since I've come this far, how can I give up? At that moment, his breath was nearly spent, leaving no room for hesitation. Summoning his courage, he swam straight toward the treasure chest. Just as his hands grasped it, he suddenly felt as if death itself had set its gaze upon him. Slowly turning his head, he saw that the slumbering dragon had abruptly opened its eyes. The dragon stared at this suddenly appearing insignificant human, making no move. Yet that gaze alone drenched Chu Fan in sweat. At that moment, he could only silently plead, "Dragon brother, you have no use for this, so I'll just take it." Then he hoisted the chest, tugged the hemp rope around his waist, and began swimming upward with all his might. The dragon erupted in fury, opening its gaping maw to suck Chu Fan along with the surrounding seawater backward. Chu Fan instantly felt that he could no longer move upward, even an inch. Instead, he was being drawn closer to the dragon. During the protection period, the dragon might not be able to kill Chu Fan, but if he were swallowed into its belly, escape would be nearly impossible. Chu Fan cursed inwardly, "Brother dragon, you have no need for this chest. Why must you be so relentless?" But the dragon seemed unwilling to let him go, continuing to pull Chu Fan and the chest downward with its terrifying suction. Chu Fan exerted every ounce of strength, yet still couldn't break free from the damned suction. As he saw himself drawing closer to the dragon's maw, he could even make out the blade-like teeth within. Just then, Chu Fan felt a sudden tension around his waist, followed by a force pulling him upward, halting his approach to the dragon for a moment. In that precious second, the dragon's breath seemed to run out as well. Chu Fan thought to himself, "Barbara, you are truly my goddess." Seizing the moment as the dragon took a new breath, Chu Fan leveraged Barbara's pull and swam upward with all his might. But the dragon appeared unwilling to give up, rolling over and giving chase directly behind him. Barbara's strength was still limited, utterly unable to pull Chu Fan up. The dragon rolled over and opened its gaping maw once more. The seawater around Chu Fan instantly turned into a cage, dragging him back into the abyss. Chu Fan felt as if he was suffocating. He had been underwater for too long. Though his Neptune suit offered some protection, it had clearly exceeded his limits. Was this really the end? Barbara would surely be heartbroken. So this is what it felt like to be loved. He was an orphan, always unattached, but at this moment, he finally understood the most precious thing in the world. How unwilling he was. Just then, at this critical moment, a rope appeared out of nowhere, snagging the treasure chest in Chu Fan's arms. Startled before he could react, a tremendous force dragged him straight toward the surface. The automatic material collector. It turned out that Barbara's desperate pull had lifted Chu Fan over 2 meters, just within the collector's range. System products were always top-notch. This automatic material collector seemed to ignore the dragon's immense suction, and even the small raft felt no force from below. Soon Chu Fan felt a lightness all over, finally escaping the watery prison that had nearly trapped him. With a splash, he found himself pulled above the surface, greeted by fresh air. He opened his mouth, kneeling on the raft and gasping for air. The golden chest fell from his arms, landing steadily in the center of the raft. Barbara, ignoring the chest entirely, rushed over and embraced him. "Darling, are you all right? You scared me to death." Earlier, Barbara had felt the signal from Chu Fan's rope and quickly pulled him up. But after just 2 tugs, she sensed something was wrong beneath the surface. Before she could react, she was horrified to find the hemp rope snap. Panic seized her, but fortunately, the automatic material collector intervened at the critical moment. Chu Fan finally caught his breath, but he didn't let his guard down. He stared intently at the sea. That dragon would not give up easily. It would surely pursue them. Nearby, Meichuan Kuzi and Park Gukchang were also watching the Neptune. When they saw Chu Fan emerge from the water with the golden chest in his arms, their eyes lit up. A golden chest. It must contain an incredible treasure. Meichuan Kuzi and Park Gukchang exchanged a glance and immediately paddled their Yamato toward the Neptune. As they rowed, they shouted, "Hey, Dragon Country, kid, what's in there? Give us that chest, and we'll spare your life." But Chu Fan ignored them entirely. He quickly grabbed the broken hemp rope and tied himself and Barbara securely to the raft. Barbara asked in confusion, "Darling, what are you?" Meichuan Kuzi, annoyed by Chu Fan's silence, grew irritated. "Hey, you bastard, I'm talking to you. You brat, you dare to ignore us." Just then Chu Fan spotted the shadow about to burst through the surface and shouted, "Idiot." Meichuan Kuzi howled in anger, about to retort, when a massive force erupted from beneath them. With a roar, the entire Yamato was flung into the air. Caught completely off guard, Meichuan Kuzi and Park Gukchang were hurled off the raft by the tremendous impact. Chu Fan and Barbara, prepared for this, were merely drenched but not thrown off. After swallowing a few mouthfuls of seawater, Meichuan Kuzi and Park Gukchang scrambled back onto their raft. Just as they were about to curse, they saw a shocking sight. A pitch-black dragon emerged between the two rafts, half its body rising from the water like a small mountain. Its two yellow eyes like giant lanterns fixed on the Neptune and the chest aboard it. Sugoi. A dragon, it's a dragon. Meichuan Kuzi couldn't help but exclaim. Chu Fan frowned inwardly, realizing how tenacious this dragon was. At that moment, the dragon opened its massive maw and lunged straight at Chu Fan on the Neptune. Barbara screamed in terror, clutching Chu Fan's arm tightly. After a brief moment of fear, Meichuan Kuzi and Park Gukchang's faces lit up with glee. Let this dragon devour that dragon countryman. Then they could take over the Neptune and Barbara. But Chu Fan stared fixedly at the dragon, gambling on something. Sure enough, just as everyone thought he would be swallowed, a beam of light shot down from the sky. With a thunderous crash, the light struck the dragon heavily. The beast let out a roar and fell back into the sea, sending up a massive wave. The dragon seemed unwilling to relent, roaring at the sky before casting another glance at Chu Fan and the chest in his arms, then reluctantly sank beneath the waves. Chu Fan finally came to his senses, his legs giving way as Barbara steadied him. He had gambled correctly. The 3-day protection period was a rule of this world, and even the dragon couldn't defy it. Meichuan Kuzi and Park Gukchang's faces darkened. They hadn't expected Chu Fan to survive, but it confirmed their suspicion the chest held a great secret, or the dragon wouldn't have pursued him. Just then the voice from the sky rang out again. Detected a player triggering an out-of-range rule force. The 3-day protection period will end early. Warning time remaining until protection ends: 5 hours, 32 minutes, and 29 seconds. This sudden announcement stunned all four of them. After a moment, Chu Fan reacted first. Damn, that's a thing. Barbara, though surprised, felt a thrill instead of blame. Her man was truly extraordinary, able to shake the very rules. He was clearly a chosen one. Meanwhile, Meichuan Kuzi and Park Gukchang, after a brief shock, roared in fury. Chu Fan, look what you've done. You must take responsibility for your actions. Yes, you're a sinner to everyone. You should commit seppuku to atone. Chu Fan scoffed. Seppuku? That's a tradition of your Sakura country. We Dragon Country people don't do that. He paused and continued, as for offending everyone, sorry, but this is a survival world. I'm only responsible for myself and my woman. The rest of you, none of my damn business. I am only responsible for myself and my woman. Ooh, I couldn't care less about others. When Chu Fan uttered these words, Barbara was utterly captivated, her gaze fixed on him with an almost tangible longing. Dominant. Majestic. This is the kind of man worthy of my affection. Darling, you. After a brief moment of shock, Meichuan Kuzi and Piao Guochang fumed. Well, post your crimes on the regional channel and let everyone condemn you. With that, they opened their wristbands and began typing. Minazen, I am Meichuan from the Yamato. I know who prematurely ended the protection period. It's Chu Fan from the Poseidon. That's right, I'm Piao Guochang from the Yamato. I can confirm that, Mr. Meichuan speaks the truth. After a brief silence in the regional channel, a torrent of messages surged forth. Damn, what's Chu Fan thinking? He's making everyone pay for his mistake. Exactly, I was thinking of siding with him, but I didn't expect him to be like this. Where is Chu Fan? Let him come out and apologize. Yet a few held a different view, refraining from cursing him. Long good, don't be fooled. The two speaking are a little Jap and a little Korean. Winter Snow, don't blame Chu Fan either. The fault lies with this cursed game, not him. I've fallen for Ningna. Compared to someone who accidentally triggered the rules, these two deliberately inciting hatred are far more despicable. Minotaur, what's there to curse about? My wife is on that ship ahead. Let this damned protection period end quickly. I want to kill those black bastards on that boat. Yet these voices were swiftly drowned by the overwhelming tide of messages. Barbara saw them too and gently grasped Chu Fan's hand, her meaning clear. No matter what others say, I support you. Chu Fan smiled and gently patted Barbara's soft hand. Don't be afraid. He had no time to bother with the regional channel. If anyone objected, they could come at him. His mind was more focused on the golden chest he had salvaged from the seabed. What lay inside? Chu Fan carried the chest into the cabin, Barbara following close behind. This drove Meichuan Kuzi and Piao Guochang to near madness. They too yearned to know the chest's contents. Chu Fan, you can't be so selfish. We suffered because of you attacked by that dragon as well. You must share half of what's inside. Chu Fan completely ignored these two nuisances. Steadying his mind, he opened the chest. In an instant, a golden light shot forth, illuminating the entire sky. Meichuan Kuzi's face twisted. Nanny. It's a golden legendary. Piao Guochang was equally stunned. Aishiba, this Chu Fan deliberately hid it from us. Inside the cabin, Chu Fan and Barbara were equally astonished, never expecting such a grand spectacle. Once the golden light faded, they finally saw the chest's contents. Inside lay a map, 3 gold coins, and a sword, nothing more. After all that effort, only a few items. It was somewhat disappointing. He picked up the 3 gold coins. They were ordinary coins embossed with a dragon. Back on Earth, these might have been quite valuable. But for now, Chu Fan had no idea of their worth. He tossed the coins into his storage and picked up the sword, examining it closely. The blade looked exceptionally sharp, exuding a faint, imposing aura, but its purpose remained a mystery. Finally, only the map remained. Chu Fan handed the short sword to Barbara. She needed a weapon, and its weight suited her perfectly. He then unfolded the map. It depicted a route leading to a small island marked with a large red X at its center, reminiscent of a medieval treasure map. Could this be a treasure map? Unfortunately, this world had no North Star or GPS, and he had no idea where he was. Apart from the sword, nothing seemed immediately useful. Chu Fan felt a pang of frustration. After all that risk, just these few things. He had taken a loss. With no other choice, he had to continue gathering supplies, all while the Jap and Korean kept a watchful eye. As the Poseidon moved, Meichuan Kuzi and his companion followed closely like pesky flies. Quick, there's a supply crate ahead. Let's snatch it before him. Meichuan Kuzi pointed at a wooden crate floating about 30 meters ahead, issuing orders to Piao Guochang. The crate was clearly closer to their Yamato, and though Chu Fan was rowing in the same direction, the Yamato would reach it first. Finally, after Piao Guochang's strenuous rowing, the Yamato drew within 2 meters of the crate. Meanwhile, the Poseidon was still a full 10 meters away. The feeling of snatching something right from under Chu Fan's nose was exhilarating. Haha, Chu Fan, you think you can compete with me? I'll show you. Meichuan Kuzi cackled, but his laughter was abruptly cut short like a duck with its neck wrung, emitting a harsh squawk. From the Poseidon, still 10 meters away, a rope suddenly shot out, like an agile hand seizing the crate that was right within reach. No! Meichuan Kuzi cried out in shock. The next second, the crate was pulled back to the Poseidon. Exhausted, Piao Guochang was furious enough to curse. Chu Fan, you're cheating. Chu Fan retorted, come at me if you dare. Ding, supply crate used successfully. Obtained wood 10, iron 2. Crate recycled successfully. Obtained wood 1. Thus, Chu Fan and Barbara continued collecting supply crates at sea, while the Yamato following behind failed to secure a single one. Chu Fan, just you wait. 2 more hours and I'll have you dead. Meichuan Kuzi ground his teeth in fury, especially when he caught a glimpse of Chu Fan stealing a French kiss with Barbara. Turning back, he saw Piao Guochang's constipated expression, which only fueled his rage. Damn it, how did that guy get so lucky, matched with such a beauty from the start? And I, an elite of the great Sakura Empire, am stuck with a Korean from Kimchi land. Unbeknownst to them, 2 rafts were frantically paddling toward them from less than 2 kilometers away. On a raft, 2 burly men bare-chested were rowing vigorously, chasing the Seahawk and the Yamato ahead. They were not far away and had seen the pillar of light in the sky moments ago, knowing something was happening. Driven by the hope of scavenging some benefits, they were heading this way. Both men had fierce appearances. One bore a scar on the right side of his face that stretched to the corner of his eye, making him look even more ferocious. His muscular build clearly marked him as a man prone to aggression. Big brother will catch up to that ship in a little while. Do you think they really have something good? The scar-faced man licked his lips and sneered. Old Six, remember this, no matter what, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Fishing for crates on this vast sea can't compare to grabbing ready-made spoils. Old Six nodded. You're right, boss. The scar-faced man continued. Besides, the protection period ended right after that light appeared. ID, bet my life, there's a connection. If I'm not mistaken, that's the Seahawk ahead. Old Six gave a thumbs up. Brilliant, boss. Suddenly, Old Six's eyes lit up, and he swallowed hard, nodding toward the side. Boss, that girl is stunning. The scar-faced man turned to look and indeed saw another raft on the sea less than 20 meters away, moving in the same direction. On that raft were a man and a woman. The man, dark and sturdy, was rowing hard. The woman wore a fiery red, form-fitting cheongsam that accentuated her exquisite figure perfectly. The cheongsam was slit on the right side, rising from her black high heels up to her thigh, revealing glimpses of her long, fair legs. With a delicate petite face and well-defined, flawless features, she was indeed a rare beauty. Even the scar-faced man, seasoned as he was, couldn't help but exclaim, not bad at all. Old Six, what do you think of making her your sister-in-law? On the other boat, Lu Rian also spotted the scar-faced duo, but didn't dwell on them, keeping her eyes fixed ahead. The man rowing at the front spoke up, Sis, those two on the boat don't look like good people. Should we keep our distance? This was Lu Rian's younger brother Lu Shangfei. As luck would have it, they had been transported together and ended up on the same boat. Lu Rian replied coldly, ignore them. Keep chasing the two ships ahead. Lu Shangfei muttered under his breath, easy for you to say. Why don't you try rowing? Lu Rian shot him an icy glare. What are you mumbling about? Lu Shangfei quickly said, nothing. I said row hard. Meanwhile, he thought to himself that his sister was stunningly beautiful, a campus belle back at school with countless suitors. But she was an ice queen, indifferent to everyone and everything, and had always been single. On top of that, she was skilled in martial arts and never held back when disciplining him, her younger brother. So whenever his sister frowned, he immediately became as docile as a kitten. He resolved to find a man to marry her off, or else he'd always be on the receiving end of her punishments. Lu Rian, however, was filled with worry. She knew her brother too well. Impetuous, prone to acting on impulse, yet kind at heart, a complete child at his core. This was no longer a harmonious society, but a brutal struggle for survival. His temperament would make it hard for him to endure. And she, after all, was just a woman weaker than men in certain aspects. Thus, for both of them to survive in this world, they needed to find a reliable partner. They too had seen the beam of light in the sky and wanted to know who had caused such a commotion. Lu Rian also noticed the scar-faced men's boat and their unabashed stares. But she didn't react much, as she was long accustomed to such looks. As the last rays of sunset vanished, Lu Rian's and the scar-faced man's boats finally caught up to the Seahawk and the Yamato. They witnessed the Seahawk shoot out a rope and haul up a supply crate from 10 meters away. The siblings were startled, while the scar-faced man and Old Six, after a brief shock, showed even more greed in their eyes. Chu Fan also noticed the two new boats. He gave Lu Rian an extra glance, but deliberately ignored the others. Mei Chuan Kuzi watched helplessly as the supply crates right before his eyes were taken one by one, grinding his teeth in frustration. Then he heard Pu Guochang exclaim, that woman is truly beautiful. Hearing this, Mei Chuan Kuzi turned and saw Lu Rian standing at the bow, like a statue, breathtakingly gorgeous. His eyes lit up. This woman was indeed beautiful, no less than Barbara. The cold, queenly aura she exuded made him want to kneel involuntarily. Yash, another beauty. They're all mine. But he soon noticed the scar-faced man and Old Six on the other side, sensing their hostile intent. Mei Chuan Kuzi quickly turned to the scar-faced man and said, my friend, I am Mei Chuan Kuzi, captain of the Yamato. The scar-faced man frowned slightly and muttered a Jap. Mei Chuan Kuzi acted as if he hadn't heard. My friend, you've arrived just in time. That man ahead is Chu Fan, who caused the protection period to end early. Someone so selfish should be dealt with swiftly together. As for the spoils on his ship, aside from this woman, you can take first pick. What do you say? With that, Mei Chuan Kuzi smiled at the scar-faced man, but inwardly he had already planned to kill both men once they succeeded. Both women would be his, and everything on the Seahawk too. After glancing at Barbara on the Seahawk, the scar-faced man was also struck by her beauty, understanding why the Jap wanted her above all else. But he wasn't one to be shortchanged, so he called out, I'll cooperate, but I want a taste of this woman too. I've never ridden a foreign mare before. Mei Chuan Kuzi was momentarily taken aback, then flashed a lecherous grin. So we share the same hobby, my friend. I agree. Maybe we can even invite that other lady for a group activity. His words stunned everyone. Typical of a Jap, always with such perverse thoughts. Lu Rian clearly understood the implication and said coldly, you're asking for death. Just then the heavenly voice finally rang out. Beep, the protection period has ended. Please begin your journey now. The voice from the sky had barely faded when a torrent of curses erupted across the regional channel. Chu Fan is truly despicable. If I ever run into him, I'll make him pay dearly. At that moment, the celestial voice resonated once more. Congratulations to Region 10087, the first region server-wide to exit its protection period. All vessels within the region are upgraded to level 2. No sooner had the proclamation ended than countless rafts across Chu Fan's region shimmered with radiant light. Chu Fan's wristband flared brightly as well. Your vessel is eligible for 1 level upgrade. Please select an upgrade path. 1. Expand vessel area, doubling its current size. 2. Change vessel type, maintaining original dimensions, raft, small fishing boat. Upon hearing the prompt, Chu Fan's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Beneath Barbara's affirming gaze, he declared his choice. Option 2. I choose 2. A larger raft remained just a raft, with only 2 aboard. Space was already sufficient. Upgrading the vessel's type was far more pragmatic. The instant he spoke, a blinding white light enveloped the vessel beneath Chu Fan and Barbara's feet. When the radiance subsided, the crude raft had vanished, replaced by a finely crafted wooden fishing boat. More crucially, because their raft had previously been upgraded with a canopy, this transformation automatically yielded a black canopied boat, a Wu Peng Chuan. Chu Fan beamed with delight. This was an extraordinary windfall. Self-upgrading would have demanded substantial leather and timber. Nearby, 3 other vessels completed their upgrades. Predictably, all opted for type transformation. After all, rafts inherently evoked unease, whereas small fishing boats conveyed far greater stability and security. Lu Rian gazed toward the Hai Wang Hao, her expression complex, her thoughts inscrutable. Damn, Brother Fan is incredible. I've been struggling to gather materials for my own upgrade. Exactly. I never imagined exiting the protection period would grant a free vessel upgrade. Long good, didn't I say so? Where are those who cursed Chu Fan just now? Have they been slapped yet? Winter's snow, precisely. You lot couldn't upgrade, even with an extra day's grace. You've struck gold. I fooning na. I'd long given up hope. Thank goodness for Chu Fan. I'm utterly smitten. At that moment across region 10087, countless players felt their cheeks sting with shame. The slap came astonishingly fast. Mere seconds after vilifying Chu Fan, every single person reaped tangible benefits because of him. After several silent seconds, the regional channel stirred again. Exactly. Who dares insult Brother Fan? I won't stand for it. From now on, Chu Fan is my sworn elder brother. Chu Fan is my godfather. Dad, you're magnificent. Anyone who defies you answers to me. Up there, do you have any shame? I'm the true son of Dad. Then a player named Xia Hao Xiao Fei Xia interjected. That's nothing. Chu Fan is my brother-in-law. I'll marry my sister to him. Up there, your sister must be a dinosaur. Haha, exactly. Xiao Fei Xia grew flustered. Not at all. My sister is stunningly beautiful. Ouch, ow. Sister, let go. Lu Rian released her younger brother's ear with an exasperated sigh. Though she disdained idle chatter in the regional channel, she certainly observed it closely. Lu Shangfei, what nonsense are you spouting? Indeed, her vessel bore the name Xia Hao, and this little flying hero was none other than her younger brother Lu Shangfei. Lu Shangfei chuckled. Just as he opened his mouth, the celestial voice thundered anew. Congratulations to the Hai Wang Hao, top-ranked vessel in resource acquisition during the protection period, granting 1 additional level upgrade upon its existing foundation. The moment the announcement concluded, Chu Fan's and Barbara's wristbands chimed simultaneously. You have earned an opportunity to elevate your vessel's rank. Please select an upgrade path. 1. Upgrade vessel size to medium fishing boat, enhancing comfort and safety. 2. Upgrade propulsion system. Install sails. Chu Fan deliberated for less than 3 seconds before deciding. Still option 2. Option 1 sounded appealing, but a larger vessel rendered manual rowing impractical. Thus, prioritizing propulsion enhancement was unequivocally the wiser course. As Chu Fan confirmed his choice, a tall mast rose majestically from the center of the Hai Wang Hao. Yet no breeze stirred. Had winds arisen, they could have set sail immediately. All rewards have been distributed. Henceforth, supply crates encountered will carry significantly heightened danger. Islands and rival vessels may appear upon the sea, offering both opportunity and peril. Defeating a vessel's owner grants access to their supplies and abundant experience points. Experience points may be directly applied to upgrade your vessel. Chu Fan's heart tightened. This was a clear incitement to mutual aggression. The game indeed harbored no benevolence. Suddenly Barbara murmured, Chu Fan, they're here. He turned, only to see the Yamato Hao, which had trailed them persistently, now joined by the Dao Ba Hao, encircling them swiftly. Chu Fan, thank you for your efforts. Now your vessel, and your woman, are mine. Meichuan Kuzi licked his lips, his gaze raking over the alluring Barbara beside Chu Fan with feverish anticipation. Dao Ba advanced with Lao Lu in tow. With no obstruction remaining, all 4 leapt onto the Hai Wang Hao surrounding Chu Fan and Barbara. Dao Ba's eyes locked onto the automated resource collector mounted at the bow and the towering new mast, igniting a fierce covetous hunger. Nearby, Lu Shangfei cried out, what do you think you're doing? Chu Fan has done an enormous favor for everyone. How can you repay kindness with treachery? Meichuan Kuzi bared a cruel smile. Chu Fan has plundered my supplies relentlessly along this journey. And isn't there an ancient saying in your land, the common man bears no guilt, yet possession of jade invites calamity? Chu Fan is unworthy of such a magnificent vessel, and unworthy of such a radiant lady. Lu Shangfei choked with fury. The Japanese were beasts without moral bounds, beyond even the pale of humanity. He whirled toward Dao Ba, and what of you? We're all from Huaxia. How dare you collude with these foreigners to oppress your own people? Dao Ba sneered, drawing a gleaming short blade. Robbery and murder crown the wicked. Little brother, don't fret. Your turn comes soon. As he spoke, his bloodshot eyes flicked toward Lu Rian, standing calmly nearby. Lu Rian met his gaze unflinchingly, her composure absolute. Chu Fan drew the Hai Wang Ji. Barbara unsheathed her sword. Together they stood defiant against the quartet. Meichuan Kuzi laughed softly. It's futile. Every struggle you mount is doomed to failure. Unbeknownst to all, Meichuan Kuzi was in truth a world champion in karate, the very reason Park Gukchang followed him without question. In his estimation, Chu Fan posed no threat whatsoever. He'd allied with Dao Ba only to avoid complications, not out of necessity. This vessel, these supplies, and these two exquisite women belonged solely to Meichuan Kuzi. Meichuan Kuzi cast a disdainful glance at the weapon in Chu Fan's hand. You always boast about the prowess of Dragon Kingdom martial arts, but in my eyes it's nothing but an empty reputation. The strongest martial art in the world is none other than our great Sakura Empire's karate. Scarface said impatiently. Enough talk, just finish him off. Chu Fan's gaze turned cold. He had never learned any formal martial arts, but he knew that in this moment, he could not back down. Meanwhile, Piao Guchang and Lao Lu advanced toward Barbara with sinister grins. Despite wielding a sword, Barbara was no match for the two burly men. After just a few exchanges, her blade was knocked onto the deck. Piao Guchang and Lao Lu reached out lecherously toward Barbara. Her face drained of color as she let out a terrified shriek. Chu Fan, in great alarm, tried to rush over only to find Meichuan Kuzi blocking his path. Chu Fan, don't be impatient. Your opponent is me. Chu Fan roared in fury. Damn, it'll kill you, you little Jap. Just as Barbara was about to fall into their clutches, an arrow suddenly shot from nowhere, piercing straight into Lao Lu's eye socket. Oh! Lao Lu screamed in agony, stumbling backward before collapsing motionless. Piao Guchang, startled by the unexpected arrow, leaped back in fright. Seeing his underling killed, Scarface instantly flew into a rage. He turned around to see Lu Rian calm and composed, holding a bow in the stance of having just released an arrow. So it was you, you little wench. The arrow had indeed been shot by Lu Rian. An archery enthusiast, she had once been a member of the Jiangxing Archery Club. By sheer luck, she had been maintaining her bow when she was transported, so the weapon came along with her. The only pity was that she had only one arrow. After firing it, her bow was rendered useless for the moment. This turn of events took everyone by surprise. Chu Fan, locked in combat with Meichuan Kuzi, was also stunned that the woman in the Cheongsam had come to his aid. Barbara, still shaken, patted her chest and said to Lu Rian, "Thank you." Lu Rian replied calmly, "Don't thank me. Helping you is helping myself. Let's first figure out how to deal with them." Chu Fan was taken aback. For her to remain so composed under such circumstances was truly impressive. But Lu Rian was right. This was not the time for contemplation. He needed to find a way to eliminate the two adversaries. Just then, Chu Fan felt a sharp pain in his stomach and was sent flying backward. Boom! Chu Fan crashed into the cabin and fell to the ground. Barbara rushed over. "Chu Fan, are you all right?" Chu Fan shook his head. "I'm fine." Meichuan Kuzi withdrew his right foot, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Well, the game ends here. Brother Scarface's life is yours to take. How about it?" Scarface, already enraged by Lao Liu's death, replied, "Excellent. You dare kill my man. I'm furious now." With that, he lunged at Chu Fan with his blade. Lu Rian held back Lu Shangfei, who was about to charge forward, her heart sinking. It seemed time to prepare for an escape. Barbara's face was also etched with despair. Ding. Detecting that the host has survived one day. Rewards are being distributed. Ding. Reward successfully issued. Congratulations, host, you have received Mystery Box 2. Chu Fan was overjoyed. He had been stalling for time, waiting for this very moment. Life or death depended on what he could unbox. Without a second thought, he immediately extracted the two mystery boxes. The two boxes that suddenly appeared blocked Scarface's dagger with a crisp clang. Scarface was also startled by the sudden turn of events. What are these things? Meichuan Kuzi frowned at the sight. For some reason, an ominous feeling stirred within him when he saw those boxes. Chu Fan tossed one of the mystery boxes to Barbara. "Open it quickly, Barbara." She understood his intent without hesitation, and they both opened their boxes simultaneously. Ding. Mystery box used successfully. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Mastery of Martial Arts 1. Ding. Mystery box used successfully. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the shotgun of universal equality with 1000 bullets included. As expected, when it came down to the wire, the system had his back. The rewards might be late, but they never failed to arrive. Chu Fan knew the system would surprise him, but he hadn't expected two such tremendous gifts. Barbara's eyes lit up at the sight of the shotgun she had unboxed. This was familiar territory for her. In the free United States, handling guns was practically a basic skill. She grabbed the shotgun with lightning speed, and before Scarface could react, pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 A flash of fire erupted and Scarface broke into a grotesque dance. Even Piao Guochang, who was behind him, wasn't spared. Truly, it was the great equalizer. After those shots, everyone fell into line. Scarface looked at his body, riddled with holes like a sieve, blood gushing out. He didn't even have time to utter a last word before he was dead beyond recovery. Piao Guochang behind him fared even worse. His entire head was blown apart, truly lifting the lid off his skull. Meichuan Kuzi reacted quickly, ducking behind Piao Guochang to escape Barbara's judgment. Coming to her senses, Barbara was nauseated by the gory sight and nearly vomited. Yet she kept her eyes fixed on Meichuan Kuzi, ready to send him to his Amaterasu the moment he showed his face. The Lu siblings were also stunned. Lu Shangfei was completely dumbfounded. Damn, that was brutal, too savage. Even the ever-composed Lu Rian showed a flicker of surprise. This Chu Fan was indeed no ordinary man. Meichuan Kuzi was terrified. Where had that shotgun come from? That woman was ruthless. She hadn't let go of the trigger. Poor Piao Guochang dead before he could even enjoy another plate of kimchi. With that thought, he suddenly shouted, "Bastard! Chu Fan, you have no martial honor. If you have the guts, fight me fair and square." Lu Shangfei yelled from the side, "Where was your martial honor when you four surrounded two people?" Meichuan Kuzi ignored him, staying hidden behind Piao Guochang's corpse. "You Dragon Kingdom people have an ancient saying, seek peace through strength. Chu Fan, dare you duel me fairly? If I win, you let me go. How about?" Bang. Barbara didn't wait for him to finish, she pulled the trigger. So much chatter, so annoying. Chu Fan was utterly stunned, never expecting Barbara to be so straightforward. But then he broke into a smile. "Well done, Barbara." Chu Fan sincerely gave her a thumbs up. Barbara tossed her golden hair with a proud look. Against someone like that, there's no point in wasting words. Meichuan Kuzi stared in disbelief as his chest turned into something like a sieve, feeling his strength ebbing away. You all." Finally, he opened his mouth wide, spat out a mouthful of blood, and crashed onto the deck with a thud, dead beyond any doubt. Congratulations, player Chu Fan, for defeating the Yamato. You have obtained all its resources and earned 100 points. Congratulations, player Chu Fan, for defeating the Scarface. You have obtained all its resources and earned 100 points. As Chu Fan tossed the four corpses into the sea, the regional channel on his wristband immediately pushed 2 consecutive announcements. Instantly, the regional channel exploded with activity. "Damn, as expected from my bro Fan, so awesome. Xiao Face, yeah, I was right there on the scene. Bro Fan is truly incredible. He took out that little Japanese and that little Korean completely. Bro Fan, you're mighty. Bro Fan, do you need a lackey? I'm especially good at licking boots. Upstairs, get in line. If anyone's licking, it's me first." Chu Fan paid no attention to others' opinions of him because he keenly noticed that the number of people in the regional channel had dropped to 9878. In other words, in just this brief moment, over 100 people in the entire region had perished. But there was nothing to be done about it. Chu Fan sighed and began checking the resources on the 2 ships. 2 bottles of water, 2 fish, a dagger on the Yamato. Damn, what is this thing? Chu Fan stared blankly at the object in his hand that seemed to be made of rubber. Barbara also saw it and blushed. "How disgusting, throw it away quickly, you won't need it." Chu Fan had never seen such a thing before and asked in confusion, "What is this?" "Oh, you have me, so you won't need that thing." Chu Fan was even more puzzled until he turned the object around and saw the details on the other side. Only then did he understand. Damn, so that's what it is. Those little Japanese are truly a perverted bunch. Once he realized, he immediately threw the thing away. It was a damn fleshlight. Just the thought that it might have been used by that lecherous little Japanese guy made him feel nauseous. He washed his hands 3 times in a row before feeling slightly better. Little did he know this was the great treasure that Park Gukchang from the land of kimchi had failed to obtain even in death. Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, he turned to Barbara with a mischievous grin. "Darling, what did you just say? Confess honestly. How do you know what that thing is? If you don't tell the truth, they'll spank you." Barbara thrust out her chest and said, "Who do you think you're underestimating? I have one myself, so of course I can recognize it. You're not regretting it, are you? Then go ahead and pick it back up." Chu Fan laughed heartily and tapped her nose. "You sure know a lot." Just as they were playfully scuffling, a female voice suddenly rang out. "I'm sorry to interrupt, Senior. Chu, do you have a moment to talk?" Chu Fan paused and looked up only to see a pair of incredibly long legs appearing before him. "You call me what? Senior?" Chu Fan looked at Lu Ruyan before him, asking in surprise. Barbara stood up and said to Lu Ruyan with solemnity, "Thank you for saving us just now. You are truly beautiful." Lu Ruyan smiled faintly. "No need to be polite. As I said before, helping you is helping myself. Alone I cannot contend with those few." She paused, then continued, "And I was also hoping to ask for your help." With that, she looked at Chu Fan. He did not respond, but instead continued with his earlier question. "Wait, Miss Lu Ruyan, you just called me Senior. What's that about?" What he didn't say was that if he had such a beautiful junior, he would surely have remembered. Lu Ruyan nodded and asked, "Are you a graduate of Jiangxing University?" Chu Fan nodded. "Yes, Jiangxing University Computer Science Department class of 2016. Lu Ruyan smiled. "That's right. I also graduated from Jiangxing University Law Department class of 2020. It dawned on Chu Fan that she was indeed his junior, but she had just entered the university when he graduated, so it was no wonder he had no recollection. Still, how did Lu Ruyan know him? Though he considered himself handsome, he didn't think he possessed such allure. As if reading his doubt, Lu Ruyan added, "At last year's school anniversary, I saw you give a speech on stage." Chu Fan then recalled the event. "So you really are my junior. What a coincidence meeting you here." Lu Ruyan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Chu Fan finally got a clear look at her features. She bore a resemblance to a celestial fairy, albeit with an added touch of cold elegance. Lu Ruyan did not beat around the bush and stated her purpose directly. "Senior Chu Fan, I want to ask for your help." Chu Fan held a favorable impression of her, especially after she had just lent him a hand. "Whatever it is, just say it. Do you need water? I can give you some." With that, Chu Fan took out several bottles of water from his storage and handed them over. Lu Ruyan was taken aback. She hadn't expected Chu Fan to be so generous, offering the most precious resource so readily. "Senior you." Chu Fan smiled. "It's fine, take them. Others may lack water, but I don't. Just keep these." Lu Ruyan did not stand on ceremony. Her siblings had only shared a single bottle of water over 2 days, so this was indeed a dire need. "Thank you, senior, but that's not what I wanted to discuss." "Then what is it?" Lu Ruyan took a soft breath and whispered, "I want to team up with you, senior." Chu Fan froze, surprised by the offer. Seeing that Chu Fan and Barbara remained silent, she quickly explained, "My brother is still too young. It's hard for me to take care of him alone." "Don't worry, I won't hold you back. I just hope you'll allow us to stay by your side." Barbara's eyes lit up. "Great. The more the merrier. He'll have company from now on." "Darling, say yes." A strange feeling rose in Chu Fan's heart. "Barbara, I hope you won't regret those words later." How could he be unwilling? He was overjoyed. After all, he aspired to be a playboy. At that moment, the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than an AK's recoil. Fortunately, it was dark, so it was barely noticeable. Putting on a reluctant air, he nodded. "All right, you can follow us." Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "Thank you, Brother Chu. I won't disturb you any longer. See you tomorrow." With that, she leaped back to her boat. Chu Fan gazed absently at her retreating figure until a sharp tug at his ear brought him back, accompanied by Barbara's voice. Still staring. "She's gone." Chu Fan chuckled. "What are you talking about?" "I was just thinking about how to arrange things for those siblings." Barbara hummed. "And have you figured it out?" Chu Fan cleared his throat. "Well, we'll talk about it later. But enough of that. Did that scoundrel hurt you today? Let me check you for injuries." "No, stop. Take your hands off me, I'm ticklish." Back on her boat, Lu Ruyan handed a bottle of water to her brother. Chu Fan agreed to let us follow. Tie our boat to theirs. Lu Shangfai's face lit up at the sight of the bottle. "Wow, water. Brother Chu gave this, didn't he?" Lu Ruyan nodded. "Drink sparingly. We can't keep troubling others." Before she could finish, Lu Shangfei had already downed half the bottle and wiped his mouth. "Sis, what did you say?" Lu Ruyan was at a loss for words and just shook her head. "Nothing. Go to bed early." "Okay, sis." With that, Lu Shangfei tied the Harmony and Neptune together with a hemp rope. After finishing, he called out, "Sis, I'm hitting the sack." He then went to the bow and fell asleep, instantly snoring within 5 minutes. Lu Ruyan looked at her carefree brother and shook her head helplessly. It was a good thing they were on the same boat. With his nature, he'd likely end up as fish food otherwise. Lu Ruyan took a few sips of water and sat at the stern, lost in thought, before suddenly blushing. Those two really. She cast a slightly reproachful glance at the Neptune as Barbara's voice drifted intermittently to her ears. Though she had never been in love, she knew enough about relations between men and women to guess what game they were playing. Is it really that enjoyable? Lu Ruyan wanted to cover her ears, but couldn't help listening. That Chu Fan, how is he still going? He's so impressive. An hour later, the neighboring boat finally quieted down. Lu Ruyan stuck out her tongue, feeling parched, and unknowingly finished the bottle of water in her hand. Seeing the empty bottle, she smiled wryly. She had just told her brother to be thrifty, yet she couldn't even manage that herself. Suddenly, she felt a pressing urge to urinate. She hadn't relieved herself all day due to the inconvenience, and now, after drinking a whole bottle, she could no longer hold it. She glanced at the bow while Lu Shangfei was still snoring. The Neptune was also silent. Relieved, she went to the stern to attend to her needs. Meanwhile, on the Neptune, Chu Fan also felt the call of nature. Without a second thought, he stepped out of the cabin and stood at the bow to relieve himself. Suddenly, he spotted a dark figure crouching on the opposite boat. A flash of insight struck him, and he immediately understood. Damn, this was bad timing. Under the pale moonlight, Chu Fan gazed at the scene before him and couldn't help but let out a sigh. So even a goddess isn't so different from anyone else after all. As it was an instinctive exclamation, he hadn't bothered to lower his voice. Lu Ruyan, who was relieving herself, heard the sound and gasped, shouting coldly, "Who's there?" Chu Fan snapped back to reality, realizing he should have pretended to see nothing. But it was too late. Lu Ruyan had already recognized his voice. Chu Fan scratched his head awkwardly and said, What a coincidence you're taking a leak too. Lu Rian's face flushed crimson to the roots of her neck, but she was only halfway done and couldn't stop, so she grumbled, "Stop looking. Turn around." Chu Fan let out an "oh" and covered his eyes with both hands, leaving a large gap between his fingers, saying, "Don't worry, I'm not looking." Lu Rian was too exasperated to speak. She quickly finished and stood up to straighten her clothes. Just then a wave crashed against the boat, causing it to lurch violently. Lu Rian lost her footing, let out a startled cry, and fell into the sea with a splash. Hearing the splash, Chu Fan froze in surprise. Peering through his fingers, he saw that Lu Ruyan had vanished. Strange, where did she go? Chu Fan scanned the area but found no trace of her. He quickly leaped over only to discover a puddle of water where she had stood. Damn, did she fall in? Hey, what's this? Chu Fan picked up an object that had fallen onto the deck and examined it by the moonlight. It turned out to be a pink pair of panties. Didn't expect to get loot drops. The drop rate is pretty high. Chu Fan marveled inwardly while his feet moved without pause. He looked around and sure enough spotted Lu Ruyan thrashing in the water not far away. At that moment the wind picked up at sea and the waves grew larger. Lu Ruyan tried to swim toward him time and again, but each time the waves pushed her farther away. Not good. Without a second thought, Chu Fan dove into the water and swam toward Lu Ruyan. His Neptune suit finally proved its worth. Amidst the surging waves, it suffered minimal impact, allowing him to reach Lu Ruyan in no time. By then, Lu Ruyan had exhausted her strength and was on the verge of sinking. Am I going to die here like this? What about my little brother? Suddenly, Lu Ruyan recalled Chu Fan's image. 2 years ago, when she first saw him from the audience, he had left a deep impression on her. Because Chu Fan was not only handsome, the acknowledged campus heartthrob of Jiangxing University, but his witty and humorous remarks had also left a profound mark on Lu Ruyan. If she died, would he be sad? Would he, for her sake, take care of her little brother? Alas, these thoughts were beyond her control now. Just as she was about to give up struggling, she suddenly felt a pair of arms wrap around her waist. Then that pleasant voice sounded anxiously in her ear. "Are you okay? Can you swim?" Lu Ruyan took a deep breath and barely lifted her head, saying, "I'm fine." The moment she spoke, a wave crashed over her, submerging her completely. Fortunately, Chu Fan held her tightly, preventing her from being swept away. "Don't be stubborn, hold on to me." Knowing this was no time for pride, Lu Ruyan nodded and let Chu Fan embrace her. After swimming 3 or 4 meters with Lu Ruyan, Chu Fan sensed something was wrong. "No, your clothes are soaked through. You need to take them off." Lu Ruyan's face flushed deeply. This was too embarrassing. But being a composed woman, she knew Chu Fan was right. Too weak to move, she whispered, "Help me take them off." Rip. The next second, her Chong Sam was torn to shreds, dissolving into strips of cloth that vanished into the waves. Lu Ruyan was speechless. That was her only outfit, and now it was ruined. What would she wear? Chu Fan swallowed hard and explained, "Taking it off in the water was too inconvenient, so I had to resort to this." He thought to himself, "Wow, this girl's figure is incredible, just a bit smaller than Barbarous." To be honest, her proportions were already outstanding in the Dragon Kingdom, merely outshone by the naturally gifted Barbara. Lu Ruyan knew there was no other choice, so she nodded and said, "Thank you, I don't blame you." The waves grew fiercer at sea. Despite his Neptune suit, Chu Fan couldn't bring Lu Ruyan back to the boat while carrying her. Instead, the vessel drifted farther away. Just then a wooden crate floated by, and they grabbed hold of it to keep from sinking. "Damn, this is bad. Without the boat, we're going to die out here." Lu Ruyan let out a long sigh. "It's all my fault. I've dragged you into this." But Chu Fan said, "What nonsense are you talking about at a time like this? Let go of me. Swim to the boat on your own. You can still make it." As if making a grave decision, Lu Ruyan spoke to Chu Fan with her usual calm demeanor. Chu Fan shook his head. "Forget whether I can catch up alone. I'd never forgive myself if I left you here. Don't worry, Barbara and the others will come to rescue us once they notice." One advantage of this game is that teammates can track each other's locations with their wristbands, so they won't have trouble finding us. The only problem was whether the two of them could hold on until then. But Lu Ruyan stubbornly believed she had caused Chu Fan's predicament and shook her head. "You don't have to do this." Just then Chu Fan spotted a small rocky reef not far ahead and was overjoyed. "We're saved." Without heeding Lu Ruyan's reaction, he grabbed her and swam toward the reef. The reef wasn't far, but due to the strong winds and waves, Chu Fan exerted great effort to bring Lu Ruyan there. He leaned against the rocks, gasping for air. Suddenly he froze. Lu Ruyan's clothes were gone. So what was he holding on to? With that thought, he turned his head and saw that he was gripping a strap. Lu Ruyan's face was so red it seemed ready to bleed. Chu Fan had grabbed her bra strap just now, and she had been too weak to resist as he forcibly dragged her to the reef. But she knew he was trying to save her and didn't blame him. Could you let go? I'm having trouble breathing from the pressure." Chu Fan awkwardly released his grip and the strap snapped back with a slap against her bare back, echoing in the air. This was so awkward. To cover it up, Chu Fan quickly climbed onto the reef. Come on up. Lu Rian blushed, nodded gently, and scrambled up along the crevices. Chu Fan turned around and reached out his hand to help her, but one glance left him stunned. He suddenly remembered that he had picked up a piece of equipment on the boat earlier. Chu Fan was utterly mesmerized. Lu Rian naturally took hold of his outstretched hand, pulled herself up onto the reef, and tidied her hair. Yet finding Chu Fan staring at her, she instinctively lowered her head. Even the usually composed Lu Rian couldn't help but exclaim. The danger of the moment had been so great that she had forgotten certain things. How infuriating. Did that mean she? You're still looking. Realizing this, Lu Rian hurriedly bent down and crouched. Chu Fan wiped his mouth and quickly said, "Oh, my memory fails me." With that under Lu Rian's astonished gaze, he took something from his bosom and handed it to her. "Here, I found it on the bow. It must be yours." Lu Rian paused, took it, and immediately blushed again. Was Chu Fan doing this on purpose? Who would keep a woman's undergarment in their bosom? But dwelling on it now was pointless. After a rustling sound, Lu Rian finally rearranged her clothes. Only then did she notice that her clothes were completely dry. What kind of garment is this so resistant to water? Oh, it's a Neptune suit, excellent waterproofing. A moment of silence passed as Chu Fan deliberately turned his head away, forcing himself not to look at the alluring figure beside him. Lu Rian had now steadied herself, reverting to her aloof goddess demeanor. "Thank you." Chu Fan was taken aback. "What for?" "Thank you for saving me." Chu Fan waved dismissively. "It's nothing. We're schoolmates now, teammates, aren't we?" Lu Rian smiled faintly. "I suppose so. But regardless, thank you. Without you I would have died. I don't know how to repay you." "Then give yourself to me." Chu Fan blurted out, finally unable to resist turning his head. These words stunned Lu Rian. She snorted coldly, but it seemed less like anger and more like reproach. "So big." Chu Fan muttered under his breath. Lu Rian frowned slightly. "What did you say?" "I said this island is quite big." Hearing this, Lu Rian also noticed. In the sea, they had only seen a corner of this small island, mistaking it for a large reef. But once their eyes adjusted to the surrounding darkness, they realized it was actually a small island. Its lush greenery had blended with the night, making it indistinguishable. This was their first time seeing an island in this world. They felt both curious and tense, wondering if there were natives, what they looked like, and whether they would eat people. Just then Lu Rian pointed to a beach. "Chu Fan, look over there." He turned and saw a small boat moored on the beach not far away. It looked like it belonged to survivors transported from Earth, likely from Zone 10087. The boat was empty with no one in sight. As they approached, they noticed a large amount of blood on the bow and countless footprints on the ground. It seemed the survivors from this boat had met a grim fate. Just then Chu Fan's ears twitched, and he turned to look behind him. In the nearby woods, something seemed to be moving. The number appeared considerable. Lu Rian also sensed this and grew tense. After a brief moment of panic, Chu Fan quickly calmed down. He swiftly took out a Neptune suit from his space and handed it to the still-naked Lu Rian. "Put this on." Lu Rian hesitated, then took it upon realizing it was clothing. As soon as she touched it, she noticed its unique texture, unlike any fabric she had worn before. It seemed to be made of the same material as the suits worn by Chu Fan and Barbara. Lu Rian dressed as quickly as she could, and the garment immediately began to mold itself. The color shifted from an initial greenish yellow to a deep red. The transformation was so swift that Chu Fan was left utterly captivated. Before him stood Lu Rian in a red strapless gown, revealing her smooth, fair back. The hem resembled a cheongsam, much like her previous attire. What was even more astonishing was that she now wore black stockings and black high heels. Damn, isn't this Ada Wong's look? Indeed, if she had a pair of guns, Lu Rian would be the spitting image of Ada Wong. It perfectly matched her naturally aloof temperament. Lu Rian was satisfied. Glancing at Chu Fan, she suddenly said, "You had clothes all along. Why didn't you give them to me sooner?" Chu Fan chuckled. "I just remembered." Lu Rian shot him a disdainful glare. This guy clearly wanted to see her body. Just then Chu Fan said, "Careful, something's coming out of the woods." Lu Rian's heart tightened as she looked toward the forest. Countless dark figures charged out of the woods, heading straight for them. Seeing the dense mass, Chu Fan knew they couldn't just wait to die. He grabbed Lu Rian's hand. "Run!" She didn't resist and followed him, sprinting along the edge of the forest toward one side of the island. The figures behind them let out a series of walululu cries as they gave chase. The two ran without pause, never slowing down. But their pursuers kept on coming, the sounds indicating a large number was still behind them. Breathless and nearing exhaustion, Lu Rian suddenly pointed. "Chu Fan, there's a tree hollow." He saw it too. A large hole at the base of a towering tree big enough for a person. "Quick, let's hide in there." They dashed into the hollow just as the walululu sounds passed by outside. It was a close call. Fortunately, their pursuers didn't seem very intelligent and simply ran past. They breathed a sigh of relief but remained cautious. The hollow was tiny, forcing them to stand pressed against each other face to face. Chu Fan didn't know where to put his hands. The scent of Lu Rian's perfume made him feel dazed. No wonder she was the principal of Jiangxing University. This feeling was incredible. Lu Rian sensed his unease, glared at him, and spoke. Chu Fan, I have something to ask you. What is that? Is that kind of thing really that enjoyable? Chu Fan was stunned, never expecting such words to fall from the lips of Lu Rian, a fairy seemingly untouched by worldly desires. What audacious, beastly language. Chu Fan coughed awkwardly and said, let's not discuss this, shall we? Why does it sound like someone's about to die? Chu Fan was speechless. This little vixen had a way with words. Lu Rian continued. One moment, she's oh no, the next, oh yes, I can't tell if it's refusal or consent. Chu Fan was utterly dumbfounded. This little vixen had no filter when it came to risque talk. Who would guess she was the campus goddess known for her icy aloofness? You won't understand no matter how much I say. Wait until you experience it yourself. Just then footsteps echoed outside, and they both fell silent in fright. Thus they leaned against each other in a daze for an unknown time, until Chu Fan suddenly jolted awake. He realized the sky outside was already bright. Checking his wristband, he found Barbara wasn't far away. She must have discovered their disappearance. He needed to quickly understand the situation here and find a safe place for Barbara to rescue them. Otherwise, her coming directly to the island would be extremely dangerous. Seeing no movement outside, Chu Fan gently woke Lu Rian, who was nestled in his arms. Rian, wake up. It's dawn. Lu Rian opened her eyes and saw it was indeed bright. She realized she was fully lying in Chu Fan's embrace with even a drool stain on his chest. Her heart raced. In all her years, she had never been so intimately close to a man for so long. After Chu Fan shared his concerns, Lu Rian immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. She wasn't sure about Barbara, but her own impulsive, simple-minded brother would surely charge onto the island without a second thought. It would be perilous if they encountered those creatures from last night. With that thought, they peered through the gap, and confirming no movement, quietly crawled out of the tree hollow. Chu Fan took 2 bottles of water from his space. After drinking and replenishing their strength, they surveyed their surroundings. Before them lay a grove of short trees, not particularly dense, but the trees were thick and ancient-looking. After observing, Lu Rian whispered, these trees aren't from Earth. I've never seen or heard of them. Chu Fan nodded in agreement. The island exuded an eerie aura. What were those things from last night? Chu Fan thought for a moment and said, Rian, this island is vast, and we don't know its specifics. I suggest we find a high point to get our bearings. Lu Rian nodded. Exactly what I was thinking. How about that mountain? She pointed, and Chu Fan looked in that direction. To their right front stood a peak, likely the island's highest point. All right, no time to waste. Let's go. Half an hour later, they reached the foot of the mountain. Lu Rian wiped the sweat from her brow. The journey had been tough, but fortunately they encountered no danger. They drank some water, rested briefly, then continued climbing. The mountain was not tall, about 100 or 200 meters. A trail made the ascent easier. Great, Chu Fan were almost at the top. Chu Fan nodded, letting out a sigh of relief. Both had been tense and hadn't dared to delay. Thankfully, they made it here safely and could finally relax. Chu Fan, I truly thank you for getting us out of danger, Lu Rian said sincerely. Hell, words are cheap. How about something real? What do you want? Haven't I said it? Just give yourself to me. Lu Rian shot him a glare. Don't you already have Barbara? Trying to have your cake and eat it too. What a player. Chu Fan shrugged nonchalantly. We're not on Earth anymore, we're at sea. Don't call me a player. Call me the Sea King. Lu Rian was left speechless. She had never seen anyone justify such behavior so boldly. Aren't you afraid of hurting Barbara? Hell, leave that to me. Just tell me. Are you willing? Lu Rian stopped and looked up. Are you serious? Chu Fan paused and said solemnly, of course. You're the most special among all the ones I've loved at first sight. In fact, from the first moment Suddenly he lunged, tackling Lu Rian to the ground. Lu Rian, caught off guard, found herself pinned beneath him. She hurriedly said, Chu Fan, no need to be so impatient. I agree, but now. Chu Fan quickly interrupted. Watch out. They're here. Only then did Lu Rian notice a small blue glowing arrow embedded in the spot where she had stood. If Chu Fan hadn't tackled her, she would have been hit. Since mastering martial skills, Chu Fan's senses had become extremely sharp. Despite the arrow's suddenness, he had keenly detected it, enabling his swift action. Pulling Lu Rian up, Chu Fan retrieved his trident from his space. Rian, stay behind me. As he spoke, a horde of strange little creatures rushed out from the forest ahead. These people were very short, with green skin, small heads, and oversized ears. Their open mouths revealed jagged teeth. If Chu Fan had to describe them, they closely resembled the goblins from games in his past life. The goblins were numerous, at least 100 by a rough count. They charged out with a cacophony of shouts brandishing various weapons. Damn, so many. Lu Rian's face paled. She had never imagined that the creatures chasing her all night were such hideous beings. Seeing Lu Rian's beauty, the goblins grew even more excited, howling and scrambling to surround them. Chu Fan sensed danger and shouted, "Run." After shouting, "Run," Chu Fan wasted no time and dragged Lu Rian up the mountain. "Chu Fan, what are these things? They're so disgusting." Lu Rian asked breathlessly as she ran. Chu Fan replied gravely, "I'm not sure, but judging by their appearance, they're most likely goblins." Goblins? Lu Rian's expression tensed at the name. She wasn't entirely ignorant, as she had heard of goblins, monsters that existed only in myths and games. Legends said they were hideous, greedy, lecherous, and cruel creatures. Seeing them today confirmed it. It was said that if a woman fell into their hands, her fate would be worse than death. At the thought, Lu Rian quickened her pace. She had no desire to be caught by such monsters. The two ran upward with the horde of goblins in hot pursuit. It was daytime, so hiding as they had the previous night was nearly impossible. With no other choice, they were forced to flee up the mountain. After more than 10 minutes, they finally reached the summit. Chu Fan's enhanced body held up well, but Lu Rian, being a girl, was exhausted from the sprint and could barely stand straight. "Are you all right?" Lu Rian caught her breath and replied, "I'm fine. I won't hold you back." Chu Fan nodded and said, "They're closing in. Let's move forward." They advanced a few dozen meters and suddenly froze. Lu Rian's face paled in terror. Before them was a near vertical cliff below which churned a vast turbulent sea. Jumping from this height would mean certain death. On the cliff stood a dozen wooden stakes, each bearing a dried corpse. Not all were dried. 2 were still fresh, seemingly from their kind who had been teleported from Earth. Likely the owners of the ship they'd spotted the night before. Lu Rian fought back nausea and said in a trembling voice, "Chu Fan, look at that." Chu Fan's eyes narrowed as he saw a woman bound to one of the stakes. The woman was barely alive, her breath faint. Her clothes were gone and her body was covered in wounds. Most horrifyingly, her chest had been mutilated, leaving 2 bullseye scars that still oozed blood. Her lower body was ravaged beyond recognition. Chu Fan considered himself well versed in all sorts of images from the internet, yet even he was shocked by the bloody scene. The woman seemed to sense their presence and forced her eyes open. When she saw fellow humans before her, a flicker of light shone in her eyes. Kill me. Please. I beg you." Even the usually icy Lu Rian was stunned by the sight. What kind of torment could drive someone to desire death so desperately? Chu Fan's heart grew heavy. He knew the woman was beyond saving, and even if she survived, her life would be haunted by terror. The woman continued in broken whispers, "The chest on the cliff is a trap. Kill me." Hearing the goblins approach, Chu Fan had no time to decipher her words. Drawing the dagger he had taken from Scarface, Chu Fan raised it and murmured, "Rest in peace." As he moved, Lu Rian suddenly said, "Wait, Chu Fan." Chu Fan's eyes reddened. "I'm doing this for her good. There's no room for sentimentality now." Lu Rian paused, then shook her head painfully. "I mean, she's already dead." Chu Fan froze and turned only to see the woman's eyes wide open, staring at another corpse. The light in her gaze slowly faded into emptiness. Chu Fan closed his eyes, a complex surge of emotion welling up. He didn't know this woman, yet as a fellow human, he felt a profound sense of grief. Just then Lu Rian warned, "Chu Fan, they're surrounding us." Chu Fan spun around, pulling the trident of the Sea King from his spatial storage. "Rian, stay back. Today I'll make these bastards taste human fury." Lu Rian nodded and stepped back, her expression solemn. "Be careful." Chu Fan took a bold step forward, an overwhelming aura rising from him. The lead goblin was so shaken by his presence that it involuntarily halted. Swinging the trident, Chu Fan roared, "Come on then." Enraged, the goblin leader shrieked and waved its green claws. Over a dozen small goblins brandished various weapons and charged. Chu Fan remained undaunted. His mastery of martial arts gave him a deep understanding of ancient spear and staff techniques, and the trident felt no different. With a swift thrust, he impaled the foremost goblin clean through. Then with a flick of the trident, he hurled the corpse like a rag into the goblin ranks. Before the others could react, Chu Fan switched to a sweeping strike, sending 4 or 5 goblins flying. Thus, wielding the trident like a god of slaughter, Chu Fan cut a swath through the goblin horde, forcing them to retreat in fear. Just as he thrust again, a goblin leaped from the pile of corpses behind him, swinging a massive club at the back of his head. It was a goblin feigning death. Chu Fan's strength was spent, and he couldn't change his stance in time, bracing for the blow. Though goblins were short, they were strong. Taking that hit would likely cripple or kill him. At that moment, an arrow shot through the air, piercing the leaping goblin clean through. It let out a shriek mid-flight. The arrow, swift and precise, altered the goblin's trajectory, causing the club to veer off and strike Chu Fan's shoulder instead. Pain shot through Chu Fan's shoulder, nearly making him stumble. Turning, he saw Lu Rian holding a short bow. After shooting the traitor earlier, she had retrieved the arrow, and now it saved Chu Fan's life. Chu Fan nodded in gratitude, and Lu Rian's lips curled slightly. But their relief was short-lived. From the woods below, an endless tide of goblins surged, encircling the hilltop. Chu Fan froze. Even with his strength, he couldn't vanquish thousands of goblins. Was this truly the end? Lu Rian's expression grew tense. It seemed escape was impossible. She glanced at Chu Fan, who stood before her, and the ice around her heart began to melt. He had fallen into danger because of her. Yet even against such overwhelming odds, he hadn't abandoned her. This, she thought, must be the unshakable resolve of ancient generals. Chu Fan sighed. Rian, it looks like we'll die here. Too bad I never got to show you what that thing feels like. Lu Rian's cheeks flushed. Even now he could joke like that. Suddenly her expression brightened as she whispered, "No, maybe there's still a chance." Following Lu Rian's direction, Chu Fan looked out. On the sea, 2 ships were sailing toward them one after another. Through his wristband, Chu Fan finally confirmed that it was Barbara and Lu Xiangfei who had come looking for them. It proved that their strategy was correct. Only from this vantage point could they spot the situation at sea at the first moment. However, in the next second, a new problem arose. The cliff was at least 100 meters above the sea surface, and at such a height, there was no way for them to get down. Jumping straight down would be no different from seeking death. Having grasped the situation, Lu Rian quickly realized this as well, and she fell into despair once more. Just then, both of their wristbands rang simultaneously. It turned out to be a private message from Barbara. "Chu Fan, is that you on the mountain? Why did you come here? You worried me to death." Chu Fan felt a warmth in his heart and immediately replied, "It's me. I'll explain the details when I get back. Then I'll come to the island to find you. Don't come up. The island is extremely dangerous. First, steer the boat to the sea below me. Oh, you're not going to jump down, are you? Don't worry, I'm not that foolish. I'll figure something out. Okay, whatever you do, don't jump. I don't want to become a widow." On the other side, Lu Rian also gave instructions to Lu Xiangfei. Although she didn't explain their current predicament, she explicitly told him not to come up the mountain under any circumstances and to stop Barbara from landing on the island. After replying to the private message, Lu Rian put away her wristband and said softly, "All right, I've made everything clear. Chu Fan, could I ask you for one favor?" "What is it?" "Kill me first later. I don't want to fall into the hands of those creatures." Chu Fan was taken aback, then smiled gently. "Why rush to die? We're not at that point yet." Lu Rian shook her head. "You don't need to comfort me. I'm not afraid of death. In this situation, do you really have any other way? Unless you can conjure 2 more boxes like you did yesterday." Chu Fan's heart stirred. A mystery box was out of the question now, but Lu Rian's words reminded him of something. "Wait, do you remember what that woman said earlier? That the box on the cliff was a trap?" Lu Rian thought for a moment. "Yes, she did say that. But so what?" Chu Fan looked at the goblin army drawing closer and quickly stood up. "Quick, find the box. Where is it?" Seeing Chu Fan like this, Lu Rian was greatly puzzled, but she didn't ask questions. Instead, she cooperated and stood up to search alongside him. "On the cliff? Nothing here. Nothing here either." They searched the cliff top for a while, but found nothing. Just as Chu Fan was about to give up, Lu Rian suddenly pointed downward. "Look over there." Hearing her voice, Chu Fan quickly turned his head. Sure enough, on the lower right side, there was a small stone platform with a golden treasure chest resting on it. It seemed that woman and her partner had come to this island because they saw this chest, so, in their eyes, this chest was the trap that led them to their doom. "Great. Quick, let's jump over." With that, the 2 of them leaped one after the other onto the stone platform below. The platform wasn't far from the cliff top, so they landed easily. Just at that moment, the goblin army charged up. As if noticing that the 2 had vanished from the summit, the enraged goblins toppled all the wooden racks on top of the mountain. Under the watchful eyes of Lu Rian and Chu Fan, the woman's body swiftly fell off the cliff and plunged into the sea. Seeing this, Lu Rian's spirit sank. "Chu Fan, even if we found the chest, so what? Are you really going to gamble that this chest contains what we need?" Meanwhile, the goblins finally spotted Chu Fan and Lu Rian. Pointing at the platform, they began to shriek wildly. The goblin leader cast a venomous glare at the 2, then suddenly pointed a claw at the scattered rocks on the cliff and issued a command. Chu Fan's heart tightened. These creatures were going to hurl rocks at them. Lu Rian also realized this, but she thought there was nothing they could do. Well, dying together with him wouldn't be such a regret after all. Just then, Barbara and Lu Xiangfei's boat finally arrived beneath the cliff. Chu Fan suddenly smiled. "Lu Rian, do you trust me?" Lu Rian was startled. "What? If you trust me, just do whatever I tell you later, and we'll have a chance to get out of here alive." Lu Rian stared blankly at Chu Fan, instinctively thinking he was just trying to comfort her. Yet she gave a rare smile. "All right, I'll listen to you." Chu Fan took out the Sea King trident and said softly, "In a moment, hold tightly to my Sea King trident and don't let go, understand?" Lu Rian blushed. "Okay. No, I'm afraid you might not hold it firmly enough. Instead, hug this treasure chest and don't let go no matter what. Can you do that? Seeing how serious Chu Fan was, Lu Rian steadied her nerves and nodded. All right, I promise. With that, she hugged the chest tightly against her chest. Then Chu Fan embraced her from behind and whispered in her ear, "Next, I'll take you flying with me." At that moment, the goblins above gathered around again, but this time each one held a stone in its hand. Seeing that the time was right, Chu Fan held Lu Rian tightly and leaped with all his might. The two of them left the stone platform and plunged vertically toward the sea below. In that instant, Lu Rian felt as if her breath had stopped. So it had come to this after all. Well, let her return to the sea. At least she could preserve her purity and avoid being tortured by those goblins. Just then, Chu Fan whispered in her ear, "I remember you promised to be my woman. Do you still stand by that?" Lu Rian gave a faint smile. "Fine, since we're about to die anyway, I promise you. If there is a next life, I will be your woman." Chu Fan laughed heartily. "There's no need to wait for the next life. In this life, you're already mine." Lu Rian's heart was filled with both bitterness and a touch of sweetness. Was this what it felt like to be confessed to? So this was love. What a pity they were about to die. Lu Shangfei, who had witnessed the two jumping off the cliff, couldn't help but roar sis. Just as he thought they were about to hit the sea and be shattered to pieces, an electronic voice rang out. "Detected treasure chest. Distance to target 10 meters. 9 meters. 8 meters. 7 meters. A rope suddenly shot out from the Sea King, speeding across the sea surface. In the very last second before Chu Fan and Lu Rian plunged into the sea, the rope of the automatic material collector finally managed to latch onto the treasure chest held in Lu Rian's arms. The system's axiom that its products must be exquisite once again proved true. The immense tensile force completely disregarded the impact of their fall from over 100 meters, forcibly hauling them both onto the Neptune. Chu Fan had gambled correctly. From the moment he spotted the treasure chest, he had formulated a plan in his mind, yet it still contained a significant element of risk. But he had gambled right once more. System Daddy, you rank third among my most beloved. As for first and second, those are naturally Barbara and Lu Rian. One is my lucky goddess, bringing me a chance at life in a critical moment. The other, at the very least, is a woman who has lived and died with me. Surely ranking second isn't too much to ask." At that moment, the golden treasure chest slipped from the still terrified Lu Rian's embrace and clattered onto the deck. Barbara lunged forward in a sprint, leaping into Chu Fan's arms and wrapping her legs around his waist. "Darling, you scare me to death." Chu Fan patted her tattered rear and said, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'm perfectly fine now." Next, Chu Fan began recounting the events of the previous day to Barbara and Lu Shangfei. Of course, he omitted the part about Lu Rian falling into the sea before she could even pull up her pants. The next moment, Chu Fan suddenly realized he had no idea how to handle the relationship between Barbara and Lu Rian. Though he was all talk, when faced with the reality, he found it overwhelming. Lu Rian seemed to read Chu Fan's thoughts, shot him a glare, and sighed. Stepping forward, she said, "Xiaofei, head back to the ship first. Barbara, could I have a word with you?" Barbara nodded and replied, "Sure." She had always held great fondness for Lu Rian, partly because she had once been saved by her. Barbara pointed toward the cabin and said, "Let's talk inside." With that, she headed into the cabin herself. As she passed by Chu Fan, she casually patted and hooked his shoulder. Chu Fan was speechless. This seductress was truly a vixen. Seeing Barbara enter the cabin, he asked in a low voice, "What are you going to talk to Barbara about?" Lu Rian shot him a displeased sideways glance. "I, Lu Rian, always keep my word. What I want to discuss with her is certainly about you." With that, she ignored Chu Fan, entirely bent down, and entered the cabin, leaving him utterly bewildered. Just then, Lu Rian poked her head back out. "You go to the Harmony first. No eavesdropping on our secrets." Barbara also popped her head out and said, "Right, you're not allowed to eavesdrop on our lady's secrets." Chu Fan felt helpless. This was a total reversal of roles, as if they'd forgotten who was boss. But on second thought, he let it go. He could guess that their talk revolved around him. Resigned, he slunk back to the Neptune. As soon as Lu Shangfei saw Chu Fan approaching, his eyes lit up. "Brother-in-law. Brother Chu Fan, you're incredible. Tell me all about how you fought those goblins." Mention of the goblins made Chu Fan's eyes narrow again. Yesterday's landing on the island had been too hasty, catching him off guard. Now that he had the equalizer in hand, perhaps it was time for a counterattack. Legend had it that goblins, known for their greed, often hoarded great treasures in their lairs. If he could ransack the goblin's nest, wouldn't he strike it rich? But this required consulting the others, as it still carried certain risks. Just then, the discussion between the two women on the Neptune finally ceased. The next second, a tearful Barbara burst out, leaped onto the Harmony, and threw her arms around Chu Fan. "Oh, darling, I had no idea you'd sacrificed so much for me." Chu Fan was utterly confused. What exactly had Lu Rian told Barbara? Seeing Chu Fan silent, Barbara continued, "So in your dragon kingdom, capable men have multiple wives and concubines, while only incompetent men have a single partner. And you, my dragon knight, you were afraid of hurting my heart, So you'd rather be ridiculed than seek other women. I'm so moved. Hearing this, Lu Shangfei couldn't help but burst into laughter covering his mouth. Barbara pointed at him and said, "See, darling, you really are being laughed at." Lu Shangfei froze. "Was that what I was laughing about, ma'am?" But the next moment, feeling a murderous glare directed at him, he quickly caught on. Right. A man like Chu Fan would be a laughingstock back in our hometown." He said this with a fawning glance at his sister, and only when he saw Lu Rian's approving expression did he feel his life was spared. Even if Chu Fan were dense, he now understood. Barbara had been successfully manipulated by Lu Rian. Good grief, he didn't even have to rack his brains, his women had sorted things out themselves. And from the looks of it, the resolution was quite nice. Still, as a successful Casanova, he had to play along. "Oh, my dear Barbara, I never thought you'd find out, but my heart belongs only to you." Saying this, Chu Fan took Barbara's right hand with deep affection and gently kissed it. Barbara's gaze grew almost syrupy. "No, darling, I'm glad you considered my feelings, but I can't be selfish." So, she then pulled Lu Rian over and placed her hand into Chu Fan's palm. "I really like Sister Rian. Let her join me as your wife and concubine." Chu Fan was utterly amazed. He never expected Lu Rian to have such a move. She was a true master of manipulation. Thinking this, he couldn't help but give her a mental thumbs up. With Lu Rian around, he no longer had to worry about trouble at home. Truly brilliant. Next, Chu Fan put on a show of reluctance, moving Barbara so much that she wept on his shoulder, her tears soaking his right shoulder. Lu Rian watched for a moment and said softly, "It seems I've come at a bad time." But Chu Fan, now at ease, laughed heartily and extended his hand. "No, you've come at exactly the right time." The next second, Chu Fan pulled Lu Rian close. And so, with Lu Rian on his left shoulder and Barbara on his right, Chu Fan held them both in his arms. Lu Shangfei watched in stunned amazement. Damn, such a move existed. Truly a first in his life. No wonder they were his sister and brother-in-law. This maneuver deserved a 666. Chu Fan voiced his intention to launch a counterattack on the Goblin Island. Barbara offered no objection, as she had always been obedient to his words. Lu Rian, recalling the woman bound to the wooden rack, felt a surge of inexplicable fury. Yet renowned for her composure, she directly offered her opinion. "Chu Fan, I understand your feelings, but we must be well prepared and not act impulsively." Chu Fan produced the all beings equal artifact and asked, "What do you think of this?" Lu Rian shook her head. "I don't think it's enough." "Oh, tell me your thoughts." Lu Rian analyzed. "First, our bullets are limited, yet we don't know how many goblins inhabit this island." Chu Fan did not deny this. The goblins they had just seen numbered in the thousands, but the exact count on the island remained unknown. Lu Rian continued, "Besides goblins, could there be other races on this island? We don't know that either, do we?" Chu Fan nodded again. "Right, second wife, your analysis is correct." Lu Rian paid no heed to his change in address, leaving Lu Shangfei, who had been sweating on the sidelines, nearly dropping his jaw in shock. Was this still his former sister? To tolerate such a form of address from Chu Fan? Forget it, he decided not to dwell on it. At least she was finally married off, and would likely stop meddling in his affairs. Lu Rian pressed on. "Third, and most importantly, we haven't yet grasped the rules of this game." Barbara asked curiously, "Rian, what do you mean?" "For instance, this island appeared suddenly. Could it vanish just as abruptly? If it does, would we disappear along with it?" These words broke Chu Fan into a cold sweat. Lu Rian's analysis was spot on. He had indeed been too impulsive. Fortunately, he had such a level-headed and wise partner by his side. Barbara quickly added, "That's right, darling. I agree with Sister Rian. Besides, our food supplies are running low." Chu Fan smiled faintly. "Both of you have convinced me. Let the goblins live a few more days. Well, mark these coordinates and return for revenge once we're strong enough and understand the rules of this world." Lu Rian breathed a sigh of relief. She had feared Chu Fan would recklessly charge onto the island, forcing her to follow suit. Just then Barbara suddenly remarked, "By the way, you brought back this treasure chest, but haven't opened it yet. I wonder what's inside." Reminded by Barbara, everyone recalled the unopened chest. It was another golden chest, though Chu Fan held little hope. The woman had said it was a trap, so the chest might well be a decoy. Still, since it was already aboard, they might as well open it. Chu Fan first hoisted the sail, and with the help of the sea breeze, the vessel slowly drifted away from the island, beginning its free voyage across the ocean. Then the four sat in a circle on the deck, ready to open the golden chest. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Chu Fan opened the chest. Inside lay 3 gold coins, a parchment scroll, and a bow. Chu Fan picked up the 3 vaguely familiar gold coins and found they were made of the same material as the 3 retrieved from the seabed. The only difference was that the dragon motif had been replaced by a goblin pattern. The bow appeared exquisitely crafted. Lu Rian, who had a fondness for archery, took it in her hands and examined it with growing admiration. It seemed the parchment scroll was the most valuable find. Chu Fan hoped it contained useful information. He unrolled it to reveal several lines of text. Moon God's Bow. Legendary legend says this divine bow was forged by the moon goddess Power. If the wielder masters the moon god's power, they can shoot powerful arrows without needing any shafts. And that was it. Chu Fan and the others stared in bewilderment. They had been all geared up for something grand, only to be left hanging. The bow seemed incredibly formidable, especially with the ability to shoot without arrows once the moon god's power was mastered. But the crux of the matter was to identify the key issue. What exactly was the moon god's power? And where could it be obtained? Chu Fan examined the scroll from both sides, but found no further useful information. Damn it, couldn't they just spill the whole story? Still, seeing Lu Rian's deep affection for the bow made the trip worthwhile. Another piece of good news was that after Lu Shangfei crafted 2 arrows with a knife, the synthesis table could now produce arrows from wood. Though not very powerful, it added another means of offense to the Neptune. After a brief tidying up, they resumed their search for supplies. It was then that Lu Rian and her brother realized why Chu Fan had progressed so rapidly. This automatic material collector was simply extraordinary. The day's haul was quite substantial. By evening, the 4 had fished up a total of 32 supply crates. Chu Fan took stock of their current resources with 300, iron 100, copper 10, leather 30, plastic 50, bread 5. To his delight, they had also fished up a valuable item today. Ship functional module restroom. Spend wood 100, iron 10, plastic 10 to expand the restroom module onto the Neptune. Tip: after expansion, the Neptune's area will increase. Yes, expand. With more people on board, the restroom issue had become particularly pressing. As a man, Chu Fan could manage, but he couldn't bear the thought of his 2 ladies exposing themselves in broad daylight. Some things were best kept for private enjoyment. However, due to the lack of a freshwater conversion module, the restroom could only be used for elimination, not bathing, at least for now. Nevertheless, Barbara and Lu Rian were overjoyed. Lu Rian in particular reflected that had it not been for the restroom issue, she would never have fallen into the sea and been seen naked by that scoundrel Chu Fan. That evening, they gathered to eat and replenish their energy. After stuffing the last piece of bread into his mouth, Chu Fan sighed. Eating this stuff all the time is driving me crazy. When will I get a stove so I can catch fish from the sea? For now, the Neptune was relatively safe, but comfort left much to be desired. He hoped the system would be considerate. After dinner, in some casual chat, they prepared to rest. Chu Fan grabbed Lu Rian as she tried to slip away, grinning. Second wife, where do you think you're going? Lu Rian murmured. Where else can I go? I'm going back to sleep. Lu Shangfei retorted, sis, don't come over. You should sleep with your husband instead. You always complain that I snore at night. Lu Rian arched her delicate brows and snapped. Are you asking for a beating? Lu Shangfei shrank his neck and fled back to the harmony like a scared rabbit. Chu Fan chuckled. I think my brother-in-law is right. You're mine now. Where else would you go if not sleeping with me? Lu Rian glanced into the cabin, saw Barbara smiling at her, and suddenly blushed. Chu Fan, don't you have Barbara already? Can't we talk about this later? Chu Fan grinned slyly. You said it yourself. Later it is. With that, he pulled Lu Rian into the cabin. No, that's not what I meant, she hastily explained. Though she usually appeared cold and aloof, indifferent to everything, when it came down to it, she couldn't let go. Yet she knew that since she had made this decision, some things were inevitable. Thus, she yielded under Chu Fan's pull, half resisting and half consenting, and entered the cabin. The cabin wasn't spacious, but it was enough for 3 people. Chu Fan smiled and said, from now on, don't call me Chu Fan. Call me husband. Husband. That's a good girl. On the harmony, Lu Shangfei snored, turned over in his sleep, and muttered dreamily. Chu Fan looked at Lu Rian beside him and said, Rian, welcome to the team. I want to give you a gift. This piqued Lu Rian's curiosity, and despite her bodice aches, she struggled to sit up. What gift? Chu Fan smiled. Just then, the system's reward notification arrived. Ding, congratulations to the host for surviving 1 day. Reward mystery box X1. Ding, the host has successfully recruited 2 teammates. Reward mystery box X2. Chu Fan took out all 3 mystery boxes and placed them in the center of the vessel. Barbara had opened one before and knew what it was, so she was immediately intrigued. Chu Fan explained to Lu Rian, these are mystery boxes. 1 for each of us, and we can open 1 every day. Barbara keenly noticed the difference. Darling, yesterday there were 2, and today there are 3. Is it because Sister Rian has joined us? Chu Fan laughed heartily, tapping Barbara's nose with his finger. You're a quick learner. Barbara shot him a coquettish glance, her eyes brimming with affection. Then came the time to open the mystery boxes. Chu Fan took the lead and opened one. Ding, mystery box used successfully. Congratulations, host. You've obtained assorted seasonings X 1,000 tons. Holy crap, 1,000 tons of seasoning. That's insane. Well, this reward isn't great, but it's not bad either. Seasonings will come in handy sooner or later, especially since it includes salt and essential for the human body. Next was Barbara. She opened her mystery box. Ding, mystery box used successfully. Congratulations, host. You've obtained freshwater purification device X1. Chu Fan was stunned. Barbara was truly blessed by luck pulling out another incredible item. A freshwater purification device. Chu Fan quickly checked its description. Freshwater purification device can be installed anywhere and the number and location of outlets can be changed at the host's will. Note 1. This device runs on solar power. After 4 hours of sunlight, it can operate continuously for 10 days. Note 2. The device has a rainwater collection function, automatically gathering rain and converting it into drinkable freshwater. Note 3. The device has a seawater collection function, automatically collecting seawater and converting it into freshwater. Note 4. The device has a 5-ton water storage tank. When full, it will automatically stop working. After reading the description, the three of them had only one thought. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. This thing was incredibly powerful, and most importantly, it could be combined with the bathroom module they had obtained today. A 5-ton capacity was more than enough for them. And as long as there was electricity, the device would keep working, meaning the water supply was theoretically endless. Chu Fan gave Barbara a thumbs up. Comparing people was truly frustrating. This was what it meant to be blessed by luck. Chu Fan suddenly recalled his own struggles pulling rare characters in games, silently lamenting how unfair the world was. Now it was Lu Ruyan's turn. Lu Ruyan was completely numb. She hadn't expected Chu Fan's real trump card to be this. And it was available every day? She suddenly felt grateful for her choice. This way, her and her brother's chances of surviving in this world were infinitely amplified. Seeing Chu Fan and Barbara looking at her expectantly, Lu Ruyan nodded. Taking a deep breath, she opened her mystery box. Ding, mystery box used successfully. Congratulations, host. You've obtained the Neptune Custom Water Heater X1. Neptune Custom Water Heater runs on solar power. After 4 hours of sunlight, it can be used continuously for 10 days. Note, this water heater can be connected to the freshwater purification device. As the voice faded, Chu Fan was completely dumbfounded. It turned out Barbara wasn't the lucky one. He was just incredibly unlucky. How did these two women keep pulling such amazing items while his own were utterly ordinary? Well, at least both women were his now. Thinking about it that way, he was the most impressive of all. Chu Fan could only console himself with this delusion. Then, under the women's watchful eyes, he installed the two newly acquired modules onto the Neptune. A flash of white light passed, and the Neptune's waterline sank noticeably deeper. Above the newly added bathroom, two new structures appeared. One was clearly the freshwater purification device, and the other was the water heater. Thus, Chu Fan and his two wives successfully enjoyed a hot bath on the evening of the 4th day of survival. Little did they know, at that very moment the sea beneath them began to churn, as if boiling, gradually stirring up one massive wave after another. On the sea, King Lu Ruyan was the first to react. Why is the ship shaking so violently? Chu Fan and Barbara also sensed the anomaly. Their faces changed color as they quickly strode out of the cabin, only to discover that the sea, which had been barely stirred by a breeze, was now battered by a violent gale of immense force. On the other vessel, Lu Shangfei was also jolted awake. Brother-in-law, what's happening? Chu Fan's expression grew tense. The ferocity of the wind and waves made him worry whether his two ships could withstand the onslaught. Fortunately, he had lowered the sails earlier, or the boat might have already capsized. The regional channel was in turmoil once more. It seemed the storm affected a vast area. What the hell? Where did this wind come from? Heavens help. This rocking is making me throw up my dinner. What do we do? My boat is so small, can it survive this? It's over, it's over. My thalassophobia is kicking in. I feel like there's a monster in these waves. This remark struck a chord with Chu Fan and the others. This world held too many mysteries. Perhaps this man was right, and some unknown terror lurked within the waves. Chu Fan drew the Sea King trident and said solemnly, "Xiao Fei, come over here. Everyone be careful." Barbara, hearing this, also unsheathed her sword, her gaze fixed tensely on the sea's surface. Wave after massive wave crashed down as if intent on destroying and swallowing everything on the sea. Lu Ruyan suddenly said, "Chu Fan, look at the regional channel." Hearing this, Chu Fan quickly opened the regional channel. A man named Gao Shuiqi was speaking. "Everyone, this storm is immense. Ordinary small boats simply cannot survive it. I have a suggestion: those nearby should merge their ships to rapidly increase size and weight. That way our chances of weathering this are much greater." Gao Shuiqi's words were like a stone thrown into a still well. Moments later, someone replied. What he said. "My coordinates are 117-256. Anyone nearby? I'm at 126-369. That's not too far." On a vast ship not too far from Chu Fan, over a dozen people stood. The leader, holding his wristband, wore a smug expression. He was Gao Shuiqi, the captain of the Ark. Using this method, he had successfully merged 7 or 8 nearby ships into one. He was confident that he was now the most powerful presence on these seas. In his previous life, he had been at the very bottom of society. But having grown up by the sea, he now had an advantage over others in this place. After familiarizing himself with the environment, he quickly began to develop. This allowed him to gather a vast amount of resources in a short time. If not for Chu Fan's automatic resource collector, it would have been uncertain who would have claimed the top spot. A long-suppressed nobody suddenly standing above everyone else. Gao Shuaiqi felt an unprecedented ambition wildly sprouting in his heart. I will become the king of this world. Gao Shuaiqi roared inwardly. Then recalling something, he murmured, Chu Fan, I want to see just who you really are. Just then another wave crashed over them. Frowning, Gao Shuaiqi said, the ship is still not big enough. Everyone stay alert. If you see any vessels approaching, find a way to merge them. Then Gao Shuaiqi posted his coordinates in the regional channel. 138, 169. All comrades are welcome to join us. I believe that united we can overcome anything. Gao Shuaiqi's words were undeniably persuasive, especially when many felt their most helpless. Watching this, a strange thought crossed Chu Fan's mind. Gao Shuaiqi's idea was indeed a good one. It seemed that no matter where, humans tended to band together. And once they did, they often created miracles. But with more people came more problems. Chu Fan set these concerns aside. He was not yet strong enough and did not want to invite trouble. Still, Gao Shuaiqi had given him an idea. Rian, would you like to merge your harmony with my Sea King? Lu Rian nodded without hesitation. I was thinking the same. Her harmony was too fragile. Merging with Chu Fan would increase their chances of survival in such a tempest. Moreover, she was now Chu Fan's woman, so their union was only natural. Harmony Captain Lu Rian requests to merge with your Sea King. Do you accept? Chu Fan's wristband received the prompt. He selected yes without a second thought. With his choice, the harmony was enveloped in a flash of white light and vanished. The Sea King was also bathed in white light. 30 seconds later, the light faded. Now the Sea King's hull was a third larger than before, and its sides were much higher. At a glance, it resembled a small medieval warship, though it lacked weapon systems. What delighted Lu Shangfei most was that after the merger, a new cabin appeared below the deck. Great. Now we don't have to sleep out in the open. At the bow, the automatic resource collector had also adjusted itself. The newly added freshwater collector and water heater had also been reconfigured. From this moment on, the Sea King truly began to look like a vessel capable of conquering the sea. Checking the team information on his wristband, the count had grown from 2 to 4. But the crisis was far from over. As if sensing these insignificant humans' attempt to conquer it, the sea grew even more violent. Everyone hold tight to the deck. Don't get thrown overboard. Chu Fan roared. Boom. A colossal wave struck, tossing the Sea King high onto its crest like a roller coaster. Moments later, it crashed back down. All 4 of them turned pale. If such monstrous waves continued, it was uncertain whether the Sea King could endure. Just then, a flash of lightning split the sky. The sea, black as ink, was illuminated. To their shock, they saw countless dark shapes on the surrounding waters. Oh no, sea beasts! Chu Fan tightened his grip on the Sea King trident, and Barbara raised her sword. Lu Rian suddenly cried out, Everyone be careful. Another wave is coming. At that moment, a wave twice as high as the previous ones bore down on the Sea King. As they gazed at the towering wave 5 stories high, everyone was frozen in shock. In the face of nature, humanity felt utterly insignificant. The 4 of them were already drenched by the waves. Chu Fan stood at the front, staring intently at the monstrous wave. Barbara couldn't help but murmur, oh my God. Lu Ruyan's face also turned pale as she gently grasped Chu Fan's hand. Chu Fan felt the softness in his hand, turning his head to nod slightly at everyone. At that moment, the giant wave finally crashed down. The Sea King was once again pushed to the crest of the wave. Even Chu Fan, whose body had been modified, felt like he was about to vomit, and the other 3 were even worse. Fortunately, they managed to endure it. But if it came again, whether they could hold on was uncertain. Chu Fan struggled to wipe the seawater from his face and glanced back, seeing that everyone looked exhausted. Swish! Another flash of lightning cut through the sky. Chu Fan keenly noticed that countless shadows surrounded the Sea King. This was bad. Those monsters seemed to have set their sights on them. Chu Fan's heart sank. They were at sea with nowhere to run. If they couldn't fight back, for humanity, this was a natural death trap. At that moment, a huge shadow leaped high from the ocean surface, opening its massive jaws, aiming directly at Lu Shangfei, who stood dazed on the deck. If it bit down, Lu Shangfei would probably be torn apart. The attack came quickly and unexpectedly, leaving everyone unable to react. By the time everyone realized what was happening, it was already too late. Lu Ruyan screamed, no, Xiaofei. Chu Fan also raised his Sea King spear to throw at the monster, but it was still a moment too late. Just when everyone thought Lu Shangfei couldn't escape, a small black shadow leaped from the sea, crashing into the giant shadow. Though the shadow was small, its force was considerable. While it couldn't completely knock the giant monster away, it caused its attack to miss. Crack! The monster's upper and lower teeth clashed together, producing a sound like steel. With a failed strike, the monster fell back into the sea, creating a splash. The small shadow seemed to have exhausted its strength, falling onto the deck. "Run!" it shouted. Chu Fan was taken aback. He never expected that the one who jumped onto the ship would be a woman. To be precise, he couldn't believe someone could survive such violent waves and even repel that colossal creature. At that moment, the storm on the sea finally calmed down significantly. Lu Ruyin and the others finally reacted and hurried over. Another flash of lightning illuminated the area, allowing Chu Fan and the others to see the visitors' general outline. But this time they were completely stunned. They could hardly believe their eyes and began to doubt whether they were seeing things. At that moment, a flame ignited. It was Lu Shangfei who had lit a piece of wood. Fortunately, the wood was stored in the hold and had not been drenched. However, the wood on the sea was rare. If it weren't for the urgent situation, no one would waste wood for lighting. With the light, everyone could see clearly that the newcomer had a fish tail. But her upper body was fully that of a young girl, and she was extraordinarily beautiful. In terms of looks, she was on par with Lu Ruyin and Barbara, and her fish tail added an extra charm. "Mermaid," flashed through the minds of the four. "You're injured." As a doctor, Barbara was the first to notice the mermaid's injuries. She saw a very noticeable wound on the mermaid's tail from which blood was currently oozing. "Run, that monster from before was a sharkman, and he will come after us." As she spoke, a massive wave rose once more. The mermaid pointed at the wave and said, "He's coming, the sharkman knock." At that moment, a monster leaped out from the wave and landed directly on the deck of the Sea King. The monster was grayish-white, towering, and its body was roughly similar to that of a human, but its head was a fearsome shark's head, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. "Kekekek. White Star, I see you have nowhere to run. I didn't expect to find such a beautiful woman here." Nock's excitement only grew as he laid eyes on Lu Ruyin and Barbara. "These two women are quite something. I like them." Chu Fan said coldly, "I don't care what you are, but if you dare to covet my women, you shall die." With that, Chu Fan thrust the Sea King's spear toward Nock's chest. This Sharkman clearly looked like a tough opponent, so there was no need to waste words. It was time to fight. Nock snorted coldly, "A mere human thinks he can challenge me. You overestimate yourself." Saying this, he didn't even dodge as Chu Fan's Sea King spear came at him. Chu Fan cheered silently in his heart. It seemed this Sharkman was not very bright. But in the next second, he couldn't smile anymore. He saw that the Sharkman's skin was as slippery as if it had been coated with oil. The Sea King's spear, upon striking, not only failed to harm him, but also slid off to the side. "Damn, how slippery. How am I supposed to fight?" Kekekek. Nock suddenly drew a large knife from somewhere and swung it directly at Chu Fan's head. Chu Fan hurriedly raised his Sea King spear. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed on the Sea King. Chu Fan felt as if a small mountain was pressing down on his arms, heavy beyond measure. High attack, high defense, and thick health. Chu Fan couldn't help but complain. How was it that he had just left the novice village and already encountered a boss? Wasn't this a joke? But giving up was not Chu Fan's character. Since it had come to this, he could only fight back. Lu Ruyin looked anxious watching the two combatants and took out her moon god bow. Barbara also gripped her sword tightly, thinking about how she could assist Chu Fan. Chu Fan was agile, so he wouldn't be defeated so quickly, but due to the vast difference in their physiques, his chances of winning were almost zero. This was still on the ship. If it were in the water, who knew how powerful Nock would be? Tat 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 tat. A burst of blue light erupted. It turned out Barbara had taken out the equal life shotgun. But to everyone's surprise, the bullets were futile against him. Now everyone was in despair. If even the shotgun couldn't pierce through, how could mere mortals contend with this? Just as everyone was seriously considering their options, the mermaid suddenly called out, "Stop." Then she took a step forward and her fishtail transformed into a pair of smooth legs, though there was still a noticeable wound on her foot. "Nock, they are just passing humans. Let them go and he'll go with you." Nock laughed wildly at this, his lewd little eyes gleaming green. "Ha ha ha, so you are willing to be my bride." Upon hearing this, the mermaid's face flashed with despair as she instinctively turned her head and caught a glimpse of Barbara, who had just put away her shotgun and was now holding her sword in reverse. Suddenly her eyes lit up, visible excitement blossoming. The mermaid raised her head and declared, "Nock, you are doomed. Nork, you're dead." When the mermaid uttered these words, everyone was momentarily stunned. They wondered why the mermaid, who had just been showing weakness, suddenly shifted her tone and became so resolute. Nork was also taken aback, then sneered. "Oh, by Xing, you dare say I'm dead. Surely you don't naively believe that these few humans before you can defeat me." He cast a disdainful glance at Chu Fan and added, "This man does have some skill, but unfortunately you can't harm me in the slightest." Chu Fan was equally frustrated. This massive creature wasn't without weaknesses. Its reaction speed on land was noticeably slower, often leaving it standing still for him to strike. But its hide was so thick that he simply couldn't break through its armor. Nork's words made Chu Fan look suspiciously at the mermaid, named by Xing. A glint of sharp light flashed in Lu Rian's eyes as she gazed at Bai Xing. Suddenly, Bai Xing called out to Barbara, "Sister, could you let me take a look at the sword in your hand?" Barbara was startled by the request and glanced at Chu Fan. Though puzzled, Chu Fan nodded to Barbara. Barbara stepped forward and handed over the sword. Bai Xing didn't take it. Instead, she leaned in to examine it closely. After a moment, excitement tinged with awe spread across her face. Big brother used this sword. It can break through his defense. Chu Fan was taken aback as he took the sword from Barbara. This sword came from a treasure chest he had retrieved from the sea dragon. He had always thought it was just an ordinary sword of decent quality. But from Bai Xing's words, could it be far more than it appeared? Half in doubt, Chu Fan accepted the sword from Barbara. Nork noticed and snorted. "Humph, what kind of junk sword is that, thinking it can?" Suddenly he gasped in disbelief. "What? That's impossible. How do you have that sword?" Chu Fan's eyes flickered with realization. Though he didn't know the sword's name, the Sharkman's reaction clearly showed deep fear. Sensing their confusion, Bai Xing explained from behind. "Brother Chu, the sword in your hand is likely the legendary dragon-slaying sword said to be capable of killing dragons. If this truly is the dragon-slaying sword, a wielder with enough strength could even slay a dragon. Although you're still immortal, Brother Chu, Nork is just an ordinary Sharkman. Killing him with the dragon-slaying sword would be effortless." Nork's face twisted in panic as he stammered, "Impossible. That sword exists only in legends. No one has ever seen it. How could these humans have it?" But Chu Fan caught the key word, dragon. He had taken this sword from a dragon, so the odds of it being the dragon-slaying sword were very high. Knowing he couldn't stall any longer, Nork gritted his teeth and said, "I don't believe in your damn dragon-slaying sword. They'll see you all dead." With that, he swung his blade fiercely at Chu Fan's neck. The strike was heavy and swift, as if splitting the very air, rushing toward Chu Fan with a howling wind. "Watch out!" Barbara screamed in terror, but Chu Fan remained undaunted. He bent forward, rolled on the ground, and dodged the blow. When he looked up again, he was right in front of Nork. Without hesitation, he swung his sword at Nork. The next moment, something astonishing happened. The hide he had previously been unable to pierce with all his strength now gave way like tofu, effortlessly slicing through Nork's skin. By the time Nork reacted, one of his arms had already fallen to the deck. The smoothness of the cut left Chu Fan feeling a surreal disbelief. Nork let out an agonized scream as his large blade clattered to the ground. It really is the dragon-slaying sword. The sea beasts surrounding the Neptune, upon seeing the sword, immediately scattered in panic, afraid that if they lingered, Chu Fan would use them for his next meal. With the beasts gone, the sea calmed, and the dark clouds overhead began to disperse. The moon climbed back overhead, illuminating the deck of the Neptune. Nork's arrogance was gone, replaced by sheer terror. "No, you can't kill me. Spare me, and it'll take you to a nearby island full of treasure." But Bai Xing sneered, "Sharkmen are the most despicable race in the sea. Brother Chu, don't believe his lies." Chu Fan said nothing, but he knew that in this perilous world, failing to eradicate an enemy would only invite endless trouble. He stepped forward without hesitation, and in Nork's terrified and venomous gaze plunged the dragon-slaying sword straight into his chest. Nork screamed once more, then spat out with the darkest malice, "The dragon god will return. My kin will avenge me." With those words, Nork's head lolled to the side, life extinguished. Chu Fan withdrew the sword and examined it closely. He never imagined that the sword he had risked so much to retrieve would have such an extraordinary origin. Yet if it was so sharp, why hadn't he felt it before? Sensing his confusion, Bai Xing explained, "Many years ago, dragons ruled the seas, and no race could rival them. They grew arrogant and slaughtered other races mercilessly. Until about 1,000 years ago, countless humans appeared in this world just like you. No one knows where they came from. A human warrior, after immense hardship, slew the dragon lord and forged this sword from its bones. This sword was made to slay dragons, but due to the dragon's immense power, it is also lethal to other sea creatures. Ordinarily, it appears as an ordinary sword." Everyone finally understood, yet they were also fascinated by these tales. Lu Rian keenly picked up on a crucial detail and asked, "What did that Sharkman mean by the dragon god will return?" Bai Xing's face darkened as she lowered her head. "He's right. Legend has it that the human warrior made a pact with the dragons they would not rampage for 1,000 years. Now that millennium is nearly over and the dragons are about to awaken. The 1,000-year pact was ending, the Dragon King was returning." Lu Rian frowned. "So is this why we were summoned here?" Bai Xing shook her head and said, "I'm not sure about that." The ship fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Chu Fan smiled and said, "All right, let's discuss this another time. Tell me about yourself. You are Bai Xing." Bai Xing nodded and said, "Yes, I am Bai Xing. As you can see, I am a mermaid." Barbara exclaimed in awe, "I never imagined that mermaids truly exist in this world." Bai Xing continued, "Our mermaid clan has lived here since the dawn of this planet. Among all ocean creatures, we are the closest kin to humans. But recently, for some unknown reason, the shark clan has led an assault against us. Countless of my kin have perished. If not for you, I would have been captured by Nock. Lu Rian interjected. I must thank you for saving my brother's life. Lu Shangfei nodded vigorously and said, Indeed, without you, I would have been done for. These words brought everyone back to the harrowing scene just moments ago. If Bai Xing had not discovered the dragon-slaying sword, they would all have been devoured by the sea beasts. Chu Fan opened his wristband and saw that in just one night the number of people in the regional channel had dwindled to under 800. In other words, within these few short hours, over 1,000 lives had been lost. This world was far more perilous than he had ever imagined. Fortunately, Bai Xing had arrived. Perhaps he could learn more secrets of this world from her. By the way, Bai Xing, do you know where this place is, eh? With that thought, Chu Fan took out the treasure map and pointed at the marked spot. Bai Xing studied it for a moment, then shook her head and said, I don't know where this is either. Judging from the map, it seems quite far from here. Chu Fan nodded and carefully put the treasure map away. At that moment, Bai Xing stood up. I am truly grateful to you all. I must return now. My friends, it has been a pleasure meeting you. I hope we can cross paths again. With those words, Bai Xing leaped into the sea and vanished into the vast ocean in moments. The four of them watched for a while, marveling at the wonders of this world. Chu Fan tossed the sharkman's corpse into the sea, fetched some water to wash the deck, and then returned to the cabin. After all the commotion, everyone was feeling weary. Lu Shangfei voluntarily went to the lower deck, where there was a sailor's quarters. From that moment on, it became his room. Meanwhile, Chu Fan, Barbara, and Lu Rian settled into the captain's quarters. The next day, when Chu Fan stepped out of the room, he saw Lu Shangfei sitting on the deck, fiddling with a fishing net. Xiaofei, what are you up to? Lu Shangfei sighed and said, Brother-in-law, we've been eating nothing but small buns for days. I'm sick of it. I'm going to catch some fish today. Chu Fan felt the same way, but he asked, But we don't have a pot. How are we going to cook the fish? Lu Shangfei grinned and said, We can grill them. Anything is better than those buns. Just then, Lu Rian's voice came from behind. I almost forgot you used to work at a grilled fish shop. Today's grilled fish is on you. No problem. Brother-in-law, give me a hand. Let's go fishing. As a Caucasian, Barbara was used to eating bread, so she didn't mind having it every day. But she was also intrigued by the grilled fish Lu Shangfei had mentioned. Soon the four of them divided the tasks. Lu Rian kept watch over the sea. Barbara monitored the resource collector. Lu Shangfei arranged the fishing net and began to fish. Chu Fan opened his wristband to see if there were any goods to trade. Fresh water available for trade. Looking for useful items. Interested parties, please message me. Chu Fan sent out a message. Soon numerous messages flooded the regional channel. Look, it's the great Chu Fan. Master, I fished out a cup. It looks like the same one used by Tsong Laosher. Can I trade it for some fresh water? Chu Fan, I am Lu Rian, the campus belle of Jiangxing University. I have a pair of worn stockings. Can I trade them for 20 bottles, no 10 bottles of water? Whoa, is that really Lu Rian? Goddess, I don't have fresh water, but I have other things to trade. Chu Fan was speechless. He glanced back at Lu Rian, who was gazing at the sea, and found it amusing. He wondered who was impersonating Lu Rian, perhaps some burly man. About 20 or 30 miles away on another ship, a woman weighing over 200 jeans sent a message. No fresh water. Then what do you have? My stockings aren't something just anyone can trade for. Chu Fan ignored these messages and opened his mailbox, which was also filled with countless private messages. Most of these private messages were junk, flattery appeals to the greater good, or requests for patronage. Just as he was about to close his wristband, a particular message caught his attention. Sender M. Farina. Content Chu Fan, I have a blueprint. Can I trade it for some fresh water? Chu Fan recognized the name, as she was one of the few who had spoken up for him earlier. He quickly replied, What kind of blueprint? M. Farina, a blueprint for a kitchen module. I don't have enough materials, and am running low on fresh water. I saw your message in the regional channel, so I thought. Chu Fan was overjoyed. This was exactly what he needed. He was also tired of eating small buns every day. He'll take it. How much water do you want? M. Farina, 10 bottles, or 5? Chu Fan thought for a moment and said, He'll give you 20 bottles as thanks for speaking up for me back then. M. Farina, really? You're too kind. If I get more blueprints, he'll come to you again. Deal. Chu Fan then listed 20 bottles of water on the trading platform, and M. Farina traded a kitchen blueprint for them. On another ship, two almost identical, beautiful young women stared at the 20 bottles of water that appeared, their faces beaming with joy. Sis, great. We finally have water to drink. Yes, this Chu Fan is really something. That guy named Bald Strong only offered 2 bottles, 10 times less. Yes, with water we can survive. Back on the Poseidon, a flash of white light heralded the arrival of a new module, the kitchen. Everyone was overjoyed. The Poseidon now had almost all the essential living facilities. No more small buns. Come on, Today I, the Poseidon, will personally cook you a seafood feast. Xiaofei, have you caught any fish yet? The group gazed at the newly appeared kitchen, unable to suppress their amazement. Inside stood a simple stove. Though devoid of modern appliances, it at least offered a proper place to prepare meals. No wonder Nina had struggled to upgrade it. The kitchen upgrade cost 10 points, 200 units of timber, and 50 units of iron. With that, even Chu Fan, the so-called wealthy magnate, saw his iron reserves dwindle to nothing. As for points, ordinary people likely possessed none at all. Chu Fan happened to have exactly 100 points on hand. After spending 10, he was left with 90. Yet the investment proved worthwhile. The era of subsisting solely on small loaves had finally ended. Before his transmigration, Chu Fan had frequently cooked, so his culinary skill remained passable. He busied himself in the kitchen for a while, then placed several dishes before the others. Pan-seared hairtail, sardine and kelp soup, braised yellow croaker. You've been feeding me seafood all along. I'll return the favor today. Lu Xiangfei wore a puzzled expression. Seafood? What seafood? Did you two secretly eat seafood behind my back? Lu Rian's brow twitched. She shot Chu Fan a sharp glance, her cheeks faintly flushed as she scolded her brother. Eat your meal. No need for so many questions. Lu Xiangfei scratched his head, subdued by his elder sister's innate authority, and fell silent, devoting himself instead to eating. Barbara, witnessing such cooking for the first time, found the aroma surprisingly delightful. Darling, did you make all this? I had no idea you were so skilled in the kitchen. Chu Fan laughed heartily. Just eat. Once you start, you won't stop. The four settled cross-legged on the deck to savor their first grand feast in this alien world. After only 2 bites, Barbara's mouth fell open in astonishment. Oh my goodness, darling, this is absolutely delicious. Chu Fan chuckled. What exactly is so delicious? Barbara cast him a playful, exasperated glance, her eyes soft with affection. Now I truly understand how dreadful Western fare can be. From now on I vow never to eat it again. Lu Rian ate with refined grace, as ever the epitome of elegance. The flavors are quite pleasing. I hadn't expected you'd possess such culinary talent, Chu Fan. Chu Fan sighed wistfully. Alas, our ingredients are limited, and we lack fine wine to elevate the occasion. Lu Rian gave him a wry look. Most vessels would consider having food and water a luxury. Yet Chu Fan dared dream of wine. Privately, she felt profound relief at her choice. Had she and her brother sailed alone, they might not even have secured fresh water, let alone seafood. After a few more bites, Lu Rian rose and walked to the deck's edge, gazing into the distance. Soon she noticed numerous tiny black specks emerging upon the sea surface. Everyone look. There seemed to be many vessels approaching. Hearing her words, Chu Fan joined her side and followed the direction of her outstretched finger. Indeed, ahead appeared countless ships, more and more converging steadily toward them. Chu Fan furrowed his brow. Powered vessels should still be rare, but the fact that all these ships converged upon a single point suggested only one possibility. Ocean currents. Was the game deliberately herding everyone together? Indeed, more and more survivors realized their vessels were being drawn by an invisible force, drifting inexorably toward a common nexus. Half an hour later, hundreds of ships filled the waters. What's going on? Why have we all been corralled here? Hey, isn't that Manager Wu? Didn't expect to see you here. Yes, it's me. Got any food? Hand some over quick. I haven't eaten in a full day. I've got a club, want it? How dare you speak to your superior like that? Fuck you. I'm not your damn underling anymore. I've wanted to kill you for ages. What are you doing? I'm warning you, don't get reckless. This is, help. Similar scenes erupted across the sea, turning the entire expanse into utter chaos. Others noticed Chu Fan's vessel. Whoa, whose ship is that? How massive. And those 2 women aboard. Absolutely stunning. She's even a foreigner. What luck that man has. Exactly, she's irresistible. Spending just one night with her would make death worthwhile. Damn it. I can't even find water, yet they're feasting on seafood. Quiet down. That's definitely the Haiwang vessel. Chu Fan surveyed the sudden armada with deepening suspicion. All vessels were level 2. Unsurprising given that aside from himself, a blatant anomaly, no one else could possibly have advanced to level 3 so swiftly. Yet soon every eye turned to a colossal vessel appearing suddenly amid the fleet. Its sheer scale dwarfed all surrounding ships. Even Chu Fan's Haiwang vessel looked diminutive beside it. This was Gao Shuiqi's Ark vessel. Following last night's tempest, he had expanded it to an astonishing magnitude. In rank, the Ark vessel matched the Haiwang vessel, both level 3. Yet having assimilated over a dozen level 2 vessels, its physical size now exceeded the Haiwang vessels by a factor of 2. Gao Shuiqi stood at the prow, savoring the stunned gazes of the crowd. Exactly the awe he sought. Then he spotted the Haiwang vessel nearby, and thought grimly, that must be it, the Haiwang vessel. The next instant his gaze locked onto Lu Rian and Barbara, two peerless beauties standing upon its deck, and he froze spellbound. Over recent days he'd taken several women aboard, two of whom were notably fair. To him, this was truly the life of immortals. Yet compared to Lurian and Barbara, the women he'd gathered were mere dross. No, he must claim those too. So this man was Chu Fan. Excellent. Perfect timing to prove to all who truly ruled these waters. At that moment the voice from the void resonated once more. Congratulations, you have survived 5 days. Current regional survivor count 7500. You now enter the next phase of the game. Congratulations, you have officially entered the windless sea. As its name implies, this realm possesses neither wind nor ocean currents. Therefore, supply crates will no longer appear here. Each day offers roughly 20 minutes of rainfall, the sole opportunity to collect fresh water. The windless sea spans approximately 500 li. Fishing in its waters is permitted, but dangerous sea beasts dwell there as well. Defeating sea beasts or other vessels grants points. Strive to survive, and find a way to escape the windless sea. When the voice faded, silence descended like a shroud. Moments later, shock rippled through the fleet. It was indeed a conspiracy to gather every survivor within this desolate windless sea. Worse still, no more supply crates. Food would now require fishing. Yet with thousands concentrated in one place, conflict was inevitable, and so too were those who sought to profit without labor. Especially this points-based ranking system. It seemed expressly designed to incite human strife. Chu Fan and his companions instantly grasped its implications, their expressions darkening. The true trial had only just begun. After a brief uproar, the crowd fell into silence once more. It was evident to all that such clamor could resolve nothing. For now, fresh water could still be obtained from the daily 20-minute rainfall, but food had to be caught from the sea. Yet the voice had warned of sea monsters lurking in the waters, so no one dared to take the first plunge. Lu Shangfei breathed a sigh of relief and said, "At least we have a fishing net. We can catch fish without diving in." Chu Fan couldn't help but smile. The net had been obtained from the first treasure chest and had never been put to use until now. Today it had unexpectedly become a godsend. Many others who had also received fishing nets were secretly overjoyed. Seeing that it was still early, Lu Shangfei cast the net back into the sea. Chu Fan scanned the surrounding boats and caught sight of many malevolent gazes. It was hardly surprising. His own boat was already conspicuous, and with goddess-like figures like Lu Rian and Barbara aboard, it was impossible not to attract attention. If these people knew that his boat was equipped with a freshwater collection system and a water heater, their envy would know no bounds. Just then Chu Fan froze. He had spotted a familiar face, the alluring young woman with whom he had shared an intimate encounter by Jia. Chu Fan harbored complex feelings toward Bai Jia. She was beautiful and impeccably well-preserved, and they had shared a single passionate night together. But more crucially, it was because of this wealthy woman that he had ended up in this strange game. Logically, Chu Fan should have resented her. Yet upon reflection, his former life had been a mess, and compared to his current situation, it wasn't much better. Moreover, here he had obtained two goddess-like wives, Barbara and Lu Rian, something he would never have dared to dream of in his old world. Thinking this way, he felt he should actually thank her. But then again, he had been the other man. Forget it, he decided to pretend he hadn't seen her. Suddenly his thoughts turned to Brother Long. He opened his wristband, found Brother Long's avatar, and sent a message, "Brother Long, are you in the windless sea?" A few minutes later, Brother Long replied, "Chu Fan, my brother, I am. Are you here too?" Chu Fan, "Yeah, I'm here too. There's something I need to tell you." Brother Long, "What is it? Spill it." Chu Fan, "I saw your wife." Brother Long, "Damn it, where is that little tramp?" Chu Fan, "She's on a boat not far from me." Brother Long, "Who else is on her boat?" Chu Fan looked for a moment and replied, "There's another girl on her boat, but that girl." Brother Long, "What about her?" Chu Fan, "That girl looks like she weighs at least 200 pounds. Brother Long, "Never mind. Chu, keep an eye on her for me. Don't let her seduce any other men. They'll come find you later." Chu Fan put away his wristband and suddenly heard Barbara's voice. "Chu Fan, take a look at the ship information." Startled, Chu Fan quickly opened his wristband and tapped on the ship information. Indeed, a wealth of new data had appeared. Ship name: Sea King, Captain Chu Fan, crew Barbara, Lu Rian, Lu Shangfei, number of vessels 1 ship, level 3 displacement 50 tons, speed 10 knots, current points 80. Communication module locked, can be unlocked for 1,000 points. Radar module locked, can be unlocked for 1,000 points. Weapon module locked, can be unlocked for 1,000 points at level 4 or above. Engine module sail, can be upgraded to electric engine for 1,000 points. Armor module standard armor, can be upgraded at level 4 or above. Living facilities 1. Basic fishing net can be upgraded to automatic fishing system for 1,000 points 2. Level 1 freshwater collection system blueprint required, already owned 3. Level 1 water heating system blueprint required, already owned 4. Level 1 kitchen module blueprint required, already owned 5. Level 1 bathroom module blueprint required already owned preconditions for upgrading to Level 4 oil tanker, not met communication module radar module electric engine, required crew, count must. Chu Fan was stunned. Now he finally understood that the hard currency in this game was what they called points. Moreover, he keenly noticed that the panel now included the number of vessels. Did that mean he could form a fleet in the future? Or even a super fleet integrating submarines, cruisers, and aircraft carriers? The thought filled Chu Fan with excitement. This was what it truly meant to be a sea king. The ship level was self-explanatory, and displacement likely represented the size of the vessel. For instance, Gao Shuiqi's arc was also level 3A, just like Chu Fan's. But because he had absorbed so many other ships, his displacement was probably much larger than Chu Fan's. Seeing that all living facilities required blueprints to activate, Chu Fan couldn't help but marvel. The system had saved him so many detours. Like Chu Fan, many others had noticed the changes in their ship information. Some rejoiced while others worried. The joy came from knowing that everything could be obtained provided one had enough points. The worry, of course, was about the points. Apart from a select few, almost everyone had 0 points. The first way to earn points was by killing sea monsters, and the second was by attacking other people's ships. The risk factor of sea monsters was unknown. In comparison, one's own kind seemed like a better choice. Those who realized this wore subtle expressions. It seemed the game truly encouraged humans to turn against each other. Just then a shout rang out from the crowd. "Hey Kai, what do you think you're doing?" "Hey Ma, I've heard you're the Grandmaster of Hunyuan Xingyi Tai Chi. Ikuin Boxing refused to accept that. Come fight me." Chu Fan looked over and saw an old man in a tang suit glaring at the boat beside him. On that boat stood a young man with a middle-part hairstyle, wearing suspenders and holding a basketball. "Hello everyone, I'm Kuin, captain of the Little Blackie, a trainee who has practiced Kuin boxing for 2.5 years. The old man in tang suit snorted coldly, arrogant. "Let me show you my lightning 5 whip." Behind the old man stood a young woman with dyed yellow hair, wearing ripped jeans and blowing a bubblegum bubble. She sneered, "Kuin boxing? Never heard of it." Kuin was furious. "How dare you insult my Kuin boxing? They'll send you a lawyer's letter." The young woman said, "Oh, I'm so scared." Unable to contain himself any longer, Kuin leaped directly onto the Huan Yuan, throwing an elbow strike at the young woman. "Strike your sister." Similar conflicts erupted among the crowd, with more and more people turning their gazes toward their own kind. Those vessels filled entirely with the elderly, the weak, the sick, or women became the primary targets. Chu Fan warily scanned his surroundings, realizing that more than one group had already set their sights on his ship. On a vessel trailing the Poseidon, a bald man leered with sinister intent, his eyes fixed on the Poseidon. That ship was oddly shaped, bristling with far more equipment than the others. Though he couldn't discern its exact purpose, he knew it must be something immensely valuable. More crucially, the 2 women on that ship were drop-dead gorgeous. Just look at that curvaceous beauty. She was stunningly attractive. And the other woman, exuding a mature, alluring charm, made it impossible for him to look away. Damn, how did that pretty boy get so lucky landing 2 such exquisite beauties all to himself? If I, Wu Laowai, could just spend one night with them, I'd be flying high with pleasure. With that thought, his heart pounded faster and faster. Finally, he spat on the ground, as if making a resolute decision. Damn it, I don't care anymore. Let's go for it. He was a death row inmate sentenced for a heinous murder, swept into this game while awaiting execution. For the first 2 days, he thought this was a chance at redemption. But soon his true nature resurfaced entirely. This place, free from law and morality, was nothing short of paradise for him. So right after the novice period ended, he seized 2 ships in quick succession, doubling the size of his own vessel. His crewmates were his cellmates from prison, and because of his ruthlessness, everyone called him Big Boss. And Wu Laowai was indeed vicious enough. After taking 2 ships, he killed the men and threw them into the sea, while the women, unless they were unattractive, became tools for his gratification. Just as he made up his mind, a wiry, dark-skinned man behind him whispered, "Big Boss, are you sure we're making a move?" Wu Laowai sneered, "Of course. Those 2 are too irresistible. If I don't get my hands on them, this fire inside me won't cool down." The man named Yu Daitzi was called Yu San because he was the 3rd in line, Wu Laowai's most loyal henchman. "Big Boss, you're awesome." After a sycophantic remark, Yu San's eyes darted slyly. "Boss, could you spare those 2 women for me?" As he spoke, his gaze burned with lust toward the cabin, where 2 women bore scars all over their bodies, their eyes filled with terror. He knew the women on the Poseidon were top tier, but he also knew they'd never come to him. So he settled for second best. These 2 which the boss didn't want should be his reward. Wu Laowai chuckled and patted Yu San on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I won't shortchange you. But right now I'm feeling pretty worked up." With that, he staggered into the cabin. Amidst shouts, sobs, and curses, strange sounds soon followed. Yu San swallowed hard, imagining his turn later, and couldn't help but snicker. Today's a good day. 3 minutes later, Wu Laowai emerged, buttoning his pants with a refreshed look. "All right, Yu San, go ask Ma Ren." am worried that pretty boy might have some tricks up his sleeve. Let's team up to be safe. Yusen hesitated. Boss, what if Ma Run wants those two women too? Wu Laowai grinned. Relax, Ma Run doesn't go for women. I'm asking him because I know his deal. Yusen looked puzzled. Is he from Sichuan? Wu Laowai smirked, saying nothing, but the implication was clear. Yusen nodded. Alright, I'll go now. Soon a ship similar in size to Wu Laowai's pulled alongside. A square-faced stocky man with a bushy beard and a slight paunch stepped onto Wu Laowai's vessel. Laowai, what's the sudden summons? Missing me. Wu Laowai grinned. Marin interested in a good deal. What deal? Wu Laowai pointed at the Poseidon. That ship looks promising. I'm afraid I can't take it alone. Want to join forces? Marin glanced at the Poseidon, spotting Barbara and Lu Rian on deck, and a knowing look crossed his face. Those two women are indeed fine, but why should I partner with you? Wu Laowai said, after we succeed, you get 70% of the loot from that ship, but those two women are mine. Deal. Marin shook his head. I don't want to take that risk. That ship looks higher tier than ours. It's definitely not. Just as Wu Laowai's brow furrowed deeper, Marin abruptly stopped mid-sentence. While Wu Laowai was puzzled, Marin suddenly changed his tune. Alright, I'm in. Let's do this. Wu Laowai was taken aback. Following Marin's gaze, he spotted a handsome young man standing on the Poseidon. Suddenly he understood why Marin had switched so quickly. If he'd known about this boy, maybe he shouldn't have offered 70%. But the words were already out, and he couldn't take them back. Thinking about claiming those two beauties, a surge of heat rose within him. This deal was worth it. After finalizing their target, Wu Laowai proposed a nighttime ambush. Marin laughed. Laowai, you're getting more timid with age. What's there to fear from two pretty boys? There are 4 of us. How can we not handle them? Wu Laowai insisted, caution never hurts. What if they're tougher than they look? Though Marin thought him overly cautious, he didn't argue, and the two plotted the night's attack. On Chu Fan's side, though unaware of the plan being hatched, he still warned everyone stay alert. I'm worried someone might try something tonight. Barbara brandished her equalizer and said, what's there to fear? My bullets aren't for show. Lu Rian nodded gently. It's better to be cautious. I keep feeling like someone's watching us. Lu Shangfei whispered, sis, I don't know why, but I just felt a sudden chill down my spine. Chu Fan thought for a moment. Let's take turns resting tonight to fend off any troublemakers. After settling the details, the 4 gathered for a meal. When they were full, Lu Rian and her brother went to rest first, while Chu Fan and Barbara sat by the cabin door. Barbara leaned into Chu Fan's arms, tracing circles on his chest with her finger. Darling, do you like Rian or me more? Chu Fan smiled faintly. I like you both. Then he burst into laughter, but his expression suddenly hardened as he barked, who's there? In the darkness, 2 boats silently approached the Sea King. The ones coming were none other than Wu Laowai and Marin's vessels. Believing their arrival was unnoticed, they were discovered the moment they set foot on the Sea King's deck. However, they were merely seeking caution. Even if discovered, they were not afraid. In their eyes, Chu Fan and his companions were no different from lambs awaiting slaughter. Didn't expect to be found out so soon, Wu Laowai sneered. Behind him, Yusan switched on a flashlight, the beam directly illuminating Chu Fan and Barbara. Whoa! Wu Laowai exclaimed, clearly stunned by Barbara's beauty. From a distance, she had already captivated him. Up close, she was absolutely breathtaking. Marin, having clearly seen Chu Fan's appearance, said in an odd tone, handsome boy, big brother, here isn't a bad guy. I just want to chat about life with you. Wu Laowai, his eyes never leaving Barbara, leered. Hello, beautiful, come with me. See, I've trained hard, strong waist, and big, you know. Barbara glanced at him, disdainfully sneering. Big? What's big? A tumor. Wu Laowai was momentarily taken aback, but soon licked his lips with a grin. What a wild one, just the way I like it. He then turned to Chu Fan. Kid, be smart. Hand over this woman and the other one too, and he'll go easy on you. Otherwise. Marin interrupted. What are you doing? How can you speak to this handsome young man like that? Turning to Chu Fan, he said, little brother, don't be afraid. If you come with me, I'll give you whatever you want. Chu Fan realized this man was a homosexual, and a wave of revulsion washed over him. Damn it, get lost, you disgusting faggot, you make me sick. Chu Fan cursed, then continued. Alright, what's your game? Why are you on our boat? Yusan jumped in. Can't you see? We're here for your money and your women. Be smart and surrender, or my big brother will show you why he's called the first blade of Jiangsheng. Wu Laowai suppressed a smirk, coughed twice, and said, keep it low-key, low-key. Chu Fan deliberately replied, and if I'm not smart? Wu Laowai's expression turned cruel. 8 years ago, there was a couple just like you. Guess what happened? I toyed with his woman right in front of him, then killed them both. A cold glint flashed in Chu Fan's eyes. He nodded. So you're scum. That settles it. Then as Wu Laowai and his men watched in shock, Chu Fan turned around. Darling, these scumbags are all yours. At that moment, Barbara swept her hair up, looking like a goddess. But this goddess was holding a cylinder aimed at Wu Laowai and his 3 companions. At Chu Fan's words, she made an OK sign with her left hand and pulled the trigger. Robbery, bang. Ma Rin's underling fell first. Lus bang. Ma Rin screamed in agony, looking down to see his lower body a bloody mess. You dare covet my man, bang. Yu San's leg vanished instantly. Oh ma'am, I never touched your man. Yu San let out a pig-slaughtering scream. Wu Laowai was utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? We're not playing fair. We've only been here a few days still using cold weapons, and you have a gun. Then the gunshot rang out again. First blade of Jiangqing bang. Wu Laowai screamed, feeling an excruciating pain in his crotch. He swore that even if Barbara and Lu Rian stood naked before him, now he wouldn't have a single wicked thought. Now Wu Laowai was truly terrified, more so than when had been sentenced to death. Little brother, we were wrong. For the sake of being fellow countrymen, spare us. We want dare again. Chu Fan sneered, fellow countrymen. You didn't seem like you'd show any mercy. I was just bluffing. Really am a good person. Ma Rin was also filled with regret. This woman was too ruthless. He'd never be a top again, only bottom. Just then a woman's voice rang out. Little brother, don't believe him. He's a demon. Chu Fan followed the voice and saw two disheveled women with bruises on their faces standing on Wu Laowai's boat, glaring at him with fury. Who are you? Chu Fan asked in confusion. One of the women, her voice trembling, said, We're ordinary people captured by this lunatic. And then she broke down sobbing. The other woman continued, These two demons killed our families before our eyes and tortured us every day. He's not human. He's a complete monster. We sisters wish we could tear him apart limb by limb. Wu Laowai's face changed, and he cursed, Shut up, you bitches. A flash of blue light, and 4 more evil corpses lay on the Sea King's deck. This time Barbara didn't give them a chance to speak. Pa utter scum. This was the plan Chu Fan and she had agreed upon. To avoid trouble, they needed to establish dominance. Wu Laowai's group provided the perfect opportunity. Chu Fan wanted everyone to know he wasn't to be trifled with. Sure enough, the gunfire pierced the night, putting nearby boats on edge. Damn, where's that gunfire coming from? How do they have a gun? This is insane. I think it's from that boat. I was saying those two women were hot earlier. On the ark, Gao Shuiqi suddenly sat up in bed. Where's that gunfire? Boss, it seems to be from the Sea King. A glint of sharp light flashed in Gao Shuiqi's eyes. Chu Fan again. It's time to meet him. Unaware of the commotion elsewhere, Chu Fan called Lu Shangfei out of the cabin to help clean up the 4 bloody messes on the deck. I'd have to tell Barbara to go easy next time. This shotgun was useless without ammo. The scene had turned into a gruesome dismemberment site. Congratulations on defeating the Sea Wolf. 10 points. Congratulations on defeating the Sea Chrysanthemum. 10 points. The sudden notification caught Chu Fan off guard, and he couldn't help but complain. Only 10 points for beating a boat. Unlocking a single new module costs 1000 points. At this rate, building an invincible fleet will take forever. The two women silently fetched buckets to help clean the deck. After a moment's thought, Chu Fan asked, What do you plan to do now? The two women's expressions darkened at Chu Fan's inquiry. Both had been transported here alongside their husbands, only to encounter a pervert like Wu Laowai right from the start. Now they were both widows. Though fortunate enough to be rescued by Chu Fan's group, the events of the past few days still drove them to weep bitterly in each other's arms. Lu Shangfei also burst into tears, exclaiming, How touching! Lu Rian sighed softly and turned her gaze to Chu Fan. Barbara's eyes reddened as well. Darling, they're so pitiful. Should we help them? Chu Fan nodded. Not being a saint doesn't mean losing humanity. Let's hear what they think. Just then the two women overheard their conversation and quickly stifled their sobs. Thank you for saving our lives, Brother Chu. We have other relatives who were also transported to this world. We want to find them. Chu Fan nodded again, understanding they didn't want to burden him. He didn't insist, though he still needed 2 more teammates to level up to 4. But he wasn't in a rush. After all, gathering numbers was far easier than activating other modules. With that thought, he gave the two women the hailing Wu Laowai's ship along with all its supplies. He had no interest in such meager provisions. The two women dropped to their knees. Thank you for saving us today. If ever we have the chance, we sisters will repay you. Chu Fan waved his hand. No need for such formality. The women helped each other up, returned to the hailing, and slowly rowed it aside. Chu Fan then merged Ma Ren's Haiju into his own Sea King, increasing its area by 1/3. Checking the panel, the ship's displacement had grown from 10 tons to 13. The most obvious change was the deck, now nearly a meter wider, and the cabin significantly larger. Just then the system's voice rang out, Ding, host has successfully survived 1 day. Blind box reward credited. Please check. Chu Fan was delighted. As Shi Hongshi once said, the system was the ultimate trump card. Now the blind boxes it gave him became his greatest reliance. Closing the cabin door, he smiled at the two women's puzzled expressions. Come over, let's begin. Barbara was taken aback. Darling again. Aren't you tired? Lu Rian also cast a reproachful glance at Chu Fan. Couldn't he skip even 1 round? Chu Fan paused, then realized they had misunderstood. You two little perverts, what are you thinking? I meant opening the blind boxes. Barbara exclaimed. Oh, that's what you meant. I thought you were talking about. What did you think? Oh, that. Don't worry, we'll explore biology later. Chu Fan kept talking, but his hands didn't stop. With a wave, 3 blind boxes appeared neatly before them. Same as before, one each. I refused to believe him, still the unluckiest. You two go first this time. Having learned from previous experiences, Chu Fan was adamant about not opening first. Barbara grabbed a box and opened it directly. Beat blind box used successfully. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a special module, the medical room. The medical room contains basic hospital facilities and some medicines. Note, medicines are consumables and must be obtained by the host. Well, that's Barbara for you. Chu Fan couldn't help but marvel. Barbara's luck was as incredible as ever. In this environment, having a medical room was an absolute game changer. Moreover, Barbara was a doctor by trade. The medical room seemed tailor-made for her. Chu Fan gazed at her, his mind suddenly conjuring an image of Barbara in a tight nurse's uniform. As he thought this, Barbara's Sea King uniform spontaneously transformed. Its cyan yellow color turned pure white, a tight-fitting top accentuating her perfect curves. Beneath it, a black bra strained to contain her. Below, a miniskirt and black stockings made her exude an irresistible allure. Chu Fan's eyes went wide. Cosplay. He was all too familiar with this. Beside him, Lu Rian snorted. You're practically drooling. What a lecture. Chu Fan snapped back to reality, remembering his second wife was right there. He laughed it off. Rian, your turn. Open it and see what you get. Lu Rian collected herself, curiosity piqued. Though she didn't know where these blind boxes came from, she understood their value was immeasurable. As she mused, she slowly opened her box. Beat blind box used successfully. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a special item, the alert system. Alert system description: upon activation, it automatically monitors every spot on the ship. Any attempt to sneak aboard will trigger an alarm with 360-degree coverage. Chu Fan was dumbfounded. These two women were as lucky as ever. This item couldn't have come at a better time, no more need for night watches. After the earlier commotion, he doubted anyone would dare approach anytime soon. All right, my turn. I feel like I'm going to hit the jackpot this time. With that, Chu Fan opened his blind box. Beat blind box used successfully. Congratulations, host, you've obtained 1000 cartons of Huazi and 100 windproof lighters. Though Huazi is soft, host must be as hard as steel. Chu Fan was utterly bewildered. He felt like the wind that had tousled his hair as he stood nonchalantly on the 38th floor balcony. The box wasn't entirely useless, but compared to the women's prizes, it was pure garbage. System, who's the host here, me or them? No, I need to save face. In the dead of night, Chu Fan finally understood why the system had given him Huazi. Leaning against the cabin, he gazed at the moonlight above and felt the sea breeze. Click. The windproof lighter cast a dim glow in the darkness. Chu Fan lit a Huazi, took a deep drag, and exhaled. Not bad, but nothing special. After taking a shower, Chu Fan slept with his wives until dawn. It seemed that his display of authority the previous day had been quite effective, as no one dared to disturb them in the latter half of the night. Damn, bro-in-law, where did you get those Huazi cigarettes? Chu Fan grinned and tossed 2 packs of Huazi to Lu Shangfei, followed by a lighter. Little brother-in-law, smoke as you please. Your brother-in-law has plenty. Lu Shangfei was overjoyed and quickly caught them. He opened a pack and was about to light up when he felt a sharp tug on his ear. Ouch, ouch, sis, let go. My ear is about to fall off. When did you learn to smoke? Lu Rian's tone was harsh as she released her delicate hand. Lu Shangfei rubbed his ear and stepped back, muttering, Sis, I'm an adult now. Can you stop treating me like a child? Lu Rian frowned and said, What did you say? You haven't even grown a full set of feathers and you dare claim to be an adult. Lu Shangfei's face reddened. Sis, don't talk nonsense. How embarrassing would that be if Sister Barbara heard? He then cast a pleading glance at Chu Fan. Chu Fan discreetly gave an okay sign and stepped forward. Rian Xiaofei is indeed an adult now. He should have his own life. Besides, it's time to find him a girlfriend. Lu Rian was taken aback by his words. Chu Fan's suggestion reminded her that Xiaofei had indeed grown up and needed his own space. But she knew this couldn't be rushed, so she retorted coldly, Grown up, my foot. He's reckless and unreliable. Nevertheless, she tacitly accepted Chu Fan's point and sternly added, Smoke less. Lu Shangfei was overjoyed. Yes, I'll listen to you, sis. He'll definitely smoke less. In truth, although he was only a sophomore in college, he had already learned to smoke during his senior year of high school, but had never dared to let his family know. Though he wasn't heavily addicted, seeing Chu Fan smoke was too tempting to resist. When Lu Rian turned and went into the cabin, Lu Shangfei quickly lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and closed his eyes in pure bliss. Chu Fan chuckled and was about to speak when he noticed a small boat approaching. Under Chu Fan's watchful gaze, the small boat pulled up tightly against the Sea King and came to a stop. A target is approaching. Maintain vigilance. As soon as the small boat touched the Sea King, the newly acquired alert system issued a warning. Hearing the sound, Lu Rian and Barbara hurried out. Barbara brandished a shotgun, aiming the barrel at the newcomer. Then a vaguely familiar voice called out, "Brother Chu Fan, don't shoot. It's me." A figure appeared on the small boat. Chu Fan looked closely and after a brief moment of surprise finally recognized who it was. "You? Brother Long." "Haha, that's right, it's me." The visitor was none other than Bai Jie's husband, Brother Long. Brother Long jumped onto the Sea King. Seeing the shotgun in Barbara's hands, he raised his hands slightly awkwardly. "We're all friends here." Chu Fan nodded. Barbara put the gun away. Only then did Barbara lower her weapon. Brother Long breathed a sigh of relief. Being stared down the barrel of a gun was truly nerve-wracking. He stepped forward and lightly punched Chu Fan on the chest, giving him a meaningful look. "You've got some nerve, kid. If this weren't Earth, I'd have taken your arm off." The implication was clear. How dare he flirt with Brother Long's woman? Chu Fan's face flushed red. Although it wasn't intentional, he knew he was in the wrong. Seeing the wary expressions on Barbara and Lu Rian's faces, Brother Long burst into laughter. "Haha, Brother Chu Fan and I go way back. We're family." Chu Fan's face darkened. He instinctively glanced toward Bai Jie's boat, but didn't see the seductive young woman. "Brother Long, what brings you here? Are you looking for your wife?" Chu Fan handed him a cigarette and lit it, much to Brother Long's astonishment. "Damn bro, you're amazing. You even have cigarettes." Brother Long didn't stand on ceremony. He took the cigarette, lit it, and took a greedy drag before slowly explaining his purpose. "Forget about that woman for now. I came to see you about something." "Brother Long, go ahead." Chu Fan invited Brother Long to sit on the deck. The three men gathered together, smoking huazi and chatting. "Bro, have you heard of the Ark?" Chu Fan furrowed his brow slightly. "The Ark? You mean that guy Gao Shuaiqi?" Brother Long nodded. "That's him. Let me tell you, he's quite a character. In the past few days, he's taken in a total of 13 ships. Now he has nearly 30 people on board. Also, the Ark already has a freshwater converter. The daily output is limited, but at least it's enough to keep them alive." Brother Long took another deep drag of his cigarette. "To be honest, bro, if I hadn't run into him, I might have died the night before last." Chu Fan nodded slightly. "So, Brother Long, does your visit have anything to do with this Gao Shuaiqi?" Brother Long leaned in. "Hey, Race, the thing Gao Shuaiqi wants to form an alliance with you. When I heard it was you, I volunteered to come, and I also wanted to check on my old lady." Chu Fan smiled faintly upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Gao Shuaiqi to make a move. "Brother Long, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I'm not interested." Brother Long nodded. "Before I came, I would have urged you to join us to combine forces and become stronger." He then changed his tone. "But now I definitely won't persuade you." Chu Fan asked curiously, "Oh, and why is that?" Brother Long grinned. "Just looking at these two beauties, I wouldn't advise you to go. Bro, you're lucky in this regard. No wonder you're from the same circle as me." As he spoke, Brother Long gave a thumbs up. Lu Rian keenly caught the implication in his words and fixed Chu Fan with a piercing glare. Chu Fan coughed awkwardly and quickly asked, "Brother Long, what do you mean by that?" Brother Long glanced at the other person on his small boat and lowered his voice. "That Gao Shuaiqi is fine in other respects, but he's too lecherous. Basically, any woman with a bit of looks can't escape his clutches. Your two girls are stunning. If you go there, they'll definitely be targeted. That's also why I don't want my old lady to go with me." Chu Fan finally understood. "By the way, there's one more thing I need you to be straight with me about." "What is it?" "What was that gunfire yesterday?" The Ark was quite far away, so they didn't know the details. That was also He Fengming's only concern. Chu Fan didn't deny it. "Yeah, it was from my side." "Bro, you're the man." Brother Long gave him another thumbs up. He finished his cigarette, stood up, and patted his pants. "All right, I know what you mean. They'll head back now. Keep an eye on my old lady for me." Chu Fan took out 2 packs of huazi and stuffed them into Brother Long's arms. Brother Long hid the cigarettes when no one was looking. "Thanks, bro. Watch out for Gao Shuaiqi. I'll let you know if anything comes up." "I'm off." After taking 2 steps, he suddenly turned back and lowered his voice. "Brother Chu Fan, what if I die? What should my woman do?" Chu Fan laughed. "Don't worry. Your wife I shall care for." Brother Long shook his fist. "You little rascal, still trying to play the chow thief. Remember what you said today." With that, he leaped gracefully onto the small boat and slowly drifted away. Chu Fan watched Brother Long's figure gradually disappear, his eyes narrowing slightly. Boom! A thunderclap crashed down from the clouds. Chu Fan looked up and saw dark clouds gathering rapidly. In an instant, the world turned pitch black. "Get into the cabin quickly. It's going to rain." It seemed this was the daily downpour. Everyone at sea hurriedly brought out their collection containers. The freshwater collector on the Sea King would automatically gather rainwater, so they didn't need to do anything. Another lightning bolt struck, and finally the rain began to fall. Let the heavy rain fall all the way. "Fan Fan, I'm feeling emo." Chu Fan's face darkened as he listened to Barbara humming a tune, wondering where this foreign girl had picked up the meme about sailing. On the windless sea, everyone had prepared themselves to welcome the arrival of this first rain. But soon all discovered a very cruel truth. The rain was simply too pathetically light. Is that it? Even my little devil's drops are more than this. Damn, with such sparse rain, can we even fill a bottle in 20 minutes? Damn it, hurry up and prepare more bottles. Third brother, bring my urinal too. Hell, I was even planning to take a shower, well, I've already taken off my pants, and this is all we get. Handmade wooden buckets, guaranteed leak-proof. Message me if interested. Damn, buddy, give me one. I want one too. The regional channel was flooded once again, with everyone complaining that the rain was falling like a trickle. It seemed this sole source of fresh water was also a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, Brother Long braved the rain and returned to the Ark, meeting Gao Shuaiqi. Long, how did it go? What did Chu Fan say? Brother Long apologized with a smile. Long, good Chu Fan said he has a family to take care of and doesn't want to trouble others, so. As he spoke, he pulled out a pack of Huazi cigarettes from his pocket and offered it ingratiatingly. This is from Chu Fan. Gao Shuaiqi smiled without saying a word. Seeing this, Brother Long licked his lips and pulled out another pack of Huazi. Brother Gao, that's all I have. Only then did Gao Shuaiqi take it, nodding. Didn't expect Chu Fan to have such a stash. Brother Long's heart skipped a beat at these words, and he quickly said, Brother Gao, Chu Fan is my brother, you see. Gao Shuaiqi waved his hand. I don't overthink it. I'm not that kind of person. Since Chu Fan has concerns, let's drop it. Brother Long sighed in relief. Then I'll thank Brother Gao on behalf of Chu Fan. Gao Shuaiqi smiled, saying that makes it sound distant, we're all brothers. By the way, what was that gunfire last night? Brother Long quickly replied, it came from the Poseidon. Gao Shuaiqi fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. I see. You've worked hard, Long. Go get some rest. Brother Long nodded. All right, I'll get back to work. Once Brother Long left the cabin, a figure emerged from behind Gao Shuaiqi. It was his trusted subordinate, He Fengming. Boss, are we really letting this go? Gao Shuaiqi's smile vanished, his face turning cold. Let it go. I sent someone to invite Chu Fan as a courtesy. Since he doesn't appreciate it, I naturally have no reason to show mercy. He Fengming asked in confusion, but just now, Long. Gao Shuaiqi sneered, looking at He Fengming. Ming, remember, Long is not one of us. I told him to bring his wife over before, and he brushed me off. This time asking him to find Chu Fan yielded the same result. Gao Shuaiqi didn't finish, but He Fengming understood his meaning. Then, boss, should I? He made a throat-slitting gesture. Gao Shuaiqi quickly said, not yet. He still has his uses. After a pause, he added, hey, race the plan, take some men and scout the area near the Poseidon. Make sure Long doesn't see you. He Fengming lowered his head. Boss, what about Chu Fan's gun? Gao Shuaiqi replied, notify Monkey to get ready. He Fengming gave a thumbs up, that's the boss for you. With Monkey on the job, there won't be any problems. Just then a lackey rushed in. Boss, something bad. He Fengming cursed, what nonsense are you spouting? And haven't you been told to knock before entering? The lackey was taken aback and quickly stepped out. Boss, are you ready? May I come in? Gao Shuaiqi's face darkened. The words made it sound like they were up to some shady business. Annoyed, he snapped, cut the formalities. Get in here. The lackey cautiously pushed open the door and entered the cabin. Spit it out. What's the matter? Boss, there are countless giant fish outside attacking the ships. You need to come see. Giant fish. Gao Shuaiqi looked skeptical. He Fengming voiced his boss doubt. Aren't they just fish? Free food delivered to our doorstep. What's all the fuss about? The lackey shrank back. Boss, these fish are enormous. He Fengming sneered. The bigger the waves, the pricier the fish. Bigger is better. Besides, how big can they be? You're so easily impressed. With that, He Fengming shoved the lackey aside and strode out of the cabin. Moments later, He Fengming's voice rang out. Oh my god, these fish are really damn big. Unable to contain himself any longer, Gao Shuaiqi practically burst out of the cabin. You guys, it's just a slightly bigger. Suddenly he froze. Then pointing at the 2-story-high octopus-like creature before him, he stammered. You call that a fish? The lackey scratched his head. Isn't an octopus a fish? You're a damn genius. By now the sea was in utter chaos. Countless enormous fish emerged from the surface, launching attacks on the ships. The giant octopus in front of the Ark lashed out with its powerful tentacles at the humans on board. Help! A lackey was caught by the octopus tentacle and lifted into the air. Then the octopus opened its gaping maw and hurled the lackey into its black hole-like mouth. Crunch! Crunch! The sound of chewing sent chills down everyone's spines. A similar scene unfolded near Chu Fan. A massive crab-like creature appeared before the Poseidon. The crab monster raised its enormous pincers and aimed them at the ship's mast. If it struck, the entire mast would likely snap. Beast! How dare you! Chu Fan roared, leaping high into the air. With a single swing of his dragon-slaying sword, the seemingly indestructible crab monster was cleaved in two. Congratulations, player Chu Fan, for being the first to slay a sea monster. You earn 10 points with a bonus of 100 points. The leaderboard is now open. A ranking will take place in 7 days, and the first place winner will receive a special reward. Current rankings are as follows. First place, Poseidon 210 points. Second place, Ark 200 points. Third place, Thunder 100 points. Fourth place, Little Blackie 80 points. The voice echoed in the air, startling everyone. Someone had actually managed to kill that sea monster. Gao Shuiqi's face changed as he shouted, "Everyone grab your weapons and take this thing down." The people on deck snapped out of their stupor, grabbing their weapons to counterattack the octopus. Gao Shuiqi drew a blue glowing blade. He had seized it from an island inhabited by dwarves, looting the place with his superior numbers to obtain this sword. The blade was incredibly sharp, as if nothing could withstand Gao Shuiqi's full-powered swing. This was one of his trump cards. With this sword, he feared no one. Fortunately, the octopus seemed to have no other attacks besides its size. Gao Shuiqi swung his blade, fiercely slicing off the creature's head. Sea monster slain. 10 points. Current score 210 points. With that, Gao Shuiqi had caught up to Chu Fan's score. But this infuriated Gao Shuiqi. Being just a step too late had cost him a 100-point bonus. That first place should have been his. The boss is mighty. The boss is incredible. Gao Shuiqi basked in the adulation of his underlings, his ego swelling uncontrollably. "Boss, I want to bear your children." The speaker was a chubby man with a square face and a bushy beard. Gao Shuiqi couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the words. "Get the hell away from me, you damn queer." Gao Shuiqi cursed, and then mused, "That Chu Fan just relied on having a gun to get ahead of me. I don't believe his bullets are endless." He foaming muttered to himself, wondering why he hadn't heard any gunfire just now. But seeing his boss in high spirits, he wasn't foolish enough to dampen the mood. Seeing all his underlings looking at him with admiration, Gao Shuiqi felt even more pleased. "All right, now let me claim the top spot on the leaderboard. The boss is mighty. The boss will surely win. Boss, I want to give you." Slap. Before the man could finish, Gao Shuiqi kicked him flying. "Damn it, say one more word and I'll throw you to the octopus." After spitting, Gao Shuiqi noticed Long Guest's worried expression, and a sly idea struck him. "Hey Long, what's wrong? Worried about your wife?" Long Gu sighed. "Yeah, boss. Even though she cheated on me, we've been together for so many years. I can't help but worry." Gao Shuiqi quickly said, "You've seen my strength. Bring her here, and I'll protect you both." Long Gu was about to respond when a voice rang out. "Honey, save me." Long Gu froze at the sound. It was unmistakably his wife Bai Jia. Long Gu turned in disbelief and saw a boat less than 20 meters from the ark, firmly gripped by a giant octopus, being dragged into the sea on the verge of capsizing. "Holy crap, honey." Long Gu couldn't hold back and cried out. Gao Shuiqi and he foaming instinctively looked over upon hearing the shout. One look was all it took for Gao Shuiqi to swallow hard. This woman was incredibly alluring. He had heard that Along's wife was stunning, but seeing her in person, he realized what a true exquisite beauty was. Thus he couldn't help but call out, "So it's Along's wife. Don't worry, Along and I are brothers. They'll save you." Bai Jia, desperate at that moment, was overjoyed to hear someone could save her, believing it was truly one of Long Guest's brothers. Long Gu knew this was no time for hesitation, and quickly said, "Thank you for your help, brother Gao." Gao Shuiqi waved his hand dismissively. "A brother's problem is my problem. Quick, steer the boat over." At Gao Shuiqi's command, the ark rapidly approached Bai Jia's small vessel. The boat was already fractured in several places, seawater flooding the deck. A dire situation. Fortunately, Gao Shuiqi acted swiftly, leaping over and dispatching the octopus with 2 slashes. This earned him another 10 points, propelling him to the top of the leaderboard. But he paid it no mind, rushing forward to steady the stumbling Bai Jia. Suddenly, an arm thicker than Gao Shuiqi's thigh shot out and seized his reaching hand. Oh dear! Unsupported, Bai Jia fell delicately onto the deck, making Gao Shuiqi's heart skip a beat. Only then did he see that there was another person on Bai Jia's boat, a little fairy weighing over 200 jin. And that arm belonged to this little fairy. With a stern face, she said, "Why did you take so long? We almost got devoured by that giant octopus." Gao Shuiqi, thinking he misheard, stood dumbfounded and asked, "What did you say?" The little fairy continued, "Seeing a lady in danger and not coming sooner. I know you wanted to play the hero and impress me, didn't you?" How utterly cringeworthy. Gao Shuiqi felt as if a lightning bolt had struck his skull. What kind of bizarre creature was this? Meanwhile, Long Gu had jumped onto the boat and helped his wife up. "Honey, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Bai Jia clung to Long Guest's arm. "Honey, I was so scared." Whether her coquettishness reached Long Guest's heart, Gao Shuiqi didn't know, but it certainly stirred something in his. Don't worry. With me, Gao Shuiqi here, no one can harm you. All of you," the little fairy snorted. "Though that's quite arrogant, at least you have some sense. Help me onto that big ship." Gao Shuiqi couldn't take it anymore and kicked her, but her sheer bulk absorbed the blow, his foot sinking into her as if into a pile of cotton. "Damn it, you fat pig, who do you think you are? Say one more word and it'll throw you into the sea. The little fairy clutched her stomach in disbelief. You dared to hit me? They'll expose you. With that, she activated her wristband. Family, I've met a toxic man. I ignored him and he hit me. I've never seen such a disgusting man. Girls beware. Gao Shuaiqi caught sight of her ID and couldn't help but laugh. So you're the one pretending to be the campus belle Lu Ruyan. The guy who bought your stockings would probably puke if he knew. The little fairy tried to speak again, but Gao Shuaiqi casually slashed at the boat, leaving a deep gash on the deck. Try saying one more word. Without waiting for the pale-faced little fairy to react, he waved behind him. I can't stand this fat pig anymore. He Fengming, come here and throw her into the sea. Bai Jia quickly interjected. Brother Gao, can you spare Xiao Dai? She's been taking care of me these past few days. Gao Shuaiqi's attitude instantly softened upon hearing Bai Jia's plea. All right, for your sake, I'll let her off. Give her a boat and let her fend for herself. He Fengming rubbed his hands together. Boss, don't waste her. How about giving her to me? Gao Shuaiqi was stunned. Wait, you like someone like that? He Fengming grinned slyly. I've always wanted to be a tank driver since I was a kid. Suppressing his urge to vomit, Gao Shuaiqi gave a thumbs up. Brother, you're something else. Back on the ark, Gao Shuaiqi watched Long Gu escort Bai Jia below deck, his fiery gaze no longer concealed. But he knew he couldn't rush things. He turned and whispered a few instructions to He Fengming. Soon a wiry man with shrewd eyes approached. Boss, you called for me. Monkey, I need you for a job. The man called Monkey flashed a sly grin. Boss, what do you need stolen? Just say the word. Gao Shuaiqi pointed to a large ship about 200 meters away and said softly, the Sea King. Standing on the ark, the monkey cast a glance at the distant Neptune and nodded. Big brother, any specific target? There's a gun on his ship. If possible, steal it. If you can't steal it, destroy it. Gao Shuaiqi's voice was low and calm, yet carried an undeniable tone. After a brief moment of surprise, the monkey nodded. All right, big brother. I understand. He'll go prepare. Gao Shuaiqi nodded, watching the monkey's retreating figure. He was a prodigy too. Despite his small stature, he was incredibly agile, especially skilled in thievery. It had taken considerable effort to capture him back then, and recognizing his talent, Gao kept him by his side. Chu Fan, you want to compete with me? You're still green. With that, he opened the leaderboard with full confidence, but his face quickly turned green. What the hell, how is Chu Fan's score rising so fast? The leaderboard showed the first place Neptune had already reached 270 points. That meant in this short time Chu Fan had slain at least 7 sea monsters. Damn it, I have to get rid of his gun. Gao Shuaiqi punched the deck and shouted, everyone get the ship moving. I'm going to kill sea monsters. It'll make everyone know who the true king of this sea is. Gao Shuaiqi raised his blade, shouting with full bravado. Big brother, I MMPH. Just then the rain suddenly stopped. The 20-minute mark had arrived. A miraculous sight unfolded. The sea monsters on the surface, as if receiving a signal, sank one by one into the ocean. Even those still clinging to ships suddenly abandoned their targets. By now anyone could see that the appearance of sea monsters was tied to the rain. They only attacked humans when it rained. This made collecting fresh water even harder. But Gao Shuaiqi suddenly realized that after his bold declaration, there were no sea monsters left to slay. His grand pose was utterly wasted. Meanwhile, on the Neptune, Chu Fan and the others noticed the anomaly on the sea. Lu Shangfei cheerfully gathered some meat from the sea monster he had just killed. Brother-in-law, can we really eat this? Don't worry, Barbara already took a sample for testing. It's safe, non-toxic, and very nutritious. After receiving Barbara's affirmative nod, Lu Shangfei nodded happily. Then let's try this sea monster meat. Thus, while other ships were still in shock and cleaning up the mess, the aroma of barbecue wafted from the Neptune. Whoa, who's that daring enough to eat sea monster meat? It smells pretty good though. Is it really edible? Chu Fan pulled out various seasonings from his space, which he had unpacked from a blind box a few days ago. I never thought I'd be eating barbecue under these circumstances. Barbara took a bite of the octopus leg, her eyes squinting in bliss. This octopus meat is absolutely delicious. Chu Fan also took a bite and found the texture uniquely delightful. It was firmer and springier than any octopus meat he had ever tasted. And perhaps it was his imagination, but after eating it, he felt his depleted energy rapidly recovering. After one bite, Lu Shangfei stood up and hauled all the floating sea monster carcasses onto the deck, piling them into a small mountain. Lu Ruyan nibbled on the octopus meat and suddenly asked, Chu Fan, should we tell everyone that this sea monster meat is edible? Chu Fan shrugged. Sure, even if we don't, they'll find out sooner or later. Lu Ruyan nodded, tapped her wristband, and sent one of her rare messages. Sea monster meat is edible. Her tone was as cold as ever. It was clear that beneath her icy, otherworldly exterior, she still harbored compassion. But Chu Fan didn't think it was a big deal. After all, this was what a flesh-and-blood person should be like. In the chat channel, someone raised a question. You say it's edible just like that? Who do you think you are? That's campus beauty, Lu. I'm right next to her ship, and she's really eating sea monster meat. What? She's campus beauty, Lou. Then who was the one who sold me those worn stockings last time? Hee, that was a fake. She's on our ship now, and she's at least 250 pounds. No kidding. Brother upstairs, you're in luck. Damn it. Chu Fan saw the chat and couldn't help asking, Rian, aren't you angry that someone's impersonating you? Lu Rian shrugged. Getting angry or not won't change what's happened. What's the point? Chu Fan was momentarily speechless. This woman was way too cool. No wonder she was so admired. But now this goddess belonged to him. Thinking about it, he must be the most awesome person. With that thought, Chu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Second wife, you're right. Just then Lu Rian's wristband rang. She opened it to find a private message. Ifelining na Rian, is that you? It's Ruoyan. Lu Rian was taken aback and quickly replied, it's me, Ruoyan. I can't believe you're here too. Yeah, I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen your message in the public channel. Lu Rian asked further, how are you doing now? Ifelining na, not great. The sea monster attack damaged my ship a bit. Lu Rian sighed. Li Ruoyan was her only close friend from university. As if afraid to worry Lu Rian, the other side sent another message. Don't worry about me. I'm fine for now. By the way, Rian, is it true that sea monster meat is edible? Lu Rian quickly replied, yes, it's true. It tastes great and quickly restores energy. Ifelining na, too bad. My sister and I were too busy hiding to get any meat. Lu Rian thought of something and quickly said, Ruoyan, wait for me. She then looked up and said, Chu Fan, I want to ask for your opinion on something. Chu Fan was surprised. Second wife, why so serious? Just say it. There's no one else here. Lu Rian glanced at the mountain of sea monster meat on the deck and spoke softly. Chu Fan, my only friend from school, is also on this sea. She's not doing well. We have so much meat. Can I give her some? Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's expression changed. Not good. Lu Rian was stunned. She hadn't expected him to refuse. Why not? Chu Fan suddenly grinned mischievously. You have to call me hubby. Upon hearing these words, Lu Rian was stunned once again. After a moment, as if unable to believe her ears, she ventured tentatively, is this the reason you disagree? Chu Fan chuckled and said, from now on you mustn't call me Chu Fan anymore. You have to call me husband. Come on, my dear Rian, let me hear you say it. Although Lu Rian found Chu Fan somewhat absurd, especially in front of her younger brother, making it a bit hard to speak, she reconsidered and realized that calling themselves husband and wife wasn't entirely inappropriate now. Thus she whispered softly, all right, husband. Chu Fan laughed heartily and continued, that's more like it. By the way, what were you saying just now? About your best friend? Lu Rian nodded. Yes, my only best friend from my time at Jiangxing University, Li Ruan. At this, Lu Shangfei interjected from the side, sister Ruan. She's here too. Lu Rian nodded again. Yes, it seems she came with her younger sister. Wow, I've long heard that sister Ruoyan has a twin sister who looks almost exactly like her. I've always wanted to see just how similar they are. Chu Fan asked curiously, Xiaofei, do you know Li Ruoyan too? Lu Shangfei nodded. Of course, brother-in-law, didn't you know? Sister Ruoyan and my sister were known as the two flowers of Jiang University. Just imagine she also has a sister who looks exactly like her. Chu Fan let out an, oh, and said, I see. Lu Rian continued, I just got in touch with her. Her boat has some damage, and because she was afraid, she didn't even fight the sea monster, let alone collect its meat. I see we have so much meat here, so I thought I'd share a little with her. Her voice grew softer as she spoke the last sentence. She herself felt that this request might be a bit excessive. Chu Fan shrugged and said, I have no problem with it. We have so much meat we can't finish it all. Give her some. Lu Rian was also stunned. She had thought Chu Fan would blame her for meddling, but instead, he didn't mind at all. Seeing her expression, Chu Fan continued, you're part of this crew too. You have the right to distribute these things. As long as it's not something core, you don't need to worry so much. Barbara stepped forward as well and said, Rian, I was right about you. It shows you're a loyal and caring sister. Go ahead and send it. If Chu Fan dares to say anything, we won't let him in bed tonight. Chu Fan's face darkened. This foreign girl was so bold, saying whatever came to mind. He quickly changed the subject. By the way, Rian, what's Li Ruoyan's ID here? I'd like to know in advance if I ever run into her. Lu Rian opened her wristband and checked again before saying, her name is Iflanina. That's right, she's a Genshin Impact fan. Chu Fan was taken aback. Could it be such a coincidence? Saying this, he opened his own wristband and found the previous transaction record. Is this her? Lu Rian stepped forward to look and was also stunned. What a small world. Yes, that's her. Chu Fan laughed heartily. Then there's even less of a problem. Even if she weren't your best friend, given that she spoke up for me earlier, this little favor is no big deal. Then, as if thinking of something, Chu Fan took a windproof lighter from his spatial storage and handed it over. She probably doesn't have a fire source either. Give this to her, as well as a token of my thanks for her taking care of you all these years. Lu Rian felt a warmth in her heart. Without being overly modest, she took the lighter and opened her wristband again. Royan, I have some extra sea monster meat here. You can grill it to replenish your strength. Also, this is from my husband asking me to give it to you. On a boat about 200 meters away from the Neptune, a black-haired beauty dressed in a black online outfit with sheer black stockings opened her mouth wide in surprise. What? What did I just hear? The icy and aloof Miss Lu Ruyan actually has a husband. Lu Ruyan blushed, but her nature was to do as she pleased, so she replied simply, Let's not talk about that. If you need help, come find me on the Neptune. This time Li Ruoyan was shaken. She realized that her best friend's man was none other than the formidable Chu Fan who had been making waves recently. But she quickly came to terms with it, smiling to herself and murmuring, as expected of my good best friend Li Ru. The man she chose is no ordinary person. Just then a twin-tailed girl with a 9/10 resemblance to Li Ruoyan poked her head out from the cabin. Sis, what are you talking about? This was Li Ruoyan's twin sister Li Ruashi. Growing up together, they often wore the same clothes and had the same style, frequently being mistaken for each other. So after college, the sisters deliberately attended different universities. After graduation, their paths also diverged completely. Judging by her attire, Li Ruoyan was a typical career woman. Meanwhile, Li Ruashi, having studied film, was a fledgling little star. They had arranged to meet up during the holidays. But shortly after getting together, they were transported into this cursed game. Fortunately, they weren't separated, which gave the sisters some peace of mind. In this environment, however, they tried to keep a low profile. After all, in such circumstances, if they encountered someone with ill intentions, there was no law to protect them. Li Ruoyan looked up, smiled, gently revealing a pair of lovely dimples. Ruashi, we have food. Upon hearing this, Li Ruashi couldn't help but smile, showing a pair of cute little fangs. Really? Where from? Remember the good best friend I told you about, Lu Ruyan? Li Ruashi recalled for a moment and remembered the familiar name. Is she the Lu Ruyan who was known with you as the two flowers of Jian University? Li Ruoyan smiled wryly. Ruashi, can you not bring up that cringy nickname? That's all in the past. Li Ruashi chuckled and said, I'm really curious about what the person who's on par with you looks like. Li Ruoyan shook her head. I can't do anything with you. Come on, let's grill the meat. Ruyan said, this sea monster meat tastes great and can quickly replenish energy. Really? That's wonderful. Suddenly she thought of something and frowned. But sis, we don't have any tools to start a fire. Look at this. A lighter. Where did it come from? Ruyan gave it to us. Now Li Ruashi was shocked. Not that I'm complaining about your best friend being so good to you, but how is she so amazing and has so many good things? Li Ruoyan smiled knowingly and whispered, because she met an incredible man. Meanwhile, on the Neptune, Chu Fan and the other three were eating grilled meat and discussing their next move. At that moment, on the seemingly calm sea, a small boat was silently paddling straight toward the Neptune. The small boat halted less than 10 meters from the Neptune. Three men huddled in the cramped cabin, casting cold, appraising glances at the situation aboard the Neptune. This was precisely Monkey and his crew, arriving early to scout the area. Well, found anything? Monkey demanded in a low voice. Brother Monkey, there are 4 people on the Neptune, 2 men and 2 women. Gotta say, those women are real lookers. Yeah, Brother Monkey, and get this. One of them's a hot foreign chick. Holy crap, the size of her. If I could just cop a feel, it'd be amazing. The 2 underlings recounted their findings, their eyes brimming with envy. Monkey scolded, look at you two, so pathetic. Is that what I asked about? One of the underlings scratched the back of his head and said, that's all we saw. Mainly that foreign babe kept swaying in front of me, making me dizzy. Monkey shot him a sharp glare. Get to the point. Did you see any guns? Underling B chuckled, we didn't see any guns on the boat, but ours have been raised the whole time. Monkey kicked the pair of fools aside in frustration, silently calculating his next move. It seemed relying on these 2 idiots to gather intel would take forever. He'd have to wait until nightfall and make a trip himself. With that in mind, he turned back and delivered 2 more resounding kicks. Keep watch. I'm catching some shut-eye. Wake me at dusk. Got it, Brother Monkey. The 2 fans of Barbara clutched their stomachs as they replied. What's with this weather? Why is it suddenly so hot? Lu Shangfei muttered softly, trying on the new clothes Chu Fan had gifted him. Lu Ruyan looked up at the sun in the sky, her brows furrowed. It had felt like spring during the rain, but in the blink of an eye it seemed to have turned to summer. Despite the Sea King's suit, the sun's rays were still unbearable. With no other choice, they retreated into the cabin. Restless Lu Shangfei dove into the sea for a swim. It's so hot, the sea monster meat on the deck will probably spoil. Better store it away. Barbara shook her head. Honey, I tried. The meat won't go into the storage. Chu Fan was momentarily stunned. He tried it himself and found it was indeed impossible to store the meat in the warehouse. This seemed to be another limitation of this world, forcing humanity to constantly battle sea monsters. Understanding the logic, Chu Fan smiled faintly. Others might be helpless, but he had an edge. The warehouse wouldn't take it, but he had his system space. and his system space seemed to preserve freshness. So with a grand wave of his hand, he swept all the sea monster meat from the deck into his inventory. The others had grown accustomed to this and felt secretly relieved. Lu Rian suddenly spoke. Chu Fan, if I asked the Royan sisters to join us, would you take them in? Chu Fan's heart leaped with joy. These were campus beauties on par with Lu Rian, and twins. Refusing would make him an unworthy sea king. But he feigned indifference, saying, Rian, it's your call. Whatever you decide, I'll have your back. Lu Rian's cheeks flushed. At least you've got some conscience. Forget it, I'm going to cool off. Barbara chimed in, me too, Rian, wait for me. Hearing this, Chu Fan stood up. I'm coming too. Without waiting for their reaction, he took both women by the hand and dashed into the bathroom. A moment later, Chu Fan mused. In the late Qing, there were 3 mountains of oppression. But I, Chu Fan, now face 4 mountains alone. I shall ride my mighty steed and overthrow these 4 mountains. You can't fathom the hardships of a sea king. While Chu Fan reveled in the water, others on the sea were suffering. The sun was so scorching it threatened to dehydrate everyone. Many, after the earlier commotion, had accidentally spilled their hard-earned water. Thus the regional channel was flooded with pleas for water. If they knew Chu Fan was enjoying a bath with the ladies, they'd probably be spitting blood. Around the Neptune, scattered bits of sea monster had drawn a crowd. Hey old man, I saw that crab leg first. Bullshit. I grabbed it first. Oh yeah, looking for a fight. Who the hell do you think you're scaring? And so those who were powerless against sea monsters turned on their own kind, brawling fiercely, as if their lives depended on it. Witnessing this, the Royan sisters once again felt grateful for Lu Rian's timely help, without which they surely wouldn't have survived this ordeal. But what about tomorrow? Could they keep relying on Lu Rian's aid? Aboard the Ark, Gao Shuiqi watched by Jie's busy figure on the deck, his heart burning with desire. Now that Along was nothing but an eyesore. As long as he was around, Gao Shuiqi couldn't make a move on by Jie. Had have to find an excuse to get rid of him. Killing Along was simple, but it had to be done in a way that commanded respect. Otherwise the others might get ideas. Meanwhile, on the Neptune, Chu Fan and the 2 women emerged from the cabin. It had been ages since Head last bathed since crossing over, and this wash left him feeling refreshed. So Xiaofei, anything unusual? Lu Shangfei raised his wristband. Don't worry, brother-in-law. All clear. Just a lot of people asking to buy water from us. Chu Fan's heart tightened. Water scarcity had clearly become everyone's top concern. Lu Rian picked up her wristband and messaged her best friend. Royan, things are looking grim. If you can't hold on, come find me. Hey, race my coordinates. After sending the message, Lu Rian was about to say something to Chu Fan when she suddenly froze. Then she pointed ahead. Look, what's that? Everyone turned to follow her gaze. In the distance, a massive black silhouette seemed to emerge from the sea, appearing on the surface and moving toward the crowd at a steady pace. Gradually, more and more people noticed this strange object. As time passed, Chu Fan could make it out, a colossal pitch-black ship. One could only wonder what propulsion system allowed such a massive vessel to glide effortlessly across the windless sea. The ship's size was beyond imagination. It was practically a castle. The vessel seemed shrouded in a mist, obscuring any view of its deck. Some timid souls were so terrified by the Leviathan that they collapsed onto their decks, speechless. The sheer pressure was overwhelming. Just as everyone was gripped with anxiety, the ship suddenly halted. Then an incredibly seductive female voice rang out from the vessel. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Captain Jack's ghost ship. Her voice did not seem particularly loud, yet strangely, every soul in this stretch of the sea heard her words with crystal clarity. Giggle, giggle. The woman's silvery laughter echoed through the air. One could tell even without seeing her face that she must be a beauty of no ordinary sort. Gao Shuiqi's eyes went wide the moment he heard that laugh. She must be an absolute stunner. Chu Fan furrowed his brow, lifting his gaze to study the mysterious ghost ship that exuded an eerie aura from every corner. The woman spoke again. I'm sure you're all troubled by the shortage of supplies and fresh water. I'm here to help. The water food cultivation techniques, supernatural abilities, or even the special modules for your ships. We have them all. Do you want them? As she spoke, the woman revealed her face. A visage of breathtaking beauty that could topple kingdoms. Her allure rivaled even that of Lu Rian and Barbara. Every gesture she made was steeped in seduction, captivating all who laid eyes on her. Even Lu Rian herself, a stunning beauty, found herself unable to look away, let alone the others. Yet compared to her ravishing looks, her words were even more enticing. What? Food, water, supernatural abilities, and upgrade modules. Did I hear that right? Is she an angel sent from heaven to save us? Angel sister, I want it. Giggle, giggle. The woman's laughter rang out once more. I forgot to tell you all, this humble one is called Leander, and I am no angel. A burly man drooled uncontrollably, his face twisted into a lecherous grin. Beautiful lady, I don't want anything else. Just you, okay? Leander covered her mouth with a coquettish laugh. Do you truly desire me? Ah, yes. The man's eyes grew dazed. Then come here, all right. Big brother is coming right now. Strangely enough, as the woman's words faded, a beam of light extended from the ghost ship, forming a bridge that reached the man's feet. With nothing but the beauty on his mind, the man cast aside all caution and stepped onto the bridge of light. Hee, little sister, big brother will surely cherish you. In the blink of an eye, the man walked along the light bridge toward the ship. Everyone held their breath, watching him in rapt silence. Fortunately, the man made it safely onto the ghost ship, standing steady on the deck. Little sister, I'm here. Leander, however, stepped back with a coy smile and asked, Sir, do you have enough points? The man was taken aback. I have 20 points. Take them all. Leander waved her hand dismissively. 20 points won't be enough. The man faltered again. Then what do you want? Leander laughed behind her hand. To have me, you'll need 100,000 points. But you've already claimed you want me. Now what? The man, utterly bewitched by her every smile and gesture, followed her lead. Yes, what now? Leander shook her head. There's no other way. You'll have to pay with your life. With that, a pitch-black claw shot out from the dark mist behind her, dragging the man into the shadows before anyone could even see it clearly. From within the black mist, the man let out only a single scream before falling silent forever. In that instant, everyone was frozen in shock. No one expected Leander to end a sturdy man's life so casually, yet she acted as though nothing had happened. This ship was truly terrifying. Leander sighed. As you can see, our ghost ship is in the business of honest trade. With enough points, you can buy anything you desire. But remember, if you don't have the points, don't make promises lightly, or you'll end up like him. Now, is anyone else willing to give it a try? Everyone exchanged uneasy glances. Was anyone foolish enough to court death? Leander, unperturbed, stood by the ship's edge, flashing a smile that could bewitch the world. There are always those unafraid of death. After an indeterminate time, someone finally broke. Miss Leander, I have 30 points. May I ask if you have a cure for cancer? A middle-aged man raised his hand and called out to the ship. His appearance suggested he was in dire straits. As if talking to himself, the man murmured, I have terminal lung cancer. I don't have many days left. What do I have to fear? Leander glanced at him and said softly, Yes, and it's only 20 points. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. It actually existed. Though 20 points was no small amount, it was a pittance compared to saving one's life. The man, grasping at a lifeline, hurriedly said, I'll buy it. As soon as the words left his mouth, a bridge of light appeared at his feet. Without a moment's hesitation, he almost jogged onto the ghost ship. 20 points have been deducted. Now let the treatment begin. Leander clapped her hands and a claw emerged from the mist once more, but this time it was cyan. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the claw shot straight into the man's chest. Damn, it's a trick. Good thing I didn't rush in. But to everyone's surprise, the man did not die. Instead, his face twisted in a strange expression. Moments later, the cyan claw withdrew from his chest, pulling out a mass of blackened tissue. As it left his body, the man felt an inexplicable lightness. Leander smiled. All the cancer cells in your body have been cleansed. Thank you for your patronage. After testing himself for a while, the man confirmed that his wretched lung disease was truly cured. Incredible, absolutely incredible. The man joyfully returned to his own ship via the light bridge. This spectacle stirred unease in everyone's hearts. Once there was one more followed. Increasing numbers of people began to purchase supplies, with fresh water and food being the most sought after. This only deepened the restlessness in the crowd. After all, the ship offered special items. If one could acquire something useful, their chances of survival would skyrocket. Just then, Leander spoke softly again. This ship also has VIP suites reserved for the top 10 on the leaderboard. Honored guests are welcome aboard. Chu Fan exchanged glances with his three companions. Honey, do you want to go up and take a look? Barbara saw through his intentions. Chu Fan nodded. Yes, I want to see if there are upgrade modules we need. Otherwise, who knows how long we'll be stuck here. He paused before adding, Besides, I feel we're being watched. Even if we don't go, our enemies might. So even if this is a trap, Chu Fan will charge in. As soon as Chu Fan finished speaking, Lu Rian nodded in agreement. Indeed, do you see that small boat over there? With that, Lu Rian gestured toward a small boat nearby where two men on the deck kept glancing their way. It was the boat where Monkey was hiding. Though they tried to stay low-key, Lu Rian's sharp eyes had caught the subtle clues. Barbara asked in confusion, Rian, what's wrong with that boat? Lu Rian shook her head. I can't quite say, just a woman's intuition. Chu Fan looked at the boat. The way the two men quickly averted their gazes made him realize they were up to no good. Thinking this over, Chu Fan spoke up. It's wise to be cautious. How about this, you all stay on the boat, and he'll go alone. Barbara teased. Are you eyeing that beauty and trying to get close to her? Chu Fan quickly waved his hands. No way with you two here, I have no time to look at anyone else. Really? Why do I always feel like you still have energy to spare? Chu Fan hastily flicked his non-existent bangs, looking smug. Isn't it good that I'm strong? Barbara nodded. That's true. Go ahead then, I'll reward you tonight. Oh, what reward? Barbara whispered, I'll tell you when you get back. Seeing Chu Fan's eyes widen, she added softly, I promise you'll be satisfied. Chu Fan's mind suddenly conjured up an incredibly alluring scene. Then Chu Fan glanced at Lu Rian. After seeing her slight nod, he raised his hand. Miss Leander M. Chu Fan, the current top of the leaderboard. I'd like to come aboard. Leander smiled. So you're the top-ranked one, please come in. As she spoke, a glowing bridge automatically extended to Chu Fan's feet. Chu Fan steadied himself and stepped onto the luminous bridge. Though it looked ethereal, it felt solid underfoot, no different from walking on ordinary ground. Under Barbara and the others' watchful eyes, Chu Fan walked step by step onto the ghost ship. Mr. Chu Fan, as you are currently ranked first, please follow me to the VIP room. Chu Fan nodded naturally. Much obliged. This caught Leander off guard. He was the first man who could remain so composed in her presence. Moreover, Chu Fan was strikingly handsome, far better than the previous visitors. Leander gave a faint smile and led the way to a dark hole that resembled a monster's mouth. This is the entrance. Please, Mr. Chu Fan. Chu Fan looked at Leander's smiling face and then at the entrance that barely seemed like a door. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he stepped straight in. As he crossed the magical threshold, a brilliant light dazzled his eyes. Before him lay a scene of resplendent luxury, a stark contrast to the exterior. A flash of white light behind him and a fragrant breeze wafted to Chu Fan's nose. Leander, with her devastatingly beautiful features, followed gracefully into the room. Mr. Chu Fan, you have great courage. You are the first person to enter this room without me leading the way. Chu Fan nodded and turned his gaze to the room. Several people were already inside, presumably the top 10 on the leaderboard. Among them, one with a middle-part hairstyle and suspenders looked familiar. After a moment's thought, Chu Fan recalled he was the one who had fought the old man named Ma that night. Suddenly, Chu Fan sensed someone staring at him. Turning, he saw a man in his 30s looking at him with intense focus. When their eyes met, the man didn't hide his interest. He smiled. You must be Chu Fan. I didn't expect you to be so young. Chu Fan was slightly surprised but responded politely. I am Chu Fan. And you are? I'm Gao Shuiqi. Pleased to meet you. Chu Fan's heart jolted. So this was Gao Shuiqi. Though it was their first meeting, the name was now known to everyone. It was even more famous than Chu Fan's, who held the top spot. After all, he had taken in the most people. So you're Mr. Gao. Pleased to meet you. They exchanged polite nods, making it seem to outsiders as if they were on excellent terms. Chu Fan didn't want to linger with this man. I just arrived, so I'll look around. Please make yourself at home, Mr. Gao. Gao Shuiqi smiled. Of course, go ahead. With that, he stepped past Chu Fan toward Leander, behind him, his face brimming with impatience. Chu Fan shook his head, slightly dismissing the thought, and began to survey the so-called VIP room. The room was exquisitely decorated in an antique style. An incense burner emitted a captivating fragrance. Elegant. Truly elegant. In the center of the room stood a rectangular platform resembling a store display case, but made of an unknown, clearly expensive wood. On the platform were several items, each accompanied by a wooden plaque describing the product and its price. Chu Fan quickly scanned the offerings. Diesel generator, 100 points with 2L of diesel included. Advanced freshwater converter converts 2 liters of seawater daily, 100 points. AK-47 automatic rifle, 80 points with 500 rounds of ammunition. Automatic fishing machine, 100 points. Every item was incredibly useful, but the prices were steep. Chu Fan recalled that a man's life was worth only 20 points, while here even the cheapest item cost dozens or hundreds. Truly, human life was the cheapest commodity. The other top 10 on the leaderboard shared similar thoughts. After all, it was only the first day, and everyone had very limited points. Chu Fan, currently first, had only 270 points. Second place Gao Shuiqi had 210 points. Third place Kunkin had 150 points. Those behind mostly had around 100 points, while the 10th ranked man had only 90 points, enough for just one gun. Leander seemed to read their thoughts, but remained unfazed. Everyone, don't worry. We'll stay here for 10 days, you have plenty of time. Also, there are a few particularly precious treasures for you to see. With that, she elegantly clapped her hands. 2 veiled girls pulled back a cloth curtain, revealing another display stand. This stand held only 5 items. Everyone couldn't help but look, and in an instant their gazes burned with desire. 4 of them resembled some kind of fruit placed on the stand. Beside them was a wooden plaque with a description. God's fruit, effects unknown, grants a random superpower upon consumption. Below was the price, 10000 points. As for the last item, Chu Fan's eyes narrowed. Moon God's fruit grants the power of the moon god upon consumption. Price, 50000 points. Chu Fan felt his breath catch. He never imagined that supernatural abilities truly existed. Every man has fantasized about one day commanding the elements and reigning supreme over heaven and earth. Chu Fan was no exception. What astonished him even more was that the moon god's bow obtained from Goblin Island and the power of the moon god mentioned in that parchment scroll would appear here. Moreover, the price was an astonishing 5,000 points. Achieving that solely by hunting sea monsters or attacking other captains within 10 days seemed nearly impossible. Even if he slashed day and night until the dragon-slaying sword grew dull, he could never reach 5,000 points. Not to mention the moon god's power. Even the other two abilities were unattainable in such a short time. If Chu Fan was in such a bind, the others were no better off. Gao Shuiqi's eyes nearly popped out when he saw those divine fruits. Just imagine, if he could wield lightning with one hand and a fireball with the other, who in this world could rival him? It seemed he had to accumulate as many points as possible. Leander, as if reading their thoughts and deliberately fanning the flames, suddenly let out a soft laugh. Since you are all esteemed guests, I have a piece of free intelligence for you. Defeating an opponent allows you to claim all their points. This news made everyone's eyes light up, but they quickly distanced themselves warily. Gao Shuiqi squinted, scanning the crowd. So that was the trick. Then earning 1,000 points in 10 days didn't seem impossible after all. Yet there were level-headed individuals among the crowd who knew these abilities were beyond their reach and began considering how to maximize the value of the points they already had. After all, the voice in the air had stated that only the top-ranked would receive a special reward. And barring any surprises, the top spot would surely be contested between Chu Fan and Gao Shuiqi. Miss Leander I'd like to buy this freshwater purification device. Kuan, ranked third, broke the silence, raising both hands. Leander smiled and responded, "Thank you for your patronage. Here is your item." With a soft chime, 100 points were deducted from Kuan's balance, leaving him with 50. A freshwater purification device materialized in his hand. Chu Fan noticed that items purchased here required no further resources for synthesis. In a way, it was quite similar to his own blind box system. Kuan glanced at his new item with satisfaction, then cast a wary look around. "Miss Leander, I'll take my leave now." With that under the watchful eyes of the others, he hurried out of the room and disappeared from sight. The man ranked 10th, after careful consideration, decided that safety was paramount. Thus, he spent all his points on the AK-47 and quickly departed as well. Chu Fan glanced over the items. He didn't need the ordinary ones, and those he wanted were beyond his means. So he decided to head back and discuss matters thoroughly with his teammates. Just then, the only woman in the crowd suddenly asked, "Miss Leander, besides points, is there anything else that can be exchanged for goods?" Leander shook her head. "We only accept points." Disappointment rippled through the crowd, but Leander continued, "However, if you have any special items, you can bring them to our ship. We'll convert them into points based on their rarity." This statement invigorated everyone, and they began to recall what special items they possessed. Chu Fan also started to think about what unusual items were on his ship. I wonder how many points the Neptune suit is worth, or the little umbrellas. He remembered he had hundreds of little umbrellas. Even if each was worth a single point, that would net him several hundred. But it was still far too short of 1,000 points. Chu Fan pondered for a while, and was about to give up when he noticed that most people had already left the room, leaving only that woman standing there. The woman glanced at Chu Fan, then couldn't help but pull out an item. "Miss Leander, how many points could this fetch?" Chu Fan looked at it absent-mindedly and froze. In the woman's hand was a silver coin. Seeing Chu Fan staring at her coin, she grew instantly wary. Leander examined the coin in the woman's hand, her expression turning serious. An ancient silver coin indeed. "Let me see which race it belongs to." She took the coin and studied it for a moment. A silver coin of the Minotaur race. "Not bad. It's worth 1,000 points." The woman was overjoyed. She had obtained this coin by chance and never imagined it would be so valuable. Though still insufficient for a divine fruit, it was enough to exchange for a great deal of resources. She took back the coin, thanked Leander, and hurried off, presumably to consult her teammates. Now the room was empty save for Chu Fan, who stood rooted to the spot. Leander noticed Chu Fan's unusual demeanor and approached him softly. "Mr. Chu Fan, is there anything else?" Snapping back to reality, Chu Fan immediately asked, "Miss Leander, how many points is this worth?" With that, he pulled a gold coin from his storage. It came from the treasure chest on Goblin Island, the same chest that held the moon god's bow. Since acquiring it, the coin had been lying forgotten in a corner of his space. If not for the woman's silver coin, Chu Fan would have completely forgotten it existed. Leander's eyes lit up. An ancient gold coin. "Mr. Chu Fan, you never cease to amaze." She took the coin from his hand and examined it closely. "What a pity, it's from the goblin race." Chu Fan's heart sank. "What's wrong? Is it not valuable?" Leander quickly reassured him. "No, it's still an ancient racial gold coin. This one is worth 1,000 points." Chu Fan was ecstatic. He never imagined that the coin he had considered worthless would be so valuable. This single coin could buy a divine fruit. But then he recalled something and asked, "Then why did you say what a pity, Miss Leanna?" Leanna smiled. "That's a long story. All you need to know is that countless races inhabit this world. Every race that survived the Great War 1,000 years ago possesses special gold and silver coins bearing their own race's emblem. The most precious among them are the 4 divine beasts gold coins. A single such coin is worth 100,000 points." Chu Fan suppressed his excitement. 100,000 points. A possibility dawned on him. "Miss Leanna, which 4 divine beasts?" Leanna glanced at him and chuckled. "You're quite curious? Very well, if you wish to know, I shall tell you. Listen carefully. The 4 divine beasts are the black tortoise of the northern seas, the white tiger of the western mountains, and the vermilion bird of the southern rainforests, and the azure dragon of the eastern continent." Upon hearing this final remark, Chu Fan's eyes instantly lit up. After speaking, Leanna continued, "However, these 4 types of gold coins are extremely rare. I've never seen one myself, and ordinary people simply cannot." Suddenly, she froze as Chu Fan produced another gold coin from his right hand and placed it before her eyes. "Is this the one?" This was precisely the coin he had retrieved from the treasure chest he seized from the underwater dragon's claws. After listening to Leanna's words, Chu Fan had a faint premonition that this must be the dragon pattern gold coin she mentioned. Leanna took the coin he offered with disbelief. "No, impossible, how can this be? A dragon pattern, it truly is a dragon pattern. How do you have this?" Chu Fan asked with a smile. "Miss Leanna, you haven't told me yet, is this the one?" Leanna snapped back to reality, exclaiming excitedly, "Jackpot, an absolute jackpot." Chu Fan's heart leaped with joy as he quickly asked, "Is this single coin really worth 100 points?" "Yes, that's our ship's rule." Chu Fan's lips curled up, uncontrollably harder to suppress than an AK's recoil. As expected, nothing from the chest seized from the natives was ordinary. Now only the location marked on the treasure map remained unexplored. But given how deeply it was hidden, it was likely more valuable than anything found so far. What delighted Chu Fan most was that he could now take all 5 divine fruits here for just a single dragon pattern gold coin. With this, he would soar to new heights instantly. "Miss Leanna, please exchange this for points, and he'll take all of these." Chu Fan retrieved the goblin gold coin he had earlier and placed the dragon coin in Leanna's small hand. Leanna beamed. "Very well, Mr. Chu Fan. Congratulations. From this moment on, you are a VIP member of our treasure pavilion. All your purchases will enjoy a 20% discount." Chu Fan was taken aback. "Treasure pavilion? Didn't you say it's called Captain Jack's Ghost Ships?" "Hee, that's the ship's name. In truth, our treasure pavilion spans the world. I'm just in charge of this sea area." Chu Fan understood. He hadn't expected the treasure pavilion to be so formidable, and to be able to sell such miraculous fruits. This showed the immense power behind it. "By the way, Miss Leanna, why is this divine fruit more expensive than the others?" Leanna smiled. "Because this one's ability has been identified while the others are unknown, hence the lower price." Chu Fan pondered for a moment. "Does that mean fruits have varying levels of strength?" Leanna nodded. "Naturally. Moreover, a person can usually only consume one fruit. Once acquired, it can never be changed. If you're unlucky and get a useless fruit, you'll be at a great loss." Chu Fan nodded. This was like opening a blind box. After accepting the gold coin, Leanna quickly handled the transaction. Moments later, she pointed at the 5 fruits. "They are all yours now." Whether it was an illusion or not, Chu Fan felt Leanna's tone had become much gentler than before. Was this the benefit of spending money? Additionally, as a valued VIP, your purchase gets a 20% discount. Therefore, you have 200 points remaining. Would you like them credited directly to your account? Chu Fan was slightly startled. If he had those 200 points, his first-place position would be virtually unshakable. With that thought, he asked, "If not, what are the options?" "You can also deposit them here, and whenever you need, they can be transferred to your account." Chu Fan nodded. "Let's leave it for a few days. I might buy something else." "Very well, Mr. Chu Fan." Just then, a massive screen in the room flickered to life. A blurry figure appeared on it. Leanna immediately stepped forward and bowed. "I didn't expect even the pavilion master to be alerted." Chu Fan frowned slightly. So this was the master of the treasure pavilion. "It's been a long time since I've seen a dragon pattern gold coin. Young man, you're quite impressive. Can you tell me where you got it?" A voice clearly distorted came from the figure. After a moment's thought, Chu Fan replied, "I obtained it by chance from a treasure chest." The pavilion master seemed agitated. "Where? Were there other items in the chest?" Chu Fan grew wary and said, "I don't recall the location. Aside from this coin, the chest only had some wood and nothing else." The figure on the screen fell silent for a brief moment before speaking again. "Is that so? What a pity." Chu Fan remained silent. Even through the screen, he could feel the oppressive aura emanating from the other party. Beside him, Leanna had lost her earlier ease, standing with her head slightly bowed. Sensing the tension, Leanna quickly interjected, "Pavilion Master Chu Fan was probably just lucky. He also has a goblin gold coin. The vast sea has no landmarks, so it's natural he forgot. Chu Fan was surprised. He hadn't expected this woman to speak up for him. It seems so. A pity. After a pause, the pavilion master suddenly said, Chu Fan, can I make a deal with you? Chu Fan asked in surprise, what deal? If you ever remember where you got this coin, or if there were other items besides it, let me know. Chu Fan frowned. It seemed the pavilion master didn't fully believe him. And what do I get in return? How about I grant you one chance to enter the Forsaken Land? Chu Fan was stunned. What was the Forsaken Land? Meanwhile, Leanner's face paled at those words. She frantically signaled him with her eyes, but dared not speak, her face flushed with anxiety. Chu Fan found it amusing, but he understood Leanner's hint. This Forsaken Land was no ordinary place. So he voiced his doubt. Aren't you afraid I might never remember anything? No matter. Consider it making a friend. How about it? Chu Fan thought it over seriously, glanced at Leanner beside him, and made a decision. All right, I agree, but I have one condition. It's been years since anyone set conditions before me. You're quite interesting. Go ahead, tell me. Chu Fan smiled faintly, pointed at Leanner behind him, and softly stated his condition. I want her. Leanner behind was startled by Chu Fan's words. On the screen, the Treasure Pavilion's master was also visibly taken aback. Hey, you've actually taken a liking to someone from our Treasure Pavilion. That's quite rare, but you do have good taste. She is indeed the most beautiful one here. However, I cannot agree to this condition. Choose something else. Leanner's face alternated between red and pale, her emotions uncertain whether from anger or excitement. Chu Fan smiled faintly and said, I think you've both misunderstood. I don't mean to take Leanner as a person. Oh, then what do you mean? Chu Fan glanced at Leanner and explained, It's simple. I know nothing about this Forsaken Land you speak of, and I've never heard of it before. So I hope Miss Leanner can accompany me as my guide. As Chu Fan finished speaking, Leanner, who had been lowering her head, suddenly lifted it. Her eyes were filled with shock and even a trace of gratitude. On the screen, the Treasure Pavilion's master fell into deep thought. You want her to accompany you into the Forsaken Land? This, Chu Fan added, otherwise forget it. Who knows what this Forsaken Land you mentioned is all about? With that, he made as if to turn and leave. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Wait. From behind, the Treasure Pavilion master's voice rang out. Chu Fan's heart tightened. It seemed the contents of that chest were extremely precious. What exactly did the Treasure Pavilion master want? The dragon-slaying sword, or perhaps that treasure map? Though his mind was calculating, Chu Fan outwardly acted as if nothing had happened, turning around to ask, Is there something else? The Treasure Pavilion master let out a soft sigh. Leanner, are you willing? Leanner bit her lip, her heart seemingly in turmoil, then, as if she had made a crucial decision. I shall abide by the master's decision. The Treasure Pavilion master fell silent for another moment, then spoke with a hint of resignation. I agree. Leanner, take good care of Brother Chu Fan. Brother Chu Fan, we shall meet again. As he finished, the screen dimmed and the connection was severed. Chu Fan shrugged and turned to see Leanner, whose eyes seemed slightly red, leaving him puzzled. Why did this girl look like she was about to cry? Didn't she want to go in? But that couldn't be right. When he suggested bringing her along, she had clearly seemed eager. Just then Leanner realized her lapse and quickly said, Mr. Chu Fan, please follow me. Chu Fan, however, seemed to think of something and quickly asked, Shouldn't I first inform my teammates? Otherwise they might worry. Leanner replied, Rest assured, I've already sent someone to tell them. Chu Fan nodded, then sent a message to Lu Rian and the others through his wristband before following Leanner toward a black gate. As if responding to a command, the black gate swung open automatically the moment they approached. Inside, everything was gray and hazy, its contents indiscernible. Standing at the entrance, Chu Fan voiced his doubt. Miss Leanner, what exactly is this Forsaken Land? Or rather, what benefits will I gain by entering? Leanner said solemnly, Within the Forsaken Land lies a place called the Eye of the Gods, a miraculous realm. It will reveal which of these divine fruits is most suited for you. Hearing this, Chu Fan felt a surge of joy. Considering the dismal luck he had with random draws, he had been uncertain about the divine fruit. Now this was like a pillow arriving just as he felt drowsy. In that case, let's go in quickly. Leanner, appearing even more eager than him, nodded. Yes. Please follow me. As soon as she spoke, Chu Fan suddenly felt a warmth in his palm. It turned out that Leanner had taken his hand in hers. Hold my hand, or we might be teleported to different places. Chu Fan nodded. I see, but holding hands might not be secure enough. How about I hold your waist? Leanner blushed. Pa, you lecher. As they spoke, they didn't pause in their steps. A flash of white light, and the two seemed to be sucked and vanishing directly through the gate. Chu Fan felt a streak of light flash before his eyes, and when he came to, he was in a strange place. Green grass thrived, trees stood tall, and everything before him was brimming with life. He couldn't fathom how this place could be called the Forsaken Land. Then he noticed Leanner beside him and was suddenly stunned. At some point, a pair of furry beast ears had appeared atop Leanner's head. Far from being unsightly, they made her seem even more spirited. Behind her, a fluffy white tail had also emerged. Good heavens, a fox-eared beast. Seeing Chu Fan's expression, Leanner dropped to her knees with a thud. I am eternally grateful for your great kindness, Master Chu. I can never repay you in this lifetime. Chu Fan was startled and quickly helped her up. What are you doing? Leanner, with reddened eyes, began to recount her background. Master Chu, as you can see, I am not human, but a member of the Fox Spirit clan. What you see now is my true form. After the Great War over 1,000 years ago, countless races were annihilated, and my Fox Spirit clan gradually faded from the annals of history. Like humans, we Fox Spirits need to live on land. But in this world now, oceans cover most of the land, so our clan's living space is under severe threat. However, our clan's elder once said that the hope of revitalizing the Fox Spirit clan lies in the Forsaken Land. But I am merely an ordinary steward with no qualification to enter the Forsaken Land. Without you, I might never have had the chance to come here in my lifetime. After hearing Leanner's story, Chu Fan finally understood the whole situation. No wonder she had been so astonished when he offered to bring her along. But why had she hesitated when the Treasure Pavilion Master asked her? Well, he couldn't figure it out, so he set it aside. Chu Fan said, "You don't need to be so polite. I truly do need your guidance." Leanner said with a hint of embarrassment, "Master, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. This is my first time here too." Chu Fan was taken aback, then slapped his forehead. "Silly me, I forgot about that. But it doesn't matter. Let's look around." Leanner smiled and nodded. "As you wish. Also, my real name is Hui. You may call me Yi from now on. Leanner is just a nickname for outsiders." Chu Fan remarked, "So only I can call you that." Yi shyly nodded. "Yes. Ha ha ha, wonderful. A fine name." Let's set off. Aboard the Sea King, Lu Ruyan gazed at the departing messenger's back, lost in thought. Barbara approached after the man had left and asked, "Ruyan, where do you think Chu Fan went? Everyone else is back, so why hasn't he returned?" Lu Ruyan frowned and shook her head. Chu Fan sent a message on his wristband saying he had matters to attend to and told us not to worry, but he didn't specify what it was. Barbara whispered, "Do you think he's taken a liking to that woman?" Lu Ruyan said softly, "That woman? It doesn't seem impossible." Hearing Barbara's words, Lu Ruyan found the possibility quite likely. After all, everyone had witnessed that woman's enchanting allure. Was it not enough for him to have two beauties like herself and Barbara? Yet upon reflection, it seemed that every time they begged for mercy, Chu Fan still appeared unsatisfied. "No, we need to come up with a way to stop him from casually picking up strange women." Barbara pouted and said, "No, when he returns, he must submit his homework. If he can't, it means something's wrong." "Exactly, let's do that." Suddenly, Lu Ruyan thought, instead of letting Chu Fan get involved with unknown women, what if she found him someone she knew well? With that in mind, she opened her wristband and tapped Li Ruyan's avatar. "Ruyan, are you there?" In the Forsaken Land, Chu Fan suddenly shivered. "Strange, why do I feel like someone's gossiping about me?" At that moment, Chu Fan noticed his wristband had completely lost signal. Stepped forward and said, "Master, this place blocks all external signals." Chu Fan nodded and continued forward. After walking for another 10 minutes, they stopped. Before them stood an immensely towering and thick ancient tree. This tree is enormous. It was taller and thicker than any tree Chu Fan had ever seen. Just by looking, he estimated it to be at least 30 to 40 meters in diameter. Chu Fan looked up for a long time, but couldn't spot the treetop. It was truly sky-covering and sun-obscuring. Are you familiar with this place?" Hui quickly replied, "Master, although this is my first time here, our clan records mention this. It should be the World Tree." "The World Tree. Sounds impressive. It is said that this tree has existed since the dawn of creation. The eye of God we seek should be on this tree." "Oh really? Let's find it quickly." After hearing Yi's introduction, Chu Fan became energized and immediately began searching around the tree. What does this eye of God look like?" Yi frowned. "To be honest, I don't know either. The texts only mention that on the World Tree there is an eye of God that can see the truth of all things in the universe." Chu Fan nodded, realizing that he was also here for the first time and knew little more than he did. They circled the tree, but found nothing. "Strange, it should be here. Why can't we find it?" Just then a hoary and ancient voice sounded. "Who dares disturb my slumber?" The scent. Is it the Fox clan? And there's a human as well." Suddenly a green fissure appeared on the tree trunk. The crack slowly opened, revealing a massive eye. The eye of God. Both realized it simultaneously. Exclaimed excitedly, "We found it. Finally found it. How should I address you?" The ancient voice spoke. "Haha, some call me the World Tree, others the Eye of God. Names matter little. I know your purpose." Said, "Then I shall call you Lord Divine." "Lord Divine, our Fox clan is facing an unprecedented calamity, so I seek the inheritance of our ancestors here. Please help me." The World Tree paused for a moment. Another millennium has passed, and the world has changed so much. Yi implored, please grant my wish. Very well. 1,000 years ago, one of your ancestors came here. I foretold the Fox clan's disaster, and she indeed left a portion of her inheritance with me. Yi rejoiced, so the clan records were true. Yes, this is rightfully yours as the Fox clan. It is only natural for you to reclaim it. However, Yi quickly asked, however what? The inheritance process requires at least 4 hours during which it will trigger celestial phenomena and may even awaken the monsters slumbering here. Yi gritted her teeth. I am not afraid. Bravery alone won't solve the problem. The key is that you cannot be disturbed during the inheritance or you will be destroyed, body and soul. After a brief moment of shock, Yi said, please tell me the solution, Lord Divine. The world tree suddenly let out a laugh. Haha, the solution is right beside you. Yi was startled then, as if recalling something, she abruptly turned to look at Chu Fan. Chu Fan was also taken aback, pointing at his own nose in disbelief. Me, the ancient voice said, young man, do you think you appeared here by chance? It is the call of fate. However, whether to help her is entirely your choice. Chu Fan scratched his head and said, helping her is no problem, but what do I need to do? Hearing this, Yi's face lit up with joy, and she looked at Chu Fan with immense gratitude. The ancient voice spoke again, simple. If you are willing, in the next 4 hours, countless enemies may appear. Your task is to defeat them. As time passes, the enemies will grow stronger, perhaps beyond your imagination. After these words, Yi's eyes dimmed. She had only known Chu Fan for half a day, and she was already indebted to him for bringing her here. How could she ask him to risk his life for her? With that thought, she said with regret, Lord Divine, in that case, I will return when I am better prepared. Though she said this, she knew that entering this place was pure luck, and she might not succeed again. But at least this proved that the clan's legends were true. That alone was significant. Just as she was consoling herself, she suddenly heard Chu Fan's laughter. Chu Fan found himself in a dilemma. Emotionally, he wanted to help Yi. Rationally, he knew he shouldn't put himself in danger. But then from the giant eye, he seemed to detect a hint of testing, a trace of encouragement, and an inexplicable meaning. Chu Fan's heart stirred, and he reached out to stop Yi from retreating. Since we're here, why wait for next time? Let me stand guard for you. What? Yi was stunned, her face a mask of disbelief. She never expected Chu Fan to make such a choice. Chu Fan smiled and said, what's wrong, moved to tears? It's fine, at worst you can pledge yourself to me. Chu Fan's decision was not a rash impulse driven by lust, but stemmed from what the world tree had said, that his arrival here was ordained by heaven. Recalling the cause of his arrival in this world and the series of miraculous encounters since his transmigration, he couldn't help but believe that perhaps his coming here was all a matter of fate. In his past life, he was an ordinary cog in the societal machine, from birth to schooling then to work. Looking back, almost nothing he did was truly his own choice. Even after dying and unexpectedly transmigrating into this world, he still felt an invisible hand pushing him forward. Thinking this way was the emergence of this system mere coincidence or inevitability? He didn't know, but at this moment he wanted to take control of his own destiny. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Don't be afraid. If you trust me, go ahead. He'll guard you here. Said, deeply moved. Chu Fan, you don't have to do this, after all we're friends, aren't we? Don't underestimate the bond between us. Chu Fan flashed an exceedingly charming smile, revealing a set of white teeth. Friends. Was taken aback. It was the first time she had heard those words from a human male. In an instant, an inexplicable emotion surged within her. But, Chu Fan chuckled, don't hesitate. The opportunity to come here is rare. Your clan members are waiting for you to return and save them, aren't they? These words finally shattered the last line of defense in Yi's heart. She seemed to recall the invasion of her clan, the scenes of her tribesmen perishing before her eyes. She seemed to remember the helplessness and expectation in the elder's eyes as he entrusted hope to them, a few young maidens. Thus she finally made her decision. Chu Fan, thank you. If I succeed, I swear that from this day forth you, Chu Fan, shall be my master. You are the great benefactor of my Fox Spirit clan. Even if I fail, I am willing to die alongside you. Having said that, she knelt abruptly before the world tree, lowered her head, and said, great deity, please begin. Once the inheritance begins, it cannot be stopped. Are you certain you want to start? Looked up, glanced at Chu Fan beside her, and upon feeling encouragement in his gaze, resolutely uttered 2 words. We are certain. Very well, I understand. As the voice fell, countless branches suddenly extended from the great tree, spreading from every direction. The branches, like countless threads, enveloped completely, finally forming a green cocoon that swallowed her entirely. Young human, listen well. This barrier can withstand only 3 attacks, so you must protect her well. Moreover, there is one thing I must tell you. According to the rules of the Fox Spirit clan, if an unmarried young fox maiden has her beast form seen by a human male, he must either kill her or marry her. Therefore, in a sense, she is already yours. Keep up the good work, young man. After the world tree finished speaking, it closed its giant eye. The large cocoon enveloping E began to emit a dazzling radiance. Chu Fan stood frozen, still pondering the tree's recent words. Did this mean he suddenly had a fox-eared maiden as his woman? Thinking about it, it was quite thrilling. Meanwhile, on the sea, the sky was finally growing dark. Aboard the Sea King, Lu Ruyan and the others were still waiting anxiously. Xiaofei, keep an eye on that other boat to prevent a sneak attack. Lu Shangfei nodded in acknowledgement. The vessel they were referring to was the small boat where Monkey and his two underlings were hiding. At that moment, Monkey was also lurking in the shadows watching the Sea King. Damn, that little woman is quite alert, always staring this way. Monkey muttered under his breath, his eyes darting around before he took out his wristband. Boss, you there? Gao Shuaiqi, who had been waiting for Monkey's message, immediately replied, How's it going, Monkey? Boss, I've been observing for a while. These people are quite vigilant, especially that long-legged woman. Also, it seems their guns aren't out, so I can't make a move. Gao Shuaiqi frowned and said, Isn't there any other way? Monkey replied, There is one way, boss. If you send someone to launch a feigned attack from the front, they'll be forced to draw their guns, and then he'll have my chance. Hearing this, Gao Shuaiqi's eyes lit up. This bastard was indeed resourceful. The plan was feasible. Moreover, that Miss Lianer had said that defeating another ship would grant you all their points. The Sea King currently had a full 270 points. If he could stage a diversion and seize the Sea King, he could not only get his hands on those two women, but also claim all those points for free. With this in mind, he sent another message. Monkey, tell me the current situation on the Sea King. Monkey then relayed his observations, and the more Gao Shuaiqi heard, the brighter his eyes became. Damn, is Chu Fan that lucky to already have so many facilities. Suddenly Monkey added, Oh, by the way, it seems Chu Fan isn't on the ship. I saw someone from that ghost ship come to inform the two women that Chu Fan would be back late. Upon hearing this, Gao Shuaiqi could no longer contain himself and let out a roar. Someone, call He Fengming here immediately. In the lower cabin, He Fengming was cozying up to the 200-gene little fairy, his face full of sycophancy. Hee, if you stick with me, you'll make sure you eat well and live well. The little fairy stared at the large chunk of sea monster meat in He Fengming's hand, her eyes almost bulging out. Give me the meat. Hee, if you want meat, it's simple. You have to satisfy me first. He Fengming let out a lecherous laugh. The little fairy paused for a moment before finally grasping his meaning. Thump. She lay down like a wall of flesh. Come on then. But you promised you have to give me the meat. He Fengming said excitedly. Don't worry, you'll keep my word. Here I come, baby. Just as He Fengming was about to pounce like a wolf, a subordinate's voice came from outside the door. Minggu, the boss is looking for you. This shout nearly made He Fengming lose his nerve. He cursed angrily, damn it, why now of all times? But since Gao Shuaiqi was summoning him, he had no choice but to go. He placed the meat in front of the little fairy. Baby, you eat first. He'll be right back. In the Forsaken Land, Chu Fan sat within the green sphere enveloping E, keeping a vigilant watch on all sides. As time passed, the energy fluctuations emanating from the green sphere grew increasingly intense. Suddenly, the roar of a wild beast reached Chu Fan's ears. Following the direction of the sound, he spotted a massive pitch-black wolf-like creature with an enormous physique appearing before his eyes. The giant wolf exuded a dark purple energy fluctuation, its eyes fixed intently on the green sphere suspended midair. What the hell is that? Chao Weiwu somewhat regretted not bringing the shotgun out. However, he feared that taking it would compromise the safety of the ship, so he could only draw his Poseidon trident. You beast, come at me if you dare. Having long mastered martial arts, he was not panicked by this wolf-like creature. This action from Chu Fan evidently provoked the monster. Roar! The giant wolf let out a howl, leaped into the air, and lunged straight at Chu Fan. Unlike the previous battle with the Sharkman knock, this wolf had lower defense, but was several times faster in its movements. Chu Fan agilely executed a flash, directly evading the wolf's pounce. With a swift turn, he thrust his Poseidon trident straight at the wolf's rear. This move was the martial arts technique known as returning spear. Although Chu Fan used it for the first time, it felt as if he had practiced it thousands of times. Natural and powerful. Ow! The giant wolf let out a pained cry. If it could speak, it would surely accuse him of lacking martial ethics. The wolf struggled briefly, then fell to the ground with a thud, motionless. Damn, scare me for nothing. That's it. The wolf was eliminated so easily that Chu Fan suspected he might have misjudged. These exist in the form of energy bodies with less than a tenth of their original strength. As if sensing Chu Fan's confusion, the world tree suddenly spoke. Chu Fan finally realized, so that's it. This made the task seem less daunting. But this is only the beginning, human boy. Be careful. As the words faded, another chorus of roars erupted. Chu Fan turned his head and immediately sensed trouble. This time, 3 giant wolves appeared, each identical in size to the previous one. Oh no, here they come again. The three wolves with gleaming green eyes charged at Chu Fan in a triangular formation. Chu Fan cursed, "Damn beasts can't even rest in peace." Raising his Poseidon trident, he charged forward. First he smashed the leading wolf away with a single strike, then swiftly rolled on the ground to evade the pounces of the other two. Following that, Chu Fan executed a crocodile flip, springing back to his feet. At that moment, the first wolf he had smashed just hit the ground with a pained cry. Without hesitation, Chu Fan thrust his trident into its body before it could rise again. At this point, he felt like an ancient general wielding a long spear against 1,000 troops. No wonder the spear is called the king of weapons. The longer the reach, the greater the advantage. Though he wielded a trident instead of a spear, both were polearms, so their techniques were largely interchangeable. Now fully in the throes of battle, Chu Fan let out a roar and charged directly at the remaining two wolves. Half an hour later, he stood panting heavily, leaning on his Poseidon trident, staring fixedly ahead. Before him lay a pile of at least 20 to 30 giant wolf corpses forming a small mound. Chu Fan felt somewhat exhausted. 3 distinct claw marks on his left arm were left by one of the wolves. Damn, how many of these things are there? It's like they're endless. Just then the green sphere behind him suddenly changed color, emitting a dazzling blue light. Human boy, beware. The energy fluctuations are now stronger than before. The enemies you face will be far more formidable. Hearing this voice, Chu Fan's heart tightened, but there was clearly no turning back now. He mused that he had once considered himself a bit of an egoist, yet here in this world, he was giving his all for someone else. Since he had chosen this path, he would fight with everything he had. Just then Chu Fan noticed the forest before him, shaking violently. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a dark shadow burst from the bushes, opening its massive jaws to bite directly at his head and face. What the hell is that? Reacting swiftly, Chu Fan raised his Poseidon trident to block, narrowly deflecting the attack. But the force of this strike was far greater than that of the giant wolves, sending Chu Fan flying backward. Hiss! Chu Fan then realized the attacker was a massive black python. The serpent raised its head high, flicking a forked tongue, staring at Chu Fan as if planning its next move. What a huge snake! Chu Fan was inwardly astonished. The part of the snake that rose up was already as tall as a man. By his estimation, the creature must be at least 10 meters long. Suddenly, the snake moved again, lunging at Chu Fan with blinding speed. Prepared this time, Chu Fan also moved the instant the snake did. He narrowly evaded the python's attack. Clang! That was the sound of the Poseidon trident striking the snake's body. Hearing that sound, Chu Fan knew something was wrong. He then saw that the python was covered in thick scales like iron armor, encasing it completely. Damn! Chu Fan hadn't expected the snake's body to be so hard, but it was too late to change his move. He felt his body lift into the air. When he regained his senses, he found the python had coiled around his lower body, hoisting him high. The snake raised Chu Fan into the air and then slammed him violently to the ground. Boom! Chu Fan took the full brunt of the impact, feeling as if he had been hit by a truck. His bones nearly shattered. The snake then lifted him again, clearly intending to repeat the action. Screw you. Break. At this critical moment, Chu Fan gritted his teeth and pulled out the dragon-slaying sword from his spatial storage. Since ordinary weapons couldn't harm it, he would try this legendary blade. The mermaid had mentioned that this dragon-slaying sword had a natural advantage over creatures of this oceanic world. He wondered if it would work in the Forsaken Land. That was why he hadn't used the dragon-slaying sword earlier. But now there was no choice. Thus, enduring the pain in his body, Chu Fan swung the dragon-slaying sword fiercely at the python coiled around his legs. Die! With Chu Fan's swing, the giant serpent's body was cleaved in two like tofu. Feeling the release of tension in his legs, he leaped down. Suppressing his bodily discomfort, Chu Fan stepped forward and thrust his sword into the eye of the serpent still writhing on the ground. The python convulsed violently for a full 2 to 3 minutes before finally stilling. Chu Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, inwardly cursing his dire situation. He sensed multiple bone fractures and a sharp pain shot through his feet. If another such python appeared, could he still prevail? As if summoned by his fear, the moment he tried to catch his breath, the underbrush shook violently once more. In the next instant, 3 dark shadows burst forth from the thicket, charging straight at him. Bloody hell, so many. Are they trying to finish me off? Chu Fan struggled to rise, only to discover that the bone in one of his legs had snapped at some point. He attempted to stand twice, but failed. Human lad, do you regret it? The voice of the world tree resonated once again. Chu Fan threw back his head and laughed heartily. There are plenty of things I regret in this life. I regret not studying hard in my youth. I regret not boldly confessing to the girl I loved when I was in my prime. I regret not bravely stepping forward when I saw a thief on the street. I have many regrets, but the one thing I will never regret is today's choice. Because I am a man. Come on, you mongrels, come on. As if suddenly enlightened, Chu Fan forced himself upright, balancing on one leg and held the dragon-slaying sword horizontally before his chest. At that moment, the three giant pythons attacked. Gritting his teeth, Chu Fan executed three sword blossoms, aiming straight for the vital spots of the serpents. At this critical juncture, the power of his martial mastery reached its zenith. True to its name, the dragon-slaying sword with a mere touch effortlessly cleaved the three pythons in two. But in the next second, a rustling sound erupted from the thicket once more, the sound of pythons slithering. By the sound of it, there were at least a dozen. Chu Fan knew his end might be near. What a bitter regret. Barbara Lu Ri and I have failed you. I can only help you this far. Just as Chu Fan believed all was lost, the azure sphere suspended in the air struggled violently, as if he was trying to forcibly intervene. At this, the World Tree spoke. Young one of the Fox clan, do not be hasty. Human lad, you are indeed the one chosen by destiny. Congratulations, you have gained the recognition of that fruit. Chu Fan was stunned, noticing that one of the 5 fruits in his spatial storage had materialized before him. Had he witnessed this, she would have been astounded. In this world of countless divine fruits, never had one been known to willingly acknowledge a human. Seeing Chu Fan frozen in place, the World Tree urged eat it. Only then did Chu Fan recall that had told him the Forsaken Land would help him choose the most suitable divine fruit. He never expected it to happen this way. As the shadows in the thicket drew nearer, Chu Fan hesitated no longer. Grabbing the divine fruit before him, he devoured it in large bites. The fruit was moderate in size, akin to a pomelo from his past life. Its flavor was indescribable, carrying a faint sweetness that made it palatable. Knowing this was no time for savoring, Chu Fan quickly consumed the entire fruit. In the next instant, a warm current surged from his abdomen, flowing to every part of his body. Miraculously, his previous injuries healed completely in that moment. Even more wondrous, he felt an immense power burgeoning within him. Is this the power of the divine fruit? Hey, great tree, what ability have I gained? The World Tree replied, focus your mind between your fingers and see. Chu Fan obeyed, and in the next moment a spark of blue lightning crackled between his fingers. It was the power to control lightning, the most formidable in both destructive force and speed. A surge of elation filled Chu Fan's heart, but he quickly steadied himself. This was not the time for celebration. At that moment, the pythons from the underbrush finally arrived, darting toward him like arrows. In Chu Fan's eyes, their trajectories, once invisible to the naked eye, now seemed to move in slow motion like a film. A cold sneer curled on his lips. You vermin, you seek death. Chu Fan raised the dragon-slaying sword, channeling his newfound power into it. The blade seemed to glow with the radiance of thunder. Now the moment of annihilation. A bolt of purple lightning shot from the sword, a colossal lightning blade that cleaved toward the horde of pythons. Crackle. Sizzle. With a single strike, over a dozen pythons convulsed in the air, electrified before falling to the ground motionless. Damn, that's terrifyingly powerful. Chu Fan stood in awe, never expecting his strike to be so devastating. He turned to glance at the now calm azure sphere and let out a long sigh of relief. He had held on. Aboard the Neptune, Lu Rian watched the approaching ark with a furrowed brow. Rian, is that ship coming for us? Barbara asked. Lu Rian nodded. If I'm not mistaken, it is. What do we do? Chu Fan isn't here. Let's stay calm and observe for now. Don't lose our composure, Lu Rian reassured. At that moment, Gao Shuiqi's voice came from the ark. Ladies, allow me to introduce myself. I am Captain Gao Shuiqi of the ark. It is my great honor to meet 2 such beautiful women. Lu Rian replied coldly. Captain Gao, spare the pleasantries. State your business. Undeterred, Gao Shuiqi chuckled. You must be the renowned campus beauty, Lu Rian, just as the rumors say. He'll be direct. I invite you both to join the ark. Everyone here knows which ship rules these waters. With me, you need not fear any harm. I promise you can have whatever you desire. Lu Rian said icily. Are you done? Gao Shuiqi was taken aback. What? Then get lost. Before Gao Shuiqi could respond, He Fengming jumped in. How dare you speak to my boss like that? Barbara could no longer hold back, leveling her shotgun at the ark. Back off now, or he'll shoot. Gao Shuiqi narrowed his eyes. So the gun was indeed on the ship. He hadn't expected to sway the 2 beauties in one go, but his mission was accomplished. Now it was up to Monkey. Just then Lu Shangfei rushed out of the cabin. Sis, that small boat is gone. What? Gone? Lu Rian frowned, about to speak when her wristband emitted an alarm. Alert, someone is approaching the Neptune. Warning, someone is approaching the Neptune. Lu Rian's eyes turned icy as she slowly uttered 2 words, seeking death. Within the Forsaken Land, the enormous blue sphere enveloping finally began to change once more. Suddenly, the colossal azure orb emitted a blinding golden radiance. Clearly, the inheritance had entered its most critical phase. Chu Fan's spirits soared. In the past half hour, he had lost count of the giant pythons he had slain. These monsters seemed endless, feeling neither pain nor fear, surging forward in relentless waves. Yet now Chu Fan felt terrifyingly powerful, confident he could slay any number that came. Moreover, Chu Fan noticed that as the battle raged on, the power within his body grew ever stronger. He was now drenched in blood, unable to tell which belonged to the pythons and which was his own. About another hour should do it. Chu Fan calculated the time in his mind. Even this forsaken land had its sunsets. In the blink of an eye, the sky was gradually darkening. Just then, Chu Fan suddenly sensed a foul, stench-ridden odor permeating the space, followed by an inexplicable palpitation of his heart. As if sensing something, Chu Fan spun around abruptly and was astonished to find a colossal creature had appeared in the sky at some unknown moment. The monster had a bizarre appearance, somewhat resembling an ancient dinosaur. If one had to describe it, it looked much like the dragons from Western movies. Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat. He knew the toughest trial of the day had finally arrived. The great dragon descended with a whirlwind landing before Chu Fan. A suppression from the bloodline itself made Chu Fan feel as if the very air around him had solidified. Sensing this anomaly, the tree of creation opened its great eye once more. Unexpectedly, even this thing has been stirred up. Human boy, this is trouble. You need to hold on for another half hour. If you can last that long, even if you cannot defeat it, it will retreat. Hearing this, Chu Fan's heart tightened. He held his sword horizontally before his chest and said, "Leave it to me." The dragon before him bore some resemblance to the one he had encountered at the bottom of the sea, its body a dark gray-black with a single horn atop its head. The difference was that this dragon had a pair of enormous wings on its back. So it's a remnant of the Fox Demon clan receiving the inheritance. Such pure power. Chu Fan was stunned. He hadn't expected the dragon to speak. Seeing the dragon's greedy expression as it breathed in the energy fluctuations in the air, Chu Fan's brow furrowed even deeper. "Stop right there. Take one more step, and I won't be merciful." The dragon glanced at the insignificant human before it and sneered. "Where does this ant come from daring to speak to me like that?" With that, it casually swiped a claw. In its view, this tiny human couldn't even withstand such a careless strike. But Chu Fan was undaunted. He grasped the dragon-slaying sword and met the attack head-on. Bang! A tremendous force surged through Chu Fan, sending him flying uncontrollably backward. Damn, this thing's strength is no joke. Yet the dragon was even more shocked than Chu Fan, for it discovered to its horror that its own front claw was injured. A deep wound had appeared on its right foreclaw, blood dripping to the ground. "Impossible. A mere mortal like you could never harm me unless you're using." As if struck by a realization, the dragon's gaze snapped to the sword in Chu Fan's hand. "Is that the dragon-slaying sword?" Chu Fan climbed to his feet, coughed, and sneered. "This is clearly the dragon-slaying sword, and you call it by a different name. Despicable human. Do you think our dragon race can be slain by the likes of you?" The dragon roared in fury at Chu Fan's provocation. However, upon confirming that the sword was indeed the dragon-slaying sword, a note of wariness crept into its eyes. After all, this was a divine artifact capable of killing dragons. But this human's power seemed insufficient to truly slay it, yet one could never be too careful. With this thought, the dragon suddenly smiled. "Human, how about a trade?" Chu Fan raised an eyebrow. "What trade?" "Give me the sword in your hand, and all of this is yours." With that, the dragon produced a handful of gleaming golden items from somewhere and laid them before Chu Fan. Holy crap, so many Dragon Emblem gold coins. Chu Fan was dumbfounded. The dragon had pulled out Dragon Emblem gold coins, a full dozen of them. He never imagined that these coins worth 100,000 points each outside were as common as ordinary coins to this dragon. Even Chu Fan, a cheater himself, was stunned by the sight. Chu Fan hesitated. "Well," sensing his wavering, the dragon pressed on eagerly. "See, this sword is of little use to you, but with these coins outside you can buy countless treasures." Chu Fan thought for a moment. "That does make sense, but if I give you the sword, won't you kill me and then stop my friend's inheritance?" "I swear by the name of the Dragon Clan that I will not." Chu Fan considered this. "Well, you make a compelling argument. To be honest, I'm tempted." The dragon was overjoyed. Then it settled. "Give me the sword." Chu Fan quickly said, "What's the rush? Let me think it over." "Fine, think then." Time ticked by. The dragon grew increasingly impatient. Finally, it couldn't help but ask, "Hey human boy, have you made up your mind yet?" Chu Fan glanced at the tree of creation. Unfortunately, the inheritance was still ongoing. So he replied, "What's the hurry? This isn't something that can be decided in a flash. Why don't you head back first? Consider this a deposit. When I've made up my mind, I'll find you for the trade. How about it?" The dragon finally realized that Chu Fan had never intended to deal with it at all. Enraged, it roared, "You dare mock me? Die, you wretch." With that, the dragon opened its massive maw wide and unleashed a torrent of flames directly at Chu Fan. The fire came with such ferocity that it seemed to scorch the very air, a wave of searing heat rushing toward Chu Fan's face. Where the flames passed, plants withered and died, a testament to their power. Startled, Chu Fan knew he couldn't withstand this heat. He swiftly dodged and retreated. But the dragon had no intention of letting the human who dared to toy with it escape. It sent another fireball chasing after Chu Fan. Thanks to his lightning-based speed, Chu Fan dodged with relative ease, even managing to land a blow on the dragon from time to time. Thoroughly enraged, the dragon bellowed, "Despicable human! Are you only good at running? Then let me put an end to this fox demon's inheritance." With that, it spat out a flame more intense than any before, aimed directly at the massive light sphere enveloping Yi. Damn, I didn't expect this dragon to play dirty too. Regaining his senses, Chu Fan flashed and placed himself between the sphere and the flames. "I won't let you destroy the inheritance." Chu Fan roared, channeling all his power into the dragon-slaying sword in his hand. The dragon-slaying sword blazed with dazzling lightning, thrusting straight toward the incoming flames. Boom! Thunder and flames collided with a deafening roar as if a bomb had been detonated. Chu Fan was blasted away by the shockwave, his body covered in countless wounds that gushed blood. "Damn it! This human possesses such immense power. I cannot let you live today." The dragon was not unscathed either. Its body now bore many wounds. But compared to Chu Fan, its injuries were trivial. Yet Chu Fan's performance had alerted the dragon. Such a tiny human wielded such formidable strength and was the master of the dragon-slaying sword. With this thought, the dragon abandoned Yi, who was receiving the inheritance, and turned its target to this human who dared to provoke it. Die! The dragon soared into the air, then charged at Chu Fan with its horn. This strike not only gathered all its power, but also employed the dragon race's ability, making it impossible for Chu Fan to evade. Chu Fan found his legs seemingly bound, unable to move an inch. Since escape was impossible, he had to fight Heaton. Thus, Chu Fan abandoned the thought of fleeing, let out a roar, and once again channeled all his remaining strength into the dragon-slaying sword in his hand. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Chu Fan was sent flying once more. This time he felt as if every bone in his body had shattered. Without the dragon-slaying sword, he doubted he could have withstood the dragon's full-force blow. Suddenly, Chu Fan felt his body lighten, then a pair of gentle arms embraced him firmly, landing softly on the ground. Chu Fan struggled to open his eyes, and saw Yi holding him, her eyes brimming with tears. "Chu Fan, you did this for me." He realized that Yi's inheritance had finally ended. After Yi emerged, the dragon cast a glance at Chu Fan and quietly retreated. Yi looked at the ground littered with beast corpses and Chu Fan drenched in blood and wept uncontrollably. Chu Fan smiled and said, "Yi, as long as you're fine." With that, he closed his eyes, and just before losing consciousness called out, "Remember to pick up the gold coins." Then his head lolled to the side and he fainted completely into Yi's warm, soft embrace. God, what's wrong with Chu Fan? Yi suddenly noticed that Chu Fan's breathing was unsteady, as if he was in danger. She urgently asked the world tree. "He has overexerted himself, leading to collapse. Without immediate treatment, his life may be at risk." Yi quickly asked, "Is there a way to save him?" The world tree replied, "Your fox spirit clan excels at the art of replenishment. Only you can save him now." Hearing this, Yi was stunned, then blushed. She knew exactly what replenishment meant. As a fox spirit, she had an innate constitution that allowed her to absorb the essence of heaven and earth in daily life. But humans lacked this ability. To quickly restore his vitality, only that method would work. Yet since Chu Fan had become like this for her sake, it was only right for her to save him. Moreover, Chu Fan had already seen her true form, so she was destined to marry him. With this thought, Yi picked up Chu Fan, stood up, and said solemnly, "Please God, guard us." Then she clasped her hands together, and a holy radiance emanated from her body. Moments later, pure white fluffy tails sprouted from behind her. 1, 2, 3, 9 tails in total. After appearing, they rapidly grew longer and larger, eventually forming a massive sphere that enveloped Yi and Chu Fan, hiding them from view entirely. On the sea, King Lu Ruyan shouted at a corner of the cabin, "Who's there? Come out." Barbara also raised her gun and followed, "Come out now, or I'll shoot." "Don't shoot. We're good people." Two panicked women emerged from the corner. They were soaking wet, clearly having just climbed out of the water. Seeing they were women, Barbara and Lu Shangfei naturally relaxed. But Lu Ruyan remained icy, saying, "Stay right there." She took the shotgun from Barbara and aimed the dark barrel at the two. Intimidated by her tone and the gun, the women stood still, forcing ingratiating smiles. "Don't misunderstand. We just want some food. Young lady, please be kind. We haven't eaten in 2 days." The two women appeared somewhat aged, with chapped lips, ragged clothes, and what seemed like injuries, looking utterly weak. One of them was short, with rough skin and a simple, honest demeanor, making her seem like an ordinary middle-aged aunt. Lu Shangfei looked at them with pity and turned to his sister with pleading eyes. "Sis, they seem so pitiful. Why not give them some food?" The two women's eyes lit up slightly at his words, and they quickly chimed in, "Yes, yes. We're all Dragon Kingdom folks. We should help each other when abroad. This young man is truly kind-hearted." As they spoke, they moved toward Lu Shangfei, perhaps feeling safer near him. Bang! Bang! Lu Rian fired the bullets, hitting the deck at the women's feet. Everyone was shocked by the sudden gunfire. Even Barbara hadn't expected Lu Rian to shoot. Lu Shangfei asked in confusion, "Sis, what are you doing?" The women, terrified by the shots, stumbled back, their faces pale, as they stared at Lu Rian. Lu Rian said coldly, "I'll say it once more. Stay where you are. Take another step and the bullets won't hit the ground." It was the first time Barbara had seen Lu Rian like this, but she quickly understood her intent. Lu Shangfei scratched his head and muttered discontentedly, "Sis, they're just two poor souls. Why be so harsh?" Lu Shangfei, remember this, in a world with no rules to protect you, any misuse of compassion could cost you or your teammates their lives. Your top priority must always be ensuring the safety of yourself and your team. Nothing else matters. She turned to her brother and asked slowly but firmly, "Do you understand?" Lu Shangfei had always both loved and feared his sister. Seeing her expression, he instinctively replied, "Yes. I understand. Not loud enough. Do you truly understand?" Lu Rian's voice suddenly grew even harsher. Startled, Lu Shangfei quickly answered, "I understand. I really do, sis." These two women seemed completely intimidated by Lu Rian's aura, standing there not daring to utter another word. This isn't right. Before coming, they had thoroughly investigated. There were only 2 young women and a greenhorn boy on the boat, which should have been easy to deceive. Unexpectedly, the ever-reliable sob story had failed here. Could it be they had picked up the wrong script? At that moment, Lu Rian spoke coldly again. "You say you want food." Xiaofei tossed those 2 leftover black bread rolls to them. The 2 women, not understanding Lu Rian's intent, could only stand frozen in place. Though Lu Shangfei was equally clueless about his sister's scheme, he obediently fetched 2 black bread rolls from the storeroom and threw them over. "Eat up. Aren't you hungry? Go on, eat." Lu Rian pointed her gun at the bread on the deck, her expression unwavering. The 2 women's faces alternated between pale and flushed, utterly baffled as to what this stunningly beautiful, yet fiercely intimidating young girl intended. But seeing Lu Rian's unyielding demeanor, they had no choice but to obediently bend down. Mindful of Lu Rian's earlier warning, they dared not step forward to retrieve the bread, instead stretching their arms as far as possible to pick it up from the deck. Then, under the watchful eyes of Lu Rian, Barbara, and Lu Shangfei, they began gnawing on the dry, hard black bread. Recall that Barbara herself had been won over by Chu Fan after eating just half a piece of that black bread and finishing the remaining half bottle of water, a testament to just how parched it was. The 2 women choked until their eyes rolled back, yet they dared not stop, fearing that a moment's hesitation might earn them a bullet. Still, judging by their desperate swallowing, they indeed seemed starved for several meals. After they finally managed to down the black bread, Lu Rian's expression softened slightly. "Now that you're full, be on your way." The 2 women's faces visibly faltered at her words. "Young lady, our boat is gone. Could we rest here for one night? We'll find another vessel and leave at dawn." Lu Rian frowned and shook her head. "No, go find another boat. We don't take in strangers here." Just then the short, dark-faced woman suddenly spoke up. "My friend's boat is on its way. Could we wait here just a moment until it arrives, and then we'll leave? We promise to stay right here without moving." Lu Rian fell silent for a moment. After all, she was still a young woman fresh out of university, and true cold-blooded ruthlessness was too much to ask of her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought to bring food and drink for her best friend. Barbara chimed in, "Rian, since they've said that, let them stay at the bow and not move an inch. We'll keep an eye on them." After a moment of consideration, Lu Rian shook her head. "No, you must leave the boat immediately, or else." Before she could finish, the short woman suddenly shoved the woman beside her. Caught off guard, the tall woman stumbled toward Lu Rian's arms. But Lu Rian had been on guard against these 2 all along, though she wasn't about to fall for such a trick. With a swift sidestep, she dodged the charging woman. At the same time, she snorted coldly, "You're asking for death." Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the tall woman was struck by the bullet. She let out only a single scream before collapsing dead on the spot. Lu Rian immediately swung her gun toward the short woman, but just as she was about to pull the trigger, her face suddenly turned ashen. Out of nowhere, another figure had appeared on the deck, now holding Lu Shangfei in front of them, with a sharp dagger pressed against his throat. "Campus beauty, Lu, you're no simpleton. If I hadn't used a few tricks, I might not have gotten you." As the short woman spoke, she shed her tattered coat and wiped her face a few times, revealing her true features. It was none other than the monkey. Lu Rian's face darkened. "Who exactly are you, and what do you want?" The monkey grinned. "Our boss came to invite you in person earlier, but you refused. So he sent me to do the honors." So it was Gao Shuiqi's doing. This was trouble. Meanwhile, Lu Shangfei finally understood why his sister had scolded him so harshly. Looking back, he had been as foolish as a pig. "Sis, don't worry about me," Lu Shangfei shouted. Lu Rian snapped, "Shut up." Then she turned her gaze to the monkey. "What do you want?" Lay your cards on the table. At that moment, a sudden uproar arose from the sea, as if countless boats were locked in battle. The monkey exclaimed excitedly, "Looks like the boss is finally making his move. Miss Lou and you foreign friend, you see it too. On these waters might makes right. And my boss is now the most powerful force in this sea. Take a look around. Anyone who doesn't submit dies." Barbara and the others scanned the horizon, their faces turning grim. It seemed the appearance of the ghost ship had fully unleashed the bloodlust in men like Gao Shuaiqi. To grow stronger, one had to kill and attack relentlessly. For a time, the sounds of fighting, cursing, weeping, and screaming filled the air. This stretch of ocean had become a veritable hell. Aboard the Ark, Gao Shuaiqi was in high spirits, brandishing his broadsword and roaring, "Those who follow me thrive, those who oppose me perish." In a short span, he had already defeated no fewer than 20 boats. Over a dozen more souls had been added to his tally. By now, his points had reached 400, surpassing the Sea King and claiming the top spot on the leaderboard. Longa, standing behind him, felt a pang of reluctance. Brother Gao, we're all compatriots. Isn't this a bit too cruel? Gao Shuaiqi whirled around, and seeing it was Along, his expression turned odd. Along, I'm not out to kill. I'm just making them choose the right path. To survive on these waters, going it alone is tough. Remember, there are only a few thousand people in our sea zone, but countless others like ours exist out there. If we don't grow stronger in the shortest time, we'll be the ones to die later. Along was stunned by these words. He hadn't realized Gao Shuaiqi's ambition was so vast. Suddenly, he began to regret his choice, especially with his wife by his side. Just then, Gao Shuaiqi spoke up. "By the way, Along, I need a few women to help mend some things. Your wife can't just sit idle on board. Have her come over, and I'll assign her some work." Along quickly interjected, "Brother Gao, my wife doesn't know anything. Give me the work instead, we'll handle it." He foaming jumped in, "What's all this nonsense? When the boss gives an order, you obey. Is your wife special? Everyone else can work, so why can't she?" Alongside, "When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. All right, Brother Gao, he'll go." Gao Shuaiqi watched Along's retreating figure, a wild gleam in his eyes. Just then a lackey came running up. "Boss, we grabbed this from one of those boats, but nobody knows what it is." Gao Shuaiqi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, let me see it." The lackey carried a box over to Gao Shuaiqi and opened it. Gao Shuaiqi was so startled, he nearly cried out. For inside the box lay a divine fruit. Gao Shuaiqi was utterly stunned upon laying eyes on the divine fruit. He had never imagined such a treasure could be found anywhere other than aboard that ghost ship. "Quick, summon the people from that ship. I have questions for them." His underling scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "Ah, well, they're already dead." Gao Shuaiqi's face darkened. With a dismissive wave, he commanded, "Fine, I understand. All of you withdraw immediately. No one is to disturb me, under any circumstances." Once the chamber emptied, Gao Shuaiqi could no longer contain his exhilaration. Evidently, divine fruits were scattered across this world, but knowledge of their existence remained scarce. The fruit's former owner must have stumbled upon it by sheer luck, yet daunted by its bizarre appearance, dared not consume it. Now, however, fortune had smiled exclusively upon him. "Gao Shuaiqi, Chu Fan, prepare yourself. I shall prove who truly commands the seas." With those words, he opened his mouth and sank his teeth into the divine fruit. Chu Fan stirred slightly, enveloped by a gentle warmth that lulled him into profound comfort. "Chu Fan, wake up." His movements froze, his mind blanked. Then slowly memory returned. "Damn it, I left the mid-heritance. How could I fall asleep?" He surged upward, only to freeze instantly, dumbfounded by what lay before him. Before him stood a bee-steered maiden, uncannily resembling Yi herself. Seeing Chu Fan's dazed expression, Yi smiled softly and blew a breath toward him. A shiver ran through Chu Fan. In an instant, memories flooded back like frames in a cinematic reel, revealing all that had transpired after he'd lost consciousness, including the intoxicating, intimate moments within that love chamber woven from 9 foxtails. "Does this mean we've already?" She nodded with a tender smile and looped a smooth, luminous arm around his neck. "Thank you, Chu Fan. Without you, I might never have completed this sacred heritage. As I vowed before, I who am yours, body, soul, and destiny, for all my days." Ecstasy surged through Chu Fan. "Wonderful. But since I was unconscious just now, I missed the taste. Shall we revisit the lesson?" Furrowed her brow gently. "My lord Chu, you were rather rough earlier. I felt some pain." Chu Fan recoiled in alarm. "It must have been unconscious. I'm so sorry. Let me rub it for you. Or better yet, blow on it." Blushed. "What nonsense are you speaking? Since I am yours, why rush? We should depart now." Only then did Chu Fan remember. "You're right. We've been gone for hours. I'm worried about the Haiwang vessel." Reassured him, "Don't fret. I've asked the Jubiozai sect to monitor it closely. Should true urgency arise, they'll intervene without delay." As they spoke, both swiftly dressed. Yi retracted her 9 radiant fox tails, reverting seamlessly to her original elegant form. Divine Sovereign, we offer our deepest gratitude for your protection. This humble disciple now takes leave. Chu Fan bowed solemnly before the ancient tree. A breeze swept through. The tree's branches swayed gently as if bidding them farewell or bestowing silent blessings. Then side by side they turned and raced swiftly back along the path they had come. Aboard the Haiwang vessel, Monkey bellowed. If you value your brother's safety, drop that gun, now. Lu Rian's expression hardened into icy fury. Her most vulnerable point had been ruthlessly exposed. Her soul blood relative was now in enemy hands. Yet surrendering the weapon would betray Chu Fan's trust beyond redemption. Wretched woman, my patience wears thin. With a sharp glance, he signaled the thug gripping Lu Xiangfei. The blade flickered. Blood welled from a fresh gash across Lu Xiangfei's arm. The wound ran deep, crimson spilled freely. Lu Xiangfei's face paled instantly, but he clenched his teeth, refusing even a whimper. Lu Rian finally broke. No. Barbara stepped forward. Rian, give them the gun. I know your fears, but we cannot let Xiao Fei suffer harm. Isn't that so? Lu Rian's expression darkened. Then suddenly her eyes flared with resolve. In one swift motion, she hurled the pistol sideways with all her strength. Splash! Under every gaze, the weapon vanished beneath the waves, leaving no trace behind. You bitch, daring to mock me. Barbara sighed inwardly. She understood. This was the only desperate, brilliant choice Lu Rian could make. A firearm, if not wielded by its rightful master, is safest when utterly destroyed. Had she surrendered it to Monkey, it would become the very weapon used by the Ark vessel to assault the Haiwang vessel. Monkey erupted in fury. Though Gao Shuaiqi hadn't explicitly demanded the gun's retrieval, securing it would have earned him immense favor. Yet now, this glorious opportunity had been obliterated by that woman. Lu Rian, you truly wish your brother dead? Lu Rian sneered coldly. Go ahead, test me. Tell Gao Shuaiqi my price for boarding the Ark is your flaying. Would he agree? Monkey froze. Her words struck the fatal nerve. One of Gao Shuaiqi's foremost objectives was precisely these two beauties. If they boarded the Ark, 2 whispered sentences would likely seal his fate. Cold sweat broke across his brow. Instantly he forced a strained laugh. Ha. Just joking. Of course not. You there, release him at once. Tend to his wound. Then he noticed something unsettling about that subordinate. Eyes bloodshot, breath ragged, locked onto him with unnerving intensity. That stare made Monkey's skin crawl. What the hell are you gawking at? Before the curse left his lips, the man released Lu Xiangfei and lunged, slamming Monkey to the deck. Little beauty, come let's share a kiss. Towering and muscular, the man pinned Monkey until his vision blurred, but his hands never ceased moving. With brutal efficiency, he tore Monkey's clothes to shreds, leaving only a single tattered pair of underpants. Barbara and Lu Xiangfei stared bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend what had just unfolded. As the scene spiraled into absurdity, Lu Rian's voice cut through sharply. Chu Fan, how long do you intend to play? Barbara and Lu Xiangfei were visibly taken aback by these words, puzzled as to why Lu Rian would suddenly utter such a statement. At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the darkness. Chu Fan with a smile on his face, followed by Yi. With feminine intuition, Lu Rian and Barbara immediately fixed their gazes on Yi, who stood behind Chu Fan. Barbara thought to herself, judging by the distance between them, something must have already happened between those two. Lu Rian mused inwardly. That scoundrel Chu Fan really knows how to exploit loopholes. Only Lu Xiangfei looked astonished, clutching his shoulder wound as he pointed at the 2 still grappling on the ground, and asked, brother-in-law, did you do this? Chu Fan gave a wry smile and replied, I don't have that kind of skill. This was Yi's doing. It was a technique unique to the Fox Spirit clan, enchantment. This sorcery only worked on men with particularly lustful hearts. When Yi attempted it on the monkey earlier, she found the fellow utterly unresponsive. Left with no choice, she redirected the spell toward the burly man who had taken Xiaofei hostage. Lu Rian asked in confusion, wasn't her name Lianer? Chu Fan chuckled. Let's tie these 2 up first, and I'll explain later. Saying this, he produced a hemp rope and finally managed to separate the 2 on the ground, only to discover that the monkey's backside was already a bloody mess. Damn, that's savage. The monkey whined. Chu Fan, this is too much. It's utterly humiliating. Chu Fan kicked him and snapped, shut the hell up. They'll deal with you later. After binding the 2, Chu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing we made it in time. You all did great. Xiaofei, how's your injury? By then Barbara had already fetched medicine and bandages from the infirmary and was dressing Xiphias' wound. It's nothing, brother-in-law. Just a minor scratch. Lu Rian's expression remained calm as she discreetly glanced at Yi and inquired, what took you so long? Did something happen? At that moment, Yi stepped forward and offered a slight bow. Greetings, dear sisters. My name is Hui. She then recounted everything that had transpired since Chu Fan entered the treasure pavilion leading up to the Forsaken Land, leaving the three listeners utterly astonished. The tale was so incredible it felt like a movie. But Lu Xiangfei was captivated, eagerly pressing for more details. Seizing the moment, Lu Ruyan whispered to Barbara, "Barbara, look, another one." Barbara, however, was delighted. "This is great. No one will mock Chu Fan anymore, right?" Lu Ruyan was momentarily speechless, realizing that the bullet she had once fired had now struck her own brow. Just then Yi, who had been standing nearby, as if sensing their concerns, approached them. "Dear sisters, I know my presence makes you uncomfortable, but the situation was dire. If I hadn't done what I did, Chu Lang might have been in grave danger." Barbara smiled faintly. "It's fine. The more the merrier. Welcome to our group." Lu Ruyan also offered a gentle smile, but inwardly lamented, indeed a true vixen speaking with such a coquettish tone, calling him Chu Lang at every turn. But the very next moment Yi continued, "Seeing that you two sisters are here, I can leave with peace of mind." This remark stunned everyone. Was she saying she was leaving? "I've already spoken with Chu Lang. I must return to save my people and restore the Fox Spirit clan." Chu Fan sighed, understanding that Yi had no other choice. It was her destiny. Yi added, "But don't worry, everyone. We will meet again before long. Yi, wait for me. I will come for you. I promise." Yi nodded with a smile. "I believe you. You will, because you are my hero." After exchanging a few more words, Yi said with a smile, "Well, before I go, would you like me to help you resolve some troubles?" Chu Fan knew she was referring to the nuisance Gao Shuaiqi. However, he shook his head. "We'll handle this trouble ourselves." Just then a voice called from the ghost ship, "Leander, it's time to go." Yi shook her head ruefully. "I've already spoken with the pavilion master. He has granted my request, so it'll set off now. Oh, and the remaining points. I'll have them transferred to your names. I hope to hear news of your fame spreading far and wide soon." Unable to hold back any longer, Yi threw her arms around Chu Fan and kissed him passionately on the lips. A full 10 seconds passed before she reluctantly pulled away. Then, without looking back, she stepped onto the bridge of light and vanished into the night. Chu Fan stood there gazing at the spot where Yi had disappeared, somewhat lost in thought. This woman had rushed into his world so hastily, and now she was leaving just as hurriedly. Yet the tenderness she left behind would be etched in his memory forever. "Yi, rest assured I will come for you." Suddenly Chu Fan felt two murderous glares boring into him from beside him, and he quickly turned around. "Oh, my dear first wife, second wife, how I've missed you." He moved to embrace them, but Lu Ruyan extended a small hand and pushed him away. "Enough, be serious. What do we do with these two?" Chu Fan glanced down at the men on the ground and asked in a low voice, "Gao Shuaiqi's men." The monkey, his backside still burning with pain, finally saw Chu Fan acknowledge them and shouted, "That's right. If you know him, Brother Gao's man, you'd better let me go, or when my boss comes." "Shut up." Chu Fan had no patience to hear him out. He casually hoisted the monkey and, despite the latter's bewildered expression, tossed him into the sea. Bound hand and foot, the monkey barely managed a couple of splashes before sinking. The other burly man was still writhing, evidently not yet recovered from Yi's enchantment. Without further questioning, Chu Fan threw this one into the sea as well. "Anyone who dares to touch my wives must die." His domineering words sent a shiver through Barbara and Lu Ruyan. Barbara gave him a thumbs up. "Darling, you're absolutely magnificent." Lu Ruyan's heart fluttered with delight, but she asked, "How do you plan to deal with Gao Shuaiqi?" Chu Fan laughed heartily and beckoned, "Come into the cabin with me first. Xiaofei, you too." The three exchanged puzzled glances before following him inside. With no lighting, the cabin was pitch black. Suddenly a flash of lightning cut through the darkness, illuminating Chu Fan's face. "This is the divine fruit. Ruyan, this one is the moon divine fruit, a perfect match for your bow and arrows. As for the remaining three, Barbara and Xiaofei, each of you pick one. But let me make this clear, each person can only consume one divine fruit in a lifetime, and the ability you gain depends on luck. So you must." "Damn it, Xiaofei. What's the rush? Let me finish speaking." Before Chu Fan could finish his words, Lu Xiangfei had already picked up a fruit. "Brother-in-law, I used to win a lot of prizes back in school, so my luck is always good. So let me go first." Lu Ruyan suddenly interjected, "Wait, Xiaofei, let me go first." With that under everyone's gaze, Lu Ruyan directly consumed the divine fruit, priced at 500 points, capable of granting control over the moon goddess power. Strangely enough, when Lu Ruyan bit open a small opening in the fruit, it emitted a soft radiance, as if moonlight had truly streamed in, illuminating the entire cabin. Lu Ruyan did not pause and devoured the entire fruit. Suddenly, she felt a strange stirring within her body and quickly closed her eyes to sense it. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Lu Ruyan's entire being radiated a holy glow resembling the legendary moon goddess herself. What astonished everyone most was that her hair turned the color of ice and snow, dancing without wind. On her forehead, a faint moon-shaped mark appeared. Elegant. Utterly elegant. Barbara and Lu Xiangfei were both stunned while Chu Fan pondered silently. Sis, you make it hard for me to be mischievous like this. It's just too damn holy. Lu Rian slowly opened her eyes as the glow gradually faded and her white hair returned to its original color. Chu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Good, still my second wife. Lu Rian extended her right hand, revealing a water orb glowing with light, keeping the cabin from darkening. Is this the moon goddess power? It feels wonderful. Thank you, Chu Fan. Seeing his sister suddenly become so formidable, Lu Xiangfei could no longer restrain himself. Sis, brother-in-law, I'll eat mine too. With their silent consent, Lu Xiangfei bit into the divine fruit in his hand. Then everyone saw the inside of the fruit. Unlike Lu Rian's, Lu Xiangfei's fruit had red flesh inside. Under the white moonlight, the flesh resembled flowing magma. But Lu Xiangfei felt no heat. Instead, the taste was surprisingly delightful. So delicious, strawberry flavor, I love it. After swallowing the entire fruit, a scorching heat burst forth from within his body. Chu Fan and the others instinctively stepped back. It seems Xiaophia's fruit was related to the fire element. Sure enough, the next second Lu Xiangfei's hair looked as if it were on fire, and his eyes and mouth seemed to spew flames. Haha, I am the fire god, I am the fire god. The next moment, Lu Xiangfei raised his hands and clenched his fists, turning them into flaming fists surrounded by fire. Haha, now I, Lu Xiangfei, am invincible. Who can stop me? With that, he punched out, releasing a ball of flame from his fist, heading straight for the deck. Splashed. As if doused with a basin of water, Lu Xiangfei was soaked from head to toe, and the flames on him flickered a few times before slowly extinguishing. Lu Rian calmly withdrew her left hand. Don't play with fire indoors. You're grown up, why so reckless? Lu Xiangfei stood there stunned, his face full of resentment. He never expected that even after awakening his powers, he would still be restrained by his sister. As if reading his thoughts, Lu Rian smiled slightly. You'll never escape my grasp in this lifetime. Lu Xiangfei instantly lost his temper. After all, she was his own sister. Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction. With the divine fruit, Xiaofei now had enough ability to protect himself. Moreover, his fruit's ability was quite impressive, promising great future achievements. 2 fruits remained. Barbara glanced at them and chose the slightly larger one. Well, a big fruit for a big girl. That made sense. I'll take this one then. All right. Chu Fan gave her an encouraging look. Barbara picked up the fruit and took a gentle bite. Juice immediately flowed out, filling the air with fragrance. Wow, this tastes amazing. A bit like kiwi. After one bite, Barbara exclaimed. The bitten fruit revealed a vibrant green glow. Could it be what attribute? Seeing the color, Chu Fan made his judgment. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Barbara finished the divine fruit. Immediately under the watch of the 3, Barbara was enveloped in green light. Beneath her feet, the wooden deck, damaged by Lu Xiangfei, began to slowly repair itself. A few minutes later, the green light faded and Barbara returned to her normal appearance. So, Barbara, what is your ability? Barbara smiled and walked over to Lu Xiangfei. Xiaofei, let me see your wound. Lu Xiangfei raised his arm, revealing the freshly bandaged area. Barbara unwrapped the bandage. Although the wound had stopped bleeding after applying medicine, the large gash was still shocking to behold. Barbara extended her right hand and her delicate fingers gently brushed over Xiaophia's wound. A miracle occurred. The wound vanished miraculously. Everyone was stunned and Lu Xiangfei couldn't believe his eyes. Sister Barbara, is this magic? Chu Fan's eyes lit up. Is this a wood attribute healing ability? Barbara nodded excitedly. Exactly. This suits my medical work perfectly. If I had such powers in America, I'd surely become the best doctor in all of Texas, I guarantee. No one knew better than her how much effort it took to become an excellent doctor, but this miraculous fruit granted her healing abilities far surpassing any surgeon in an instant. A healer. Well, it suits you. Chu Fan looked at Barbara's impressive assets and concluded silently. 1 divine fruit remained. Chu Fan stored it in his inventory. All right, now that everyone has powers, we can go settle scores with Gao Shuaiqi. No matter how many they have, we the new Fantastic Four will show them that the Sea King is invincible. Victory! Victory! Lu Xiangfei shouted with juvenile fervor. Just then the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding, detected host has survived 1 day. Reward mystery box 3. Delivered. Please check. Hearing this voice, Chu Fan was startled and hastily questioned in his mind. System, didn't I successfully win over E? Why are there still only 3 mystery boxes? Beep, because E is not yet your teammate, so she cannot be counted. Chu Fan cursed inwardly. Damn, it feels like the system is skimming off the top. He then asked, so if E becomes my teammate in the future, will it trigger a reward? Yes. This system is fair and honest, rest assured host. Chu Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Barbara and the other 2 looked at him in confusion as he stood still. What's wrong, dear? Why aren't you moving? Chu Fan called out. Today's mystery boxes are here. Want to open one first? Lu Shangfei asked in bewilderment. What mystery boxes? Do I get one too? Lu Rian retorted irritably. A kid like you shouldn't be so nosy about everything. She thought to herself, Xiaofei must never know the source of these mystery boxes. Chu Fan didn't mind, but didn't explain either. He just said softly, Xiaofei, it's not that your brother-in-law is stingy, but this really isn't for you. Why don't you go keep watch outside? Lu Shangfei, are these words even human? Lu Rian also spoke. Xiaofei, listen to your brother-in-law. Get out. Lu Shangfei. So I should leave. Seeing that his sister wasn't joking, he had no choice but to take out a cigarette and light it himself. Fine, I'll go out then. Once you have a man, you forget your own brother, he muttered as he left the cabin. It wasn't that Chu Fan was being petty, he just didn't want to risk opening something inappropriate for kids. Alright, I'll go first this time. Chu Fan lined up the 3 mystery boxes on the floor and picked one up. I refuse to believe it'll be the unluckiest one again. Open. Let fate be reversed. Beep mystery box used successfully. Congratulations, host, you've obtained 999 boxes of 8-degree space, day and night sanitary pads. Chu Fan. Barbara. Lu Rian. Chu Fan, damn it, this is such a ripoff. Barbara, darling, you're amazing. Lu Rian. Honey, your luck is simply beyond words. Chu Fan. But seeing the 2 women looking at him with delight, he had to say, that's right, you are the most important people to me. Serving you is my honor. Then he thought although this stuff was useless to him, it was incredibly useful for his wives. Looking at it that way, it wasn't really a loss. Yet he still felt a bit uneasy. Meanwhile, Barbara picked up a mystery box and whispered, I wish I could have luck as good as my dears. Chu Fan, I feel like you're mocking me, but I can't prove it. Beep, congratulations, host, mystery box used successfully. You've obtained 99 advanced searchlights. Advanced searchlight powered by solar energy, 2 hours of use per charge with a range of 2 kilometers. Chu Fan felt relieved. What Barbara opened was useful, though not as extraordinary as before. Still, the searchlights were practical as they desperately needed nighttime illumination. Thinking this, Chu Fan beamed with joy. He quickly took out a searchlight and turned it on. Instantly, the cabin was as bright as day. Wonderful. Now we'll have a light source even for surgeries. Barbara was very pleased. Lu Rian, without hesitation, opened the last mystery box under the gaze of the other 2. Beep mystery box used successfully. Congratulations, you've obtained the special skill marksmanship mastery. Good heavens, another tailor-made reward. Truly, Rian's luck was impeccable. As the only one among them who used a bow, this skill was practically custom-made for her. With her existing foundation in archery, she could maximize its benefits. Just then, Lu Shangfei suddenly pushed open the door. Brother-in-law, it's foggy outside. Can't see a thing. Wow, where'd that light come from? Hearing this, Chu Fan stepped outside and saw a thick fog rising over the sea, so dense that one couldn't see a person a meter away. Under these conditions, forget settling scores with Gao Shuaiqi. They'd be lucky to find anyone. In that case, let's all rest. We'll go tomorrow morning after the fog clears. The 3 agreed. A break would do them good. Seeing Lu Shangfei still lingering, Chu Fan asked in surprise, something else. Lu Shangfei eyed the searchlight in Chu Fan's hand longingly. Brother-in-law, do you have an extra one of these big lights? I want to play with it too. Before he could finish, Chu Fan tossed something his way. Take it and play in your own room. Lu Shangfei saw it was the same searchlight and exclaimed joyfully, I'm going back to my room. With that, he thoughtfully closed the door behind him. Chu Fan chuckled, my 2 ladies, shall we study this big light together? Barbara asked in confusion, what's there to study about a light? Chu Fan grinned slyly. I want to see whether the light in my hand is brighter or your headlights are. Or maybe we can play a game of exploring the secret passage. The 2 women exchanged a glance, instantly understanding his meaning. You rascal, haven't you had enough fun with Yi? Chu Fan said, 00102. I think I need to explain to you what happened between 003 and me. Listen closely. Barbara frowned. What's this about moving waist and moving ears? What does that mean? Lu Rian shot Chu Fan a glare and whispered something in Barbara's ear, who finally understood. You're so naughty. I love it. By the way, dear, let's figure out this business about putting your foot behind your ear. Rian, you try it too. A night passed, and the sun gradually rose in the east. The thick fog on the sea had somehow dissipated. Aboard the Ark, Gao Shuaiqi had not slept a wink all night. Last night, he had consumed the divine fruit he had stumbled upon, and the ability he gained far exceeded his imagination. Now he was confident that no one in these waters could match him. Someone, has Monkey returned yet? A lackey ran in and reported, Boss, Monkey hasn't come back all night. Gao Shuaiqi frowned. That guy, did he fail? The lackey quickly said, Boss, a thick fog rolled in over the sea last night. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Maybe the fog delayed him. Gao Shuaiqi found this explanation reasonable and breathed a sigh of relief. When he returns, have him come see me immediately. A flicker of excitement crossed Gao Shuaiqi's face as he gave another order. Also summoned Bai Jia. Tell her I have business with her. Bai Jia, hearing Gao Shuaiqi call her name, said tremblingly, Honey, I don't want to go. Longo opened his mouth as if to say something, but eventually just sighed and said, Wife, don't be afraid. Maybe Brother Gao really has something to discuss with you. Bai Jia shook her head and said, Honey, you don't understand. The way he looks at me every time is very strange. I know he has no good intentions. Longo understood in his heart, but since Gao Shuaiqi had called, they couldn't refuse. He could only say, All right, I'll go with you. Bai Jia felt relieved and nodded. Honey, I was wrong before. From now on, I just want to live a good life with you. Longo's expression darkened. This isn't entirely your fault. Who can blame you when I've been rendered useless? You're still so young, forced to live like a widow. Perhaps I should have let you go long ago. Bai Jia shook her head. Honey, to tell you the truth, everything you knew before Chu Fan was a lie. I just wanted to force you to divorce me. But after seeing Chu Fan, I wavered. I wanted a child. Really, honey, I swear. I can endure this life, but I desperately want a child of my own. Longo was stunned. He never expected his wife had such intentions. Just then the underling at the door urged, Hurry up. Don't keep the boss waiting. Longo could only say, All right, we'll talk about this later. Let's go first. With that, he led Bai Jia, following the underling to the main cabin door. Stop. The boss only called for Miss Bai. A long wait outside. Longo was taken aback. Brother, my wife just arrived and doesn't know the rules. I'm afraid she might offend Brother Gao. It's better if I go in to look after her. He put on a fawning smile. He knew this doorkeeper well. They usually had a decent relationship. Longo thought the man would grant him this favor. But the man cursed. What the hell are you saying? I told you you're not allowed, and so stand right here. Longo was stunned. He never expected these people who usually called him brother to show their true colors now. This made it even more certain that his wife couldn't go in. Thinking this, Longo dropped the act and cursed, You bastards, you clearly have ill intentions. Wife, let's go. He grabbed Bai Jia's hand and turned to leave. Stop. The boss wants to see your wife. That's your honor. Don't be ungrateful. With that, 4 or 5 men surrounded them. That's right. Along a beauty like this, you can't hold on to her. Hand her over to the boss. He'll surely cherish her well. Ha ha ha. The surrounding men burst into mocking laughter. Longo's expression finally changed. He roared, Gao Shuaiqi, is this your doing? How dare you? You addressed the boss by his name. Bai Jia's hands and feet turned icy with fear. She gently tugged her husband. Honey, don't be impulsive. Speak calmly. Longo shook his head. Fine. Since you won't have me, I'll leave the ark. Wife, let's go. Bai Jia was startled. Go where? Longo said helplessly. Now I can only take you to that pretty boy. He's the only one who might take us in. Bai Jia was confused. Pretty boy? Which pretty boy? Honey, stop testing me. I won't do anything to betray you again. Longo quickly said, What are you thinking? That pretty boy was also transported here, and he's doing quite well. If we go to him, he'll surely take us in. Bai Jia was stunned, her mind flashing back to the wild scenes with that pretty boy. Her expression turned awkward. She had to admit that pretty boy was truly unforgettable. But the situation was still too awkward. Just then the cabin door opened, and Gao Shuaiqi's voice rang out. Hold on along. Do you think my ark is an inn? You come and go as you please. Longo's face darkened. Brother Gao, what do you mean? He foaming sneered. Along, don't you get it yet? We took you and your wife and gave you food, drink, and shelter. Now you want to just walk away. Since when is the world so generous? Then what do you want? What do I want? Ha ha ha, simple. Hand over Bai Jia. As for you, go wherever you please. Longo suppressed his anger and looked at Gao Shuaiqi. Brother Gao, do you feel the same way? Gao Shuaiqi dropped the pretense and shrugged. Along a beauty like Miss Bai should belong to someone capable. And you're not worthy. If you turn a blind eye, I'll let you live comfortably on this ship, maybe even give you some privileges. But you insist on being the one who sees clearly. Who can you blame? Bai Jia trembled all over. Gao Shuaiqi had completely dropped all pretenses. Longo was now furious. Fuck your grandmother. What do you take me for? Damn it. I treated you like a brother, and you want me to be a pimp. Gao Shuaiqi gave a sardonic smile. Do you have a choice? Seeing the tension escalate, Bai Jia said shakily, Brother Gao, can you let us go? I, Bai Jia, will repay your kindness in my next life, even if I have to be your beast of burden. Longo quickly interjected. Wife, don't beg him. I see it now, he's nothing but a thug, a scumbag. Someone like him wants to be a leader. You're not even 1/10th of Chu Fan. Gao Shuaiqi's face darkened instantly. He could tolerate other insults, but being compared unfavorably to Chu Fan struck a raw nerve. He suddenly screamed hysterically, I'm number 1 on the leaderboard. My ship is the biggest on this sea. I have the most brothers. How can that Chu Fan compare to me? Is he worthy? He pointed at Longo. Hoist him up on the mast. I want everyone to see the price of betraying me. Then he smiled again. Along, don't worry. He'll take good care of Bai Jia. He beckoned to Bai Jia. Miss Bai, a useless piece of trash like him isn't worth your attachment. Come to me. Being my woman is 100 times better than staying with that waste. Though her body trembled, Bai Jie shook her head. No, my husband is not useless. Please let us go. Gao Shuiqi's expression turned icy. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. Fine, but I'll make you see which choice is the right one. Someone take Miss Bai to my cabin. If she refuses, I'll slice off a Long's flesh piece by piece right before her eyes. Ha ha ha. Bai Jie collapsed to the ground screaming, no, you can't do this. Gao Shuiqi revealed a cruel smile. In this world no one can oppose me. Just then a gentle, yet resolute voice rang out. Oh, is that so? All eyes were drawn to the sudden sound. Gao Shuiqi turned to look as well. Under the sunlight a youth stood atop the ark's cabin holding a trident in his hand and a cigarette dangling from his lips. His slightly disheveled hair only added to his untamed aura. Brother Long, who had just taken a few punches, raised his head to see the newcomer. After a brief moment of astonishment, his face lit up with delight. Brother Chu Fan. Bai Jie, sitting on the ground, trembled inexplicably at the sound of that name. She lifted her head and indeed saw the familiar face. Chu Fan, catching Bai Jie's gaze, rubbed his nose awkwardly and said to Brother Long, Brother Long, Miss Bai, are you both all right? Brother Long quickly replied, I'm fine, Brother Chu Fan. Save my wife. Gao Shuiqi snorted coldly. Chu Fan. So you've come. That means that waste monkey must have failed. Chu Fan pretended to realize. Oh, you mean that short guy? He's probably on his way to reincarnation by now. Gao Shuiqi's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected Chu Fan to be so arrogant even when alone, and his mouth twitched involuntarily. Young man, I admit you have some skill, but coming here alone is a bit too naive. I'm sure you'll soon regret your choice. Just then a lackey ran over. Boss, the Neptune is approaching. Gao Shuiqi peered toward one side of the deck and indeed saw the Neptune slowly drawing near. On the deck stood two women and a man, all gazing toward the ark. His eyes bypassed Lu Shangfei, entirely fixating instead on Lu Rian and Barbara, unable to look away. Barbara's attire was a lush green, and with her striking figure, she exuded a fatal allure as she stood there. Beside her, Lu Rian wore a scarlet qipao, which combined with her icy countenance created a stark contrast that nearly took Gao Shuiqi's breath away. The watching lackeys were equally mesmerized, staring fixedly. Lu Shangfei suddenly said, Brother-in-law, you're standing so high you've stolen all the thunder. What's left for me? With that, under the gaze of the ark's lackeys, he leaped onto the deck. Gao Shuiqi snapped back to reality, swallowed hard, and suppressed the desire in his eyes before turning to Chu Fan. You've come at the right time. Saves me another trip. Of course, if you're offering them to me willingly, I might consider making you my first mate. Chu Fan jumped down swiftly, kicked away the lackeys holding Brother Long, and helped the battered man to his feet. Brother Long quickly stepped forward to support Bai Jie, and the two stood together behind Chu Fan. Hey Gao, I didn't come here to listen to your bragging. Chu Fan made a show of adjusting his earpiece, then his expression darkened. You've sent people to cause trouble time and again. Yesterday you tried to take my woman while I was away, and now you're bullying my brother. Do you think I have no temper? Gao Shuiqi laughed heartily. Huh? Chu Fan, so what? I've got over 50 brothers. And you? Just a handful. What makes you think you can compete with me? Chu Fan smiled faintly. Whether I can compete, we'll only know after we try. Gao Shuiqi nodded with a cold smirk. Interesting. Let's see what gives you such confidence. With a wave of his hand, 8 burly men surrounded Chu Fan. As Lu Shangfei moved to act, he Feng Ming and his men encircled him. Kid, you'd better not move, or the consequences won't be pleasant. Chu Fan called out, Xiao Fei, you've always wanted to learn martial arts. Today let me show you what real Dragon Nation Kung Fu is. Though they had abilities now, they weren't needed for these small fries, keeping them as a trump card, a decision they had made before arriving. Lu Shangfei nodded and cheered. All right, brother-in-law, take them all down. Among the 8 burly men, the leader had a round face, leopard-like eyes, and a full beard exuding a fierce demeanor. He sneered, pointing his index finger at Chu Fan. Kid, you're pretty cocky. Let me, brother 8, teach you some humility. Ouch, ouch. His finger was twisted at an exaggerated angle by Chu Fan, forcing out a yelp. Let go, let go. It's going to break, ouch, ouch. Chu Fan released his grip with a laugh and kicked the big man away. The man groaned as he struggled to his feet, his face red. You're dishonorable. I was careless and didn't dodge. Chu Fan sneered. Enough talk, don't waste time. All of you come at me together. Brother 8, now furious, shouted, Brothers, get him. He Feng Ming and his men watched with amusement, while Brother Long looked anxious. No, dear, I have to help Brother Chu. With that, Brother Long picked up an iron rod from the ground and prepared to rush in. But as he straightened up, he froze. The 8 men surrounding Chu Fan were now scattered on the ground, groaning. And it happened so fast. Even Gao Shuiqi lost his composure. He hadn't even seen how Chu Fan moved before all 8 big men were down. This was thanks to Chu Fan's mastery of martial arts combined with the speed advantage of his lightning ability, making their attacks seem like slow motion to him. He Fengming was stunned, then waved his hand. Damn it, brothers, get him. This time 15 or 16 burly men charged forward. But Chu Fan remained unruffled, stepping forward, instead of retreating, plunging straight into the crowd. With a fierce display of Bejiquan, he swiftly left no one standing before him. He Fengming clutched his groin, bent over like a shrimp, letting out agonized wails. Chu Fan clapped his hands, striking a pose he thought was cool, and murmured, "Is that all?" Lu Shangfei cheered with a thumbs up. "Brother-in-law, you're awesome." Barbara and Lu Ruyin remained calm, as if they had expected this all along. Brother Long was completely dumbfounded. "Brother Chu, you're this strong. No way, with skills like that, why did you have to climb onto the air conditioner unit? I'm no match for you." Chu Fan stumbled, nearly losing his balance. "Bro, let's not bring that up, all right?" Sure enough, Bai Jie's face flushed at the remark, and she shot her husband a reproachful glance. Lu Ruyin, sharp as ever, caught the key phrase and frowned softly. Air conditioner unit. Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat. That woman Lu Ruyin was too clever. She'd definitely ask him about the air conditioner unit later. If she ever found out about his embarrassing past, she might just drop a line at a critical moment. "Oh, is this as fun as the air conditioner unit?" Fortunately, Gao Shuaiqi let out a cold laugh, saving Chu Fan from the awkwardness. "Chu Fan, I admit I underestimated your strength. But if you think that's enough to challenge me, you've seriously underestimated me, Gao Shuaiqi." Lu Shangfei could no longer hold back and leaped out directly. "Old man, I've been pissed at you for a long time. All you do is run your mouth. If you've got any moves, bring them on. With that look of a worn-out loser on your face, I don't think my brother-in-law even needs to step in. I can take you down myself." Gao Shuaiqi's mouth twitched at these words. This reckless brat actually called him impotent, and he couldn't help but curse. "You little bastard, if it weren't for the fact that your Miss Rion's brother ID beat you to death." After saying this, he suddenly stepped forward and shouted at Chu Fan. "Chu Fan, now I'm going to show you the true gap between us." Gao Shuaiqi clenched his fists, his eyes glaring wide, and his hands miraculously emitted a metallic sheen. Go to hell." Yet as he spoke, there was no further movement, but Chu Fan inexplicably felt as if something had set its sights on him. At that moment, Brother Long, standing nearby, suddenly cried out in alarm. "Brother Chu Fan, watch out." As he spoke, he shoved Chu Fan aside, but he himself seemed to be struck by something and fell backward. Brother Long let out a scream of agony, collapsing onto the deck. A small sword glinting coldly was embedded in his chest. Gao Shuaiqi's move was so sudden that no one saw how he launched it. Bai Jie screamed and wept, "Honey. Honey, are you all right? Don't scare me." Brother Long coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling the pain in his chest, his face turning visibly pale. "Chu Fan," he manipulated the iron rod behind you. On the ground, cough. "Don't cry, wife. Brother Chu Fan, promise me if I can't hold on, take care of my wife." Bai Jie burst into tears. "No, honey, don't say that. I only want you. I never want to be apart from you in this life. You can't die." Brother Long smiled bitterly. "Wife, I'm glad to hear you say that, but I'm afraid I'll have to break my promise this time." Chu Fan was stunned, never expecting that Gao Shuaiqi's awakened ability was to control metal. No wonder no one saw how he attacked. He must have directly controlled the metal object behind Chu Fan, instantly reshaping it and delivering a fatal blow. If Brother Long hadn't noticed in time, it would have been Chu Fan lying on the ground. A wave of guilt washed over Chu Fan, and he quickly called out, "Barbara." Barbara was already moving swiftly, arriving beside them. Bai Jie, now sobbing uncontrollably, suddenly said, "Chu Fan, save my husband. Please, you have to save him. If you heal him, he'll do anything you ask." Chu Fan quickly replied, "Sister-in-law, don't worry, Barbara is here." Meanwhile, Gao Shuaiqi, seeing his attack succeed, couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha, Chu Fan, didn't expect this, did you? I already have a divine fruit, unlike you who have to work hard to save up points to buy one." Suddenly, Gao Shuaiqi swallowed the rest of his words, frozen in place, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Barbara knelt before Brother Long, gently placing her right hand over his wound. Then her right hand emitted a green glow, enveloping the wound tightly. At the same time, with her left hand, she pulled out the sword formed from metal and tossed it far away. Brother Long winced, but miraculously no blood gushed from the wound. Nourished by Barbara's green light, he felt an inexplicable comfort throughout his body. Bai Jie, stunned by the sight, couldn't help but ask, "Honey, how do you feel?" Brother Long opened his eyes gently and said, "Wife, I'm fine, don't worry." "Thank you, Miss Barbara." Bai Jie's tears fell like broken pearls as she repeatedly said, "Thank you. Thank you." Gao Shuaiqi couldn't believe it. "Why do you have powers too? How is this possible?" Unwilling to accept defeat, he suddenly flung his hands, sending 3 beams of light straight at Brother Long. Barbara snorted coldly. "I was watching out for you." With a wave of her left hand, the deck beneath her feet rose up layer by layer like it had eyes, forming a shield behind Barbara, Brother Long, and Bai Jie. 3 small metal swords clanged against the wooden shield. "Hey, old man, your opponent is me." Lu Shangfai's fists transformed into a pair of flames, and his hair seemed to catch fire billowing behind him as if stirred by an unseen wind. You have powers too. Gao Shuaiqi was speechless with shock. He had been incredibly lucky to obtain a divine fruit. But what was going on with these two? Since when had divine fruits become so common? And why did his ability look so damn cool? Lu Shangfei said smugly. Hehe, my power comes from the fire fruit, representing the will of the fire god, to cleanse all evil from this world. Lu Rian looked a bit embarrassed her younger brother was still so Chinibu. Taking advantage of the moment, Chu Fan carried Brother Long onto the Neptune, followed closely by Bai Jie and Barbara. Take him to the medical room, I'll check him again. He then said to Bai Jie, come in and help me. Before entering the cabin, he said to Lu Rian, I'll leave this to you. Don't let anyone in. Lu Rian calmly drew the moon god bow and said softly, don't worry. Gao Shuaiqi was seething with rage. He hadn't expected that Long wouldn't die. If this continued, no one would obey him anymore. With that thought, he roared, everyone charge. Capture Lu Rian and kill Long. The remaining 30-odd underlings raised their weapons and rushed toward the Neptune in a swarm, seeking death. In the next second, Lu Rian's body radiated a pure sacred white light, and her red robe instantly turned white. Her jet-black hair also turned silver in an instant, like a bright moon descending upon the world. The faint moon pattern on her forehead made her seem utterly divine. Gao Shuaiqi was utterly dumbfounded. How could everyone on the Neptune have divine fruits? Needless to say, Chu Fan must have one too. At that moment, Lu Rian slowly drew her bow, and seawater automatically condensed into the form of an arrow in her hand. But Lu Rian didn't stop. She continued to gather seawater. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows, a full 10 arrows. With the bright moon as my guide, my heart soars to the heavens. Lu Rian chanted softly and released her right index finger. Those 10 water arrows, as sharp as any divine weapon in the world, pierced through the 10 sailors in the front. Boom! A fireball slammed into Gao Shuaiqi. Don't get distracted. Your opponent is me. Lu Shangfai's provocation finally ignited Gao Shuaiqi's fury. Brat, since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. As his words faded, Gao Shuaiqi drew a deep breath, let out a thunderous roar, and began to wave his hands swiftly in the air. With his movements, the knives, iron rods, and even the tiny screws scattered on the deck began to levitate in midair. Die! Countless metal fragments shot toward Lu Shangfei like arrows. Lu Shangfai's lips curled into a smirk as he shouted, ignite. In an instant, raging flames enveloped Lu Shangfei. Not stopping there, he conjured a blazing shield before him. The metal arrows, upon contacting the flames, were instantly melted into molten iron and dripped onto the deck. Gao Shuaiqi frowned deeply, never expecting Lu Shangfei's flames to burn so fiercely. Lu Shangfei cried out in exhilaration, haha, now it's my turn to attack. Since both had just awakened their abilities and lacked any advanced skills, their fight quickly devolved into a messy brawl of punches and kicks. Lu Shangfei's fists blazed like torches as he pummeled Gao Shuaiqi relentlessly. Gao Shuaiqi, however, seemed to have turned into a metal man. Every blow from Lu Shangfei only produced a series of dull thuds. Yet Gao Shuaiqi couldn't gain the upper hand either, for each of his counterattacks felt like striking a massive fireball. After a long exchange, neither had inflicted any substantial damage. Damn, you're tough, Lu Shangfei muttered under his breath. Gao Shuaiqi too found Lu Shangfei's resilience exasperating. By now, Lu Rian had already subdued all 30-odd henchmen on the deck. The gap between ability users and ordinary people was starkly evident. The onlookers were stunned. Holy crap, is she even human? Is that Lu Rian, the campus belle? She's so awesome. Is that Gao Shuaiqi? No wonder he's so badass. He can turn himself into a metal man. Among the crowd on a small boat, the sisters Li Run and Li Ruoshi were watching everything. Sis, is that Lu Rian? Li Ruoshi pointed at Lu Rian, who radiated a holy glow, her face full of disbelief. Li Ruoyan's expression was complex as she replied, yes, that's Rian. I never thought she'd changed so much. Li Ruoshi exclaimed joyfully, no wonder she's a campus belle, just like you, sis. She's beautiful. No, she's absolutely stunning. Li Ruoyan, however, was lost in thought, recalling Lu Rian's words. Ruoyan, why don't you and Ruoshi come join us? We need to stick together to survive. As Li Ruoyan was lost in thought, she saw a man emerge from behind Lu Rian. At a single glance, she fell to daze. Why does that man look so familiar? Li Ruoshi also noticed and whispered, sis, he's so handsome. I wonder what his relationship with Lu Rian is. Li Ruoyan suddenly remembered that Lu Rian had said she was with Chu Fan. So it's Senior Chu Fan. No wonder he looked so familiar. Chu Fan had been the Prince Charming of many girls. Seeing him again now felt surreal. Just then, Chu Fan walked out of the cabin, letting out a soft sigh. Lu Rian quickly asked, how is it? Chu Fan nodded. No major issues. Thank goodness for Barbara. Lu Rian nodded and returned to her normal form. Watching Lu Shangfei battling Gao Shuiqi, Chu Fan remarked in surprise, Xiaofi is impressive. He's already using his ability so proficiently. But Lu Rian said this can't go on. Xiaofi's stamina is clearly inferior to Gao Shuiqi's. If this continues, he might be at a disadvantage. Chu Fan nodded. He'll handle it. Just then a sudden thunderclap rang out and dark clouds began to gather over the sea. Everyone's face changed. It was going to rain. Gao Shuiqi was overjoyed and laughed loudly. Lu Shangfei, haha. It's raining. Let's see how you can keep burning. Heaven helps me. Lu Shangfei chuckled. Yesterday's rain was like a drizzle. I didn't even bother to dodge. But as soon as he spoke, a massive cloud rose in the sky. The next moment, unlike the light rain of yesterday, a torrential downpour, mixed with hailstones the size of fists, pelted the boats on the sea. Holy crap! Such huge hailstones. Caught off guard, everyone scrambled into the cabins for cover. But some risked exposure to collect the precious rainwater. Rian, get inside. He'll relieve Xiaofei. With such heavy rain, Lu Shangfei's ability lost its advantage. If he continued fighting, he would surely suffer. Xiaofei, fall back. Guard the boat with your sister. Let me deal with this guy. Knowing this was no time for stubbornness, Lu Shangfei obediently leaped back, withdrawing from the battle. Be careful, brother-in-law. At that moment, countless sea monsters, even larger than yesterday's, emerged on the surface. As everyone had guessed, these monsters only appeared when it rained to attack humans. Gao Shuiqi steadied himself and sneered at Chu Fan, who now stood before him. I thought you'd never come out, Chu Fan. Show me your ability. Let me see what you've got. Chu Fan sneered in return. Gao Shuiqi, you're quite talented. In such a short time, you've built up quite a force here. As he spoke, Chu Fan drew the dragon-slaying sword. Gao Shuiqi's body was so hard that ordinary weapons couldn't harm him. This sword was his only hope. Seeing Chu Fan dare to draw a weapon, Gao Shuiqi's smile widened. Chu Fan, you dare to use a blade in front of me. Don't you know what my ability is? Chu Fan just smiled and said nothing. He wondered what Gao Shuiqi would think if he knew the dragon-slaying sword wasn't made of metal. Roar! A sea beast's cry echoed across the sea. Chu Fan gripped the dragon-slaying sword tightly and channeled his ability. A bolt of electric light flickered along the blade, glowing blue. The massive hailstones hurt as they struck his body, but Chu Fan ignored the pain entirely. Gao Shuiqi grinned, spread his fingers, and clenched his fist toward Chu Fan. Chu Fan, I want you dead. In Gao Shuiqi's mind, a scene had already emerged of Chu Fan being struck by his own sword. But soon he discovered that the sword in Chu Fan's hand showed no reaction whatsoever. Because as the mermaid by Xing had said, the dragon-slaying sword was forged from the bones of the mightiest dragonkind, resembling metal, yet not yet tougher than any metal in the world. Impossible! What kind of sword is this? Gao Shuiqi exclaimed in shock. This is the sword that will kill you, Gao Shuiqi. Today is your day of death. Chu Fan hesitated no more, raising the dragon-slaying sword and slashing it toward Gao Shuiqi. If you think you can kill me? Gao Shuiqi sneered with disdain, not dodging. A silver light flashed on his hand as he met the dragon-slaying sword. Heaton. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. To Chu Fan's surprise, Gao Shuiqi remained completely unharmed. Chu Fan clearly recalled by Xing's words, due to the sword's unique nature, it could harm all races except humans, including dragons. But it could not harm humans. Yet Chu Fan refused to give up, wanting to give it a try. After all, Gao Shuiqi was no longer an ordinary person. Thus, even a human with supernatural abilities remained human, and the dragon-slaying sword still could not harm him. As for the trident of the Sea King, that was even more impossible, and taking it out might allow Gao Shuiqi to use it against Chu Fan himself. Gao Shuiqi, unaware of Chu Fan's thoughts, contemptuously drew his blue greatsword. I don't know what your sword is made of, but it's just sturdy. Let me show you what a true blade is. With that, the blue greatsword came slashing toward Chu Fan. His expression unchanged, Chu Fan sidestepped to evade Gao Shuiqi's attack. Gao Shuiqi's blade continued its momentum, striking the ship's railing. The thick wooden rail crumbled like tofu before the greatsword. Chu Fan's heart tightened. The greatsword was clearly no ordinary object, and its sharpness was even more fearsome than he had imagined. However, he was not worried. His lightning-based speed made it effortless to evade Gao Shuiqi's attacks. Since the dragon-slaying sword was ineffective, let him taste the sting of electricity. Thinking this, Chu Fan dodged Gao Shuiqi's strike, while gathering lightning in his hand, punching him squarely in the back. Bang! It was like striking an iron plate. Gao Shuiqi's body remained impenetrable, yet the effect of the electricity became evident. A numbing sensation coursed through Gao Shuiqi, causing him to convulse briefly. But the moment was fleeting. He quickly recovered, and without turning swung his greatsword horizontally. I never thought you'd awaken lightning powers. Heaven truly is unfair. Gao Shuiqi felt utterly exasperated. Though his own ability was formidable in his eyes, it paled in comparison to the flare of commanding lightning or flames. Yet now both abilities had emerged and both belonged to his enemies. How could this not make him seethe with hatred? Thus, as if venting his frustration, Gao Shuaiqi slashed at Chu Fan blow after blow. Relying on his superior speed, Chu Fan either parried with the dragon-slaying sword or dodged outright, occasionally delivering a jolt of electricity to Gao Shuaiqi, driving him into a raging fury. Chu Fan, are you a damn turtle? All you do is hide. Gao Shuaiqi cursed angrily as he casually cleaved through an attacking sea monster, glaring at Chu Fan's retreating figure. Since you're so good at dodging, let's see if your Sea King can withstand me. With that, he abandoned Chu Fan and charged straight for the Sea King. Seeing this, Chu Fan flashed forward to block Gao Shuaiqi's path. Long Ge was still being treated. If Gao Shuaiqi broke through, the consequences would be dire. It seemed this scoundrel was forcing him into a direct confrontation. If you finally came out, I thought you'd stay a coward forever. Just then a water arrow shot straight for Gao Shuaiqi's eye. He snorted dismissively, casually blocking it with his hand, shattering the arrow into droplets. Campus beauty Lu, you don't think water can penetrate my metallic defense, do you? Ha ha ha, if you had a missile I might be afraid. As for other tricks, bring them on. I Gao fear nothing. He then fixed his gaze on Lu Ruyan, who was glaring coldly from the Sea King, and licked his lips. Campus beauty Lu, don't be impatient. After I deal with Chu Fan, I'll come and have a proper spar with you. Chu Fan frowned deeply. Gao Shuaiqi's ability was indeed troublesome. Though Chu Fan was confident he could remain undefeated, dragging things out was no solution. As the saying goes, a toad doesn't bite, but it's annoying. And this was a toad constantly eyeing your woman and your ship. Chu Fan's mind raced. Suddenly Lu Ruyan called out, Chu Fan, water. A spark of inspiration flashed in Chu Fan's mind, and he instantly understood Lu Ruyan's meaning. Overjoyed, he thought, truly my second wife. Her mind is so sharp. Gao Shuaiqi sneered contemptuously, what's still thinking of using water? Go ahead, keep trying. If I dodge, even once I lose. Chu Fan suddenly leaped up, raising the dragon-slaying sword and bringing it down toward Gao Shuaiqi. Ha ha ha, Chu Fan, don't you get it? No matter how hard you try, you can't harm me in the slightest. But the next second he froze. Chu Fan's sword had missed striking the deck, instead sending splinters flying. Ha ha ha, Chu Fan, have you lost your mind? You can't even hit the target. Lu Ruyan, witnessing this, breathed a long sigh of relief. Her chosen man was indeed clever enough to grasp her meaning instantly. So raising her moon god's bow, she called out, Gao Shuaiqi, dare you withstand 3 more arrows from me? Ha ha ha, my beauty, come at me. Chu Fan knew Lu Ruyan was distracting Gao Shuaiqi. He leaped again and swung at him. Gao Shuaiqi immediately turned his body metallic, standing motionless. Chu Fan, let's see how much strength you have. This time Chu Fan struck the deck again, sending up a shower of debris. Gao Shuaiqi frowned slightly. What had gotten into Chu Fan? But before he could ponder, a water arrow shot straight for his right eye. The eye was the most vulnerable part of the body, and even Gao Shuaiqi had to guard against it. In defending, he overlooked Chu Fan's odd behavior. And so Chu Fan struck the deck of the ark again and again until he carved a large crack in the thick planks, revealing the dark lower deck below. Even the densest person would realize Chu Fan was destroying his ship. But Gao Shuaiqi couldn't understand the purpose. Was it merely to anger him? Just then a figure emerged from behind Lu Ruyan. The seductive Barbara. She cried out, open. The deck beneath Gao Shuaiqi suddenly split open along the crack. Caught off guard, he plunged straight down. Next, Lu Ruyan clasped her hands together, and a surge of moon god's power spread across the sea. Tides, I have returned. As she chanted, a massive wave rose from the sea, hurtling straight toward the gaping crack in the ark.